I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Boy, did I have a weird dream last night. More of a nightmare. I'm not kidding. You were always on my mind. You were always on my mind. What a weird dream. I'll tell you about that in a second. No, no tea this morning, just NAC. 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 Are ready to drink. Second Alka-Seltzer. Okay. Oh, this blend doesn't, particular one doesn't taste like lemon. It tastes like something else. Unlike the other ones I had. I gotta drink this all down. So one thing about this NAC might give you some weird dreams. And I'll give you a weird dream here in a second. Bizarre. What's the correlation here? Biggest nightmares. What was my dream, you ask? I call her my stepdaughter. That my stepdaughter somehow was in a relationship with Barry Jordan. And I was trying to warn her that he's nothing but trouble. Of course, that's never going to happen. Number one, she's in a long-term relationship. Secondly, she's got taste and class and all that. But, you know, my fatherly type instincts was telling me, man, don't do this. Here, I'll show you some videos. This is what this man is all about. I'm not kidding. It's not that I have Barry Jordan in my head all the time. I don't even really talk about him much, except that people ask me questions. You know, what is he? You know, what's the situation in jail? I said, I don't know. Now, how does your mind think that way? Okay, isn't that really weird? Actually, you know, there's certain medicines you take that could instill these dream cycle. But imagine that. No, this is not made up. This is not made up. It was actually just before I woke up this morning. That somehow I don't understand the dream at all. How this correlates, I don't. And they weren't together for some reason, but it was established that she was in some kind of relationship with him. And I'm thinking, this ain't a dream, this is a fucking nightmare. Oh, I know you think I make all this shit up. No, I'm not one of those shows that makes up material. I don't got much to gain on here, really. Yeah. This NAC, this brand is nasty tasting. It's not like the one I would normally take now and then, which has a lemon flavor to it. No tea yet. It's too early. I didn't get to that point yet. Anyway, that would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? What's going on in YouTube land? Well, I did get to see one video this morning. Jimbo, complaining about the mud. Boy, was he? What is the deal where he decided to build that house? I don't know the story. Was it because this land or whatever was passed on to Jim's wife? I guess that's the story, right? That's why he built there, an opportunity to build on a piece of land that she owned or something. The only thing I could think of, I just don't understand why. He can't even take his motor scooter through the mud when it rains. It's so bad. Everything is location, location, location. Don't build on an area that's actually a real muddy mess. And the neighborhood, I mean, it's so run down. Why would you spend your money in an area like that? I don't know, I guess free land is free land, and you build on it, and you can make some sacrifices, I think. Just because the wife, I don't know, whatever the story, got this land in a family inheritance or whatever. Well, good morning from Bohol. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I don't get too many people from Bohol on here. Bohol, I've only been there once, Taglabaran, when I had to do this Fazio thing, But I wasn't impressed with that area, but I know Bohol has some really nice areas with beach and stuff like that, Guess Jim made some mistakes. You think? You think? Oh, I got to listen to a little bit of Philly. A couple of minutes, that was about it. He's pretty desperate for material. Let me see, what's going on with Philly? He's making another trip to, am I correct on to Angeles City? Again, he's always drawn to Angeles City. I wonder why. Again, with his stupid bandana shit on his head, and I don't know. Whatever, man, To each his own. I'm trying to, when I do go on YouTube and trying to find something interesting to listen to, I've been having a hard time lately. Partially because you got the same players on here, playing the same fiddle, and that does get boring. Yeah, it's another kind of a little bit blustery, rainy overnight, and certainly into the morning here. Got that system passing through here. Yeah, Jim did make some, he's always making mistakes. Hey, look, it just can't be my observations. I mean, I see these people and I have this big question mark over my head. Why do they live like this? Why are they always getting into trouble? Why, does trouble find them, or do they find trouble? Are they just gravitated to this shit? Or we know it's not made up. I mean, it's real. What we see is real. Now, his wife, which he talks so horribly about, now they're like the Bobbsey twins or something, the perfect couple that he wants to take over to the States someday. This is the woman who, let's not forget. Oh yeah, Panglao is pretty nice, a small island. You know what it is? I'm going to give you an example, a weird example too. Because I never liked Bohol, because Fazio lived there. And now I shouldn't think that way, because Bohol has some beautiful places. But because Fazio lived there, I got a negative connotation to it. I just can't help it. Really, I'm serious. It's kind of like, I'll give you some really weird examples with me, or some analogy of something here. Somebody loses their arm, okay, and they still have a sensation as if they still have an arm on there, you know. It's true. In real life, it's true. You had to have your arm amputated or your leg or something, but it still feels like you got a complete leg or arm. Now, I go through this with something else. I used to have as a kid, this big old mole on a birthmark, a big mole, but it was above the skin. You know what a gumdrop is? Candy. It was like a gumdrop candy. Oh God, I hated that. When I used to go to school, I mean, I didn't like, for example, when we went to gym class, they wanted you to shower afterwards and all that. And I was always like running around with a towel behind my neck because I didn't want anybody to see that ugly mole on my neck. Now, it's almost like a century ago. I had that removed. Why don't we get along? Oh my God. But I'll get to that. Even though that mole was removed, like 50 years ago, more, I just got a scar on my neck because they did a real botched job because my mom took me to the emergency room. They did a botched job. They took the bandages off too early. I got kind of a sort of a above the skin type of scar. Now, I'm still, believe it or not, to this day, still self-conscious of it. It's almost like I have that mole there. And what do I do, consciously or subconsciously? If I have I'm doing it right now. Oh my God. If I have a kind of a loose t-shirt on with a collar, with that area around the neck is kind of loose, it doesn't cover that area, I'm still, to this day, I'm not kidding you, I don't make this shit up. I'm still kind of adjusting. I'm doing it right now. You never see me doing it, but I do it a lot. I'm still adjusting that shirt so that it's kind of covering that scar because this is so embedded in my mind. You remember, it's like the fictitious arm, you had your arm cut off, but you still feel like it's there. And this is like an old habit. You never see me do it on camera, really, but now that I think about it, I do it quite often. And it's not like I'm trying to hide the scar. It's just like an old, like that mole is still there, okay? Isn't that weird? Why did you, if I should get along? Yeah, it's like bad memory that gets burnt in your brain. Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean about the mole thing? I swear I still do it. I would feel more comfortable if I had a real collared shirt on. And when I get a haircut, I know it's exposed. And the hair salon guy sees that. I have no problem with that, And I walk around every day like that. I'm sure that scar shows out because it's above the shirt line. But yeah, I do tend to do that a lot. I guess you could compare that to if you were a particular vlogger that had a horrible, horrible, horrible childhood, maybe the father abused you. It carries along with you all these years, and it shows out in different ways, different manners, different actions, different attitude, bitterness, ugliness. NAC makes me cough up. If you hear me coughing, I'm not going to hide it here. It breaks up the mucus, makes you want to cough it out. It thins it out. But anyway, getting back to that, it's kind of weird. Now, I've heard these stories before. People get amputated, and they still feel like they have a full arm there, although obviously you don't have a full arm. Have you ever heard that before? Yeah. It's bizarre, but same as this mole I had. I hated it. It was like a big birthmark, but above skin. It was about, I'd have to say, it was probably about close to 3/4 of an inch above my skin. You remember those candy called gumdrops? What that was shaped like? Yeah, it was like that. And I dreaded, when I had to go to the gym afterwards, at school, and you have to take a shower. I was always trying to hide it. And right away, I'd have a towel around my neck because I didn't want anybody to see it. It's really something. To this day, I do that. Old memories don't fail, old, situations. That's why I also say who you are today has to do with your childhood too, because if you had, for example, if you had a bad childhood, your parents abused you or something like that, that's going to carry out you to the rest of your life in one form or another. To this day. Anyway, enough of the mold that shook the world, but to me it was. Some things you just don't forget if it was negative in your life. Oh, and believe me, there's a lot of things I don't forget on here on YouTube. Trust me on that. Yeah, I think it's common. Tad and Behold says, yeah. Oh, okay, for example, wow. People have had these like pomas, like tumor-looking things out on their neck or their face or something. They've carried it all their life. Then one day they get surgery and it's gone. They still kind of feel it's still there, although they know it was surgically taken off. Something that's been part of your body for most of your life. It's like saying goodbye to an old friend, although it was never a friend to them. Yeah, that's for real. Oh, good evening from Brazil. We like our Brazilian friends on here. Oh, and to go back to something, I think I did a short about that. Don C. was hoping that my new addition to the show, which is my Gcash. Yeah, it's on the description, folks. Okay. The number. I hope Frank doesn't get anything. I'm going to love playing this out. Let's play this out. Frank's not going to get any donations. But yesterday, hasn't been no more, but yesterday since I put it on, I did have 2 donations on the show. People finally coming through. Finally. All the free service and free shows I've done through the years without being monetized, without asking for a dime. At least a few people have come through on that. Yeah. Yep. No. I have a strike against me from good old Popeye. I certainly got enough view hours, or whatever you want to call it, on here. But I wouldn't be able to get monetized, I think, for a while. But I might go for it. But for now, I don't have monetization, just the Gcash. And Donnie Boy's upset. Oh, now he's even more upset that he knew I had a couple of donations since yesterday. I can see him now. Oh, you're just making... Of course, always going to be excused. Oh, you're just making that up. Oh, maybe I am. But what if I'm not, Donnie? Too bad, too sad for you. Yes, I did get some bona fide 2 donations that added up to $150. Can't complain. Now, of course, he'll counteract that statement. Yeah, we believe you, rack 'em, smack 'em, whatever. I don't care what you believe, honestly, Donnie. The people will come through for me on here. They will come through. Don't got a whole lot of subs on here. Growing in micro measurements, but Again, no hashtags to get out to the public anywhere and all that stuff, and to get kind of a roadway for them to find this channel and all that stuff. We may get around to that. I had decided to join the multitudes of capitalists on here who are at least getting something out of their show besides losing a lot of oxygen. And I've been just wasting so much precious oxygen on here, giving out free advice and not charging people for a cup of coffee and a super chat and buy my online store items and no, man, haven't done that. Could have a long time ago, I neglected to do so, but I figured, for the meanwhile, at least offer people some Gcash so they could donate. There you go. And I'll push it. I will. Why not join the living? Why not join the masses here, whose only purpose to put on any show at all is for money? It's not like on my show, it's kind of a fireside chat. We talk about all kinds of different stuff on here. And I do it without expectations of any monetary gain on here. I wouldn't go to Boracay. It's not my type of place. And as I said, I got an 8-minute walk from resorts and beaches right where I live here. White sand beaches, not gray sand, not, brown, whatever that Jim would say every time he was in Cambodia. Oh, we got white sand beaches here, but I've never seen a white sand beach where he was. No, Boracay is just too popularized. I mean, if I wanted to take a trip anywhere just to get away, it wouldn't be about beaches. Not really. No. The town would have to have something other than beaches to offer. I don't know. Something geological, geophysical, something National Geographic even. But a beach is a beach is a beach in the end. Some are nicer looking than others, Maybe some of the surrounding areas have more, charm to it. They got these coves and all this stuff, and some of the water really stands out because the base underneath there is made of, what is that? What is that mineral? Offhand here. Where it really shows out the blue of the water because it reflects the sky and therefore the water looks really blue because you've got kind of a white base underneath there, whether it's white sand or it's some other mineral. What do you call that? Whatever, it'll come to me. It makes the water look so beautiful. Oh, indeed. But Boracay would not be a choice of mine. Speaking of Boracay, did Jasper? Did he go back to the States or something? Or what was going on with Jasper? I don't know. He got defeated, or maybe his money went down on wherever he got his money from, or pretended to have money. He was making money on his show. That was keeping him alive, I think. But I don't know. Maybe some change happened. I don't know all the story because I don't. I'll be honest with you. I don't follow him. Nor did I have any wants to follow Jasper. He just struck me the wrong way. He just... creepy guy. Just a creepy crawler. I don't like creepy crawlers. Arrogant motherfucker. I don't like arrogance either. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of light sweeping here while I'm talking to you. But Boracay, nah. If I just wanted to take a trip within the country somewhere, you want to know the truth? I don't know. I wouldn't know where to go. The question is, what am I looking for? Why pay and go through all the rigmarole of all the kind of transportation you got to take to go from point A to point B, unless point B, your destination, has something to offer, something, I don't know, something unique to see or experience. And the Philippines is not necessarily that kind of country that has so much that's, well, I mean, there are spectacular vistas in certain places, that are probably spectacular to see, cliffs and different types of ocean, where maybe, you got some bigger surf and, I don't know, just maybe the area itself, the mountains are always beautiful, of course. It has to have something to draw me there. I don't know. Like the chocolate hills of Bohol, I mean, that wouldn't do anything for me at all. That wouldn't do anything for me. You love my vlogs. Well, thank you. I got a Gcash, by the way. Tell me how much you love me, baby. Yeah, I think sometimes people do have to show appreciation. Because I have put up with a lot of shit on here. I have put up with a lot of shit. And I've done things for people that they wouldn't do on their own. No, 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 no. I've carried their weight. I carried their burden. And I took care of business when I had to do it. I did it for, not just for me, I did it for everybody. Expenses, stress, time. I did all that. Nobody had to lift a finger. Huh. And, some people are appreciative and some people just kind of like, oh, yeah, all right, you did. So what? So what? Oh. Ben Bree says, thank you for building a proper channel, Frank. You could build a fan base and have people ready to defend you. Look, they defend me in the past. More cooking and nutrition videos. Yeah. In other words, a clean channel. I'm not all about the fucking trolls and who's doing what that might be very negative or unacceptable. Yes, what do you think most of these channels are all about? One way or the other. They're either bullshitting and making up stories about their life or who they met and friends they make and what they learn, or they're directly attacking people and all that great stuff. You have so many enemies and trolls, you need a fan base to back you up. Come on, man. Nobody's really backed me up before, okay? Nobody's really backed me up. When I needed it. Mm-hmm. Nobody backed me up when I needed it. As a result of all the work I did to make sure that some creep is behind bars, which you all wanted to see, and I gave it to you. Oh, I gave it to you. Then things get worse, and his girlfriend puts a complaint against me, so it's not really over yet. It's over with him. It's not over with her. Where do I get support on that? Where's all the affidavits in my lawyer's office saying, hey man, I know this dude Frank, he never said any of that shit. I think that report is unfair, it's unwarranted, it's unqualified, it's dishonest, it's perjury. Where are people lining up at my lawyer's office to sign an affidavit to that? Where are they? They're not. They're not. So please don't talk about people backing me up. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. They're not backing me up because you haven't built up a proper channel and fan base. Well, my age is now. Can you see me on here at, say, for example, 80 years old? Please, if I'm alive, please. I don't want to be here when I'm 80 fucking years old. Build it up for what? I'm not starving for money. At least not yet. But who can use some extra money to utilize against these negative forces? I haven't had that backup. I have not had that backup. I was monetized, you're forgetting once. And had a few donos every now and then. Not much. The most I made at best was about $200 in a month. And I wasn't even monetized long because I don't know what happened. I took off the channel, went to put it on hide. I actually deleted it. I said, fuck it. I had 13,000 subscribers. And I said, fuck it from that point on. And I didn't care about being monetized. Stop letting the copycat channel control your image. Well, what I'm doing now is I'm keeping my videos on. The only reason they put my videos on, whatever show I put on, is because maybe I take them off. But now I'm just keeping them on. Gives me a little edge on them. What's the purpose? What's the purpose? Now there's no purpose. I deal with people use a little psychology too. It doesn't mean they're going to stop, but, that edge is not there anymore for them. You know what I mean? It's just not there. The purpose is that they figure I take all my shows down, but I'm not doing it anymore. No, I'm not doing it anymore. And I know they're not going to like that, but hey, what can I say? I am going to get a cup of tea going here, but I'd have to use the matcha tea because I don't have any green tea bags. Yeah, it's kind of a little blustery out there and wet. Keeping your videos up is a great first step. Well, here's the thing. I know I have people out there that appreciate my show. I don't have the big masses, but I do got people out there that actually do appreciate my shows and what I talk about. That's a fact. But the problem is that they don't support my show. I mean, historically, when I had monetization, I didn't see that happening. What makes you think it's going to be any different now? I did get 2 donations. Don hated to hear that from just putting my Gcash up yesterday. I did. But I don't know. Was it just, stroke of luck? But as I said, I'm not monetized, so I put the Gcash up. But people talk about, we like your channel, we like what you talk about, you're different from the other people on here. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. But I have not, historically ever seen that kind of appreciation. I mean, look at the biggest shit shows on here. They're making money, buku money, donations, all that stuff. And they're talking shit or they're repeating stuff over and over again. The redundancy is like deafening. Or they're attacking people and making money for that. Here I put on a good show and I have a lot of topic matter. I tell the truth about everything. I'm not on here to tell a bunch of lies. It doesn't benefit me in any form or way. Morally, financially, whatever, it doesn't. But, yeah, I just haven't seen that kind of appreciation historically. But then again, it's my fault because I never offered people PayPal or Gcash except once on the Gcash. And I was only monetized for a relatively short period of time. So this, again, is an experiment to see how much people really do appreciate my show. But I do agree with you. You got to have the masses that watch you to gain in there, because there's always somebody that's going to make a donation along the line somewhere. But I do understand what you're saying. Try to build up a bigger audience. That takes a lot of work, too. As I said, the hashtags, all that shit out in the inner space of YouTube, meta tags, directing people to my channel. I don't do that. That's in part why. Do more vlogs. I'm doing it every day. What else can I do? Multiple times a day. To no gain, of course. You are not frail. You can prove them wrong. Frail. Well, frail has a lot of meanings to it. Frail, what you just define as frail. What they define as frail, it's not even worth talking about. I'll show you what frail is. Believe me. Okay, let's see. The water is heated up. Where's my little strainer? Gotta find my strainer. I'll be doggone. Well, actually, what I could do, then strain it, I could put this matcha tea, in the water and let it steep in there a bit. Keep it in there a while. Then I could go find my little strainer, wherever the hell it is. And then, strain out all the tea leaves. I can do that. The bags were always more convenient. Okay. Let's do this. All right, you get my point? Do you get my point? Seems like everybody is making money out there, and I've been going on this show for such a long time and not reaping, the rewards and benefits of it. It's been too long. Much too long. You don't necessarily have to show your face the whole time, but that's another thing too, yeah. When you cover the camera, you come off as very untrustworthy, unserious, and something. I just don't like seeing my face on camera because I'm fucking ugly. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not arrogant. I'm not any of that. I just don't photograph well. Oh my God, my girlfriend sure does though. Anyone wants to see my ugly mug? Wear a mask. Gilda's workout videos are out there. We want to see you join her. No, I don't really like putting her on camera all the time. That's just a definite. We happen to be on the street walking around or something and I show her in there, that's okay. I'm not trying to hide my family out here or her, necessarily. It's going to take a while and let this stuff steep in here for quite a while. Yes, in fact, she brought me this from Japan, last trip. Can't read this shit. Look at that. Huh? If you get on the testosterone and started weightlifting, no one would call you frail. I don't have to prove anything to anybody on here, dude. Why would I have to do that? I don't have to prove anything. There's no need. how often I exercise or blah, 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 blah. I pretty much give an idea to people what I do. Do I do it every single day? No. Sometimes you give your muscles a break. I'm not a muscle man. And if I made a bicep on camera, you'd probably say, quite unimpressive, dude. Well, unless I'm going to take testosterone or steroids, I don't expect miracles. My only reason for doing it, I'm not trying to look like a bulky muscle man. That ain't going to happen. I'm just trying to keep my muscle tone going for the sake of my age, for the sake of having future usage of these muscles, such as my arms and legs and so forth. There's a purpose to just about everything I do. Yeah, I did. I was talking about that a little bit. Yeah, I did. Not all pharmacies. Certainly not the local yokel ones. I can't get them. Good luck maintaining muscle mass with low testosterone. Hey, I do what I can, which is more than some people do. Oh, I was thinking about looking into that. But you got to know what you're doing when you're taking any of that shit. And, you get the gel, but it's not as well absorbed as getting a shot of it. Injection. I don't want to go that route. But, my curiosity gets the best out of me, though. Energy. The energy you get from that. But sometimes I'm really burnt out. Well, that's in part because I take a certain meds at night that still are in your system the next day because you're taking it every day. And it acts both as a muscle relaxant, it acts as a certain amount of sedation, actually, side effect, and it goes into the next day. That's part of it. That's actually part of it. Your doctor cannot hear. What doctor? They don't have no injections. And local yokel doctors here. Are you kidding? No, they don't have that. Give you an injection every few weeks anywhere in your body. Not the local little consultant doctors. That's all I have over here. And what do they charge for that? Oh yeah, you could buy the gel on Lasada and places like that too. But you gotta know how to use it. You don't mess around with shit like that. Those are hormones. Well, my intent is, I don't mind a little bit of bulk. I don't mind a little bit of bulk. But that's about it. I'm not trying to be, at my age, Mr. Muscle Man. That's why when I do weights, they jokingly call it Frank's Jane Fonda workout because I'm only using 20-pound dumbbells. But I explained that off quite a bit, many times, that you don't need extra weights. It has to do with how many reps you do. And you could achieve amazing things from that, actually. But you got to be consistent. That's the point. You have to be consistent. And I can't say that I'm always consistent. That Jim looks great in what way? I'll give it to Jim, though, but he's not as old as me. He could do some push-ups here and there, or pull-ups. I couldn't do that. I haven't tried, but I don't have a pull-up bar or anything like that. But he's been working at it for a long time. But, well, you got to understand, he's being driven by testosterone and steroids. There's a big difference. He's not freebasing. He's not doing it the old-fashioned way. He's got a certain advantage. That's why. If he wasn't on testosterone, he wasn't on steroids, he wouldn't be doing that. I'll guarantee you that. More weight or more reps is all personal preference. All the matter is getting to the point where you are putting a lot of stress on the muscle. Yeah, I know. I don't always put it to that point. But you see, I don't like to push the envelope anyway. I don't want to overstress my heart if it's not conditioned. I take it, I do things kind of safely. I know there's no pain, no gain. That's the kind of talk they talk about. No pain, no gain. More weight or more reps is all personal. And if you're really not in the greatest shape, drop like from a heart attack. You got to be careful. You got to do things slowly, methodically, and all that. But I get your point, though. I get your point. I got to push it a little bit more. I realize I do. I understand that I do. Sometimes you just become too complacent with your life. And, oh, yeah, I'll get around to it. Or maybe I should do more reps, do something, And some days, gloomy days, sometimes you don't even feel like doing anything at all. And I have days like that, too. But you have to force yourself to do certain things all the time. That's the only way it's going to work. It's the only way. Yeah, it is. It's just because resistance training is what it is, resistance. I do at least 50 every day, 45-degree push-ups, and stuff like that, Then, of course, with the 20-pound dumbbells, various things I do with that, some curls and whatnot, and some hammer curls, I do things like that. But the problem is, quite frankly and honestly, I don't do enough. I'm not pushing it. I haven't been pushing it. I get lazy like anybody else does too, but that's the whole thing. Don't get lazy. Keep on doing what you set out to do. I gotta find that strainer. Okay, I found the strainer. She found it for me. Now, gotta make some magic here. Let's see. You need to consume 1 gram of protein for every pound. No, I haven't been doing that. I do take protein every from the things I eat, but sometimes it's not enough. Back in Hawaii now and then, or Seattle, I used to buy these protein bars from Walmart, but they had a lot of other shit in there too, which wasn't good. I met an old man in a wheelchair in Walmart in Hawaii, and he was smart. He knew that he had to up his protein, so he actually was taking everything, protein bars, whatever. I said, yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. He was already in a wheelchair, but he still wanted to maintain his muscles. There we go. Strain this puppy. Ooh, a little bit too much in here. Hold on. Overflow. Overkill. Oh, it's all over my table now. Thank you, stupid me. Gotta make the perfect tea here. Now I'm going to pour this back in the other. For a second time. The water's leaking everywhere. All over the table. Not enough in there now. For my big glass. Yeah, half of it is on the fucking table. Hold on. Oh well. Let me sop this stuff up all over my table here. Gosh, there's junk on this table. Yeah, when I was pouring it, I lost some of the water in here. So now I don't have a... My God, that cup's supposed to be all the way to the top. We're going to go with what's in here. I think that's fairly concentrated. And the rest of the tea, I don't know, put in a plant, organic matter. Yeah, it has a good color to it, so I think that's potent enough. Well, tea is just part of my regime. Come on, you must know better than that. You don't know what the fuck I eat. I eat a lot of good food. I'm not lacking protein. We eat chicken all the time. Sometimes beef. I'm not lacking. But yeah, I understand supplementation with more protein. I get it. I get it. I was thinking about buying a big tub of whey protein. I always hated the taste of that shit. Might do that. Well, I don't measure my protein. I don't measure it. Oh, that's a strong tea. That's nothing wrong with that. That worked out pretty good. That's pretty strong. Hey, I start off my day with protein too. I have at least a couple of eggs. Some people have a lot more than that. A lot of my meals have to do with chicken or something in there. I'm getting protein. But if you're not active enough, that protein could turn into fat. The whole idea of protein building muscle, but actually your body will utilize the protein. And you'll see results with the protein if you do a lot of exercise consistently. Consistently. Coffee protein powder. Coffee protein powder? No, I never heard. Are you one of these muscle men or something? There's my 13 in here. There they are. There's my famous 13 in here. You always come in late, Mix. Always coming late. I really don't know how many calories I put. I don't measure any of that shit. I don't know how many calories. A man's got to have at least 1,800 calories to 2,000 calories per day. It's according. A woman's requirement is just a little bit less. But I think through the course of the day, I'm getting enough calories. When it comes to weight, the only thing that matters is calories. So what are you saying? To bulk up on food, bulk up on calories? I promise you, the only thing that will ever affect your weight is fat gain is calories. I have no problem with my weight. I average, I'm not a tall guy. I average, 70 kilos to 73 kilos. Sometimes I go as low as 68 or low. It's according, it varies, but one thing I'm not is overweight. But if you see me walking down the street, you didn't know me from jack shit, you wouldn't say, oh, that guy is waif thin, or he looks like he's malnourished, or something like that. No, they'd say I look pretty average or above for my age and height. I would venture to think they would. Yes, too much protein will not make you fat. Well, no, too much protein will not make you fat. Too many calories will make you fat. Well, don't you have to utilize that protein with exercise to make it work for you? Otherwise, you're eating all that food is just going to turn calories into fat, but you have to work the protein. That's why, let me give you an example. If you have inactive dogs and you feed them a high protein kibble, if anything, it's going to make them fat. because they're not running around a lot. They're not working off. They're not working off the calories. They're not, but they're having too much protein. You don't want to give high a kibble to a dog. It's the same as a human. Too much protein if they're not going to work it off. Too many people overcomplicate weight gains. It's all calories. Well, yeah, you're getting weight gain from calories. Yes, I understand that. I know what you're trying to say. No, it does not matter eating too much. Protein is much better than not eating enough. I have nothing against protein, you know. If I had like a big bin of some whey protein, I don't know if I like the whey protein, though. But if I had it, I'd be utilizing it right now in the morning. Yeah, I'd be utilizing it right now. Did you see the big man video boasting about his wealth? Oh, Jesus Christ. Again. That's all he's got. He's got nothing more than that, Mix. He's got nothing more than that. Money is not everything, and in his case, it's certainly not. Frank, at your age and weight, you should eat at least 100 grams of protein a day. Believe me, it's quite difficult to hit 100 grams of protein a day. Oh, I know it is. What do you want me to do? Eat 3 whole chickens a day? I'm not going to do that. You know, am I going to, with saturated fats and some of the beef? You want me to get a ton of fucking ground beef and eat it all day long? There's some negative things that come with that. Lovely Flam says, what all the money when you're extremely obese? And that's referring to the big guy you're talking about? He's supposed to be sitting down writing the novel of the century or something, isn't he? But now he's back on again. Now he's boasting about how much money he makes. Pretty sad, isn't it? You think the big man can bring his wealth into his coffin? They think. What good is it if you're not really that happy? I don't think these people are all that happy, even if they have money. I just don't buy that. I don't buy it. Ben Breeze says, I cannot stress how important it is that you up your protein. Well, I'll try. Lovely Phil Am says, it's sad he made his woman do a show yesterday. Really? Trashing you and Mix, me and Mix? He made his woman do that? Okay, I gotta go catch it and record it. It's water off a duck's back, yeah. You know, when it heats up, that's when you hear from these guys. You flush them out, they start talking about you a lot more. You know, the truth hurts and all that, they react to it. So he's really upset that Mix comes to my channel. He's really upset about that. He's really upset. And what were they saying? Why don't you kind of recap? What was he having his women, plural, women, whatever, or woman say? Oh, yeah, hit and run. Yeah, one of those hit and run. Hey, man, you're going to put something on about me. Keep it up. What do you got to hide? I mean, you put it on, so follow through. Follow through. Don't hide it. Don't hide it. Actually, well, I won't say. The wife or the mistress? Which one, he's saying. Lovely Philip says, I asked where she met her husband. She was real quiet, had no answer. Then she was proud of him and his side chick. Honeycomb. I bet they are. Don't worry, he's listening right now. If you have anything to say to him, right here. Oh, she didn't want to say where she met him. Yeah. Hello. Oh, lovely Gilda.
I have Gcash.
Oh, is there another Gcash there? Where do you see that? Huh? Hold on, put this on mute. Okay, sorry about that. Lovely Philam says she's just embarrassed that her husband cheated on her, so she's playing the part like she accepted it, LOL. She's just embarrassed that her husband cheated on her, so she's playing the part like she accepted it. That's all hell, Mick says, that's all hell ever have is money. What good is it to him now? The mistress will have it all, more than likely. But like I said, I don't give a fuck what he does. But they were all upset. Now that I did get 2 Gcash donations last night, and we'll see what happens today. Yes, I did announce it. We're going to be a capitalist here. My show, it's overdue. We're not monetized, but on my description box there is in fact, I'll read you off the number right now if you don't want to go there, and I'm going to give you the number right now because they get upset. If you're ready, I'll give you that number. My Gcash, my friends. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready for love. The number is, my friends, 0969-367-3217. I'll repeat it. 0969-367-3217. Should be in my description box. Should be. I have to recheck it later. There you go. Mick says, I'll say this. The wife has him by his balls. Illuminar, hello. Celia's talking. I'm jealous of ego. Jealous of what? Jealous of what? Lovey Philem says, and Mr. Liang is so infatuated with the unemployed teacher. Oh, okay. Lumina says, she said you're frail, but she's talking crap on Mix. Talking crap on Mix. Mix is part of that family unit now, isn't he? Oh, what are you saying on there, Luminar? She said that I'm frail, but she's talking about crap on Mix. Oh, gotcha. Mix says, I fully believe Ego has links to Israel, and I'd guess he is Jewish or has Jewish heritage given his behavior. I wouldn't know. What is my name? My name is Frank. I'm from America originally, living in the Philippines. Hello, Mr. McCarran Camera Work or GameWorks. Thank you to the newbies. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification buttons, when I do another show. We have a lot to talk about on my show. We're not certainly the biggest show, one of the smaller shows on but we've been around for a whole decade. Long story, I ain't going to go into it. Why I don't have the masses here watching and why I don't have the numbers. Okay. Sure. Thank you for that. Mick says not saying himself directly, but I guess he has heritage somewhere. Who is calling Frank frail? Apparently she is. Where did the frail slander start? I don't know. Because I don't weigh 350 pounds and I'm not 6'10", something like that. No, it really started because they started to be very artful with their editing and stuff, and they would very often make little pictorial things of me, advancing my age on there like 40 years or something above my age, accentuating my features, whether under my eyes or my features for my age and all that stuff. And if anything, it's like wishful thinking, because they know I've kind of kept my shit together pretty well. In which, if you look at these people, well, they can't say that. I could guarantee you. That I could guarantee you. They just went along with it, that's all it was. Look, the fact is, you're not trying to make somebody feel good if you're a troll. The whole idea is to knock people because you've basically done your job of pretty much exposing these people for who they really are. That's what it comes down to. And they don't like it, but they could dish it out, brothers. They know how to dish it out. They have no problem with that. And you don't see Big E come on camera much, do you? Well, there's a reason for that. That's all I'll say to that. You just figure out the rest. Frank is getting hammered so hard by these people, he really needs to start a serious channel. Dude, why are you always saying that? This is a serious channel. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, you know what? It also takes cooperation from my viewers, too, to give me an incentive to stay on here and build the channel. All right, I did get 2 donations last night. Okay, but there's who follow me. I haven't seen any more. Well, I didn't check actually yet. I didn't check currently. But now that I got a Gcash, all right, let's see all you supporters that are wishing me well, that want me to build my channel. Where's your generosity on this? Where is your support? Oh yeah, build the channel, this and that. But, seriously, you don't owe me a dime in a set, but gotta admit, I carried myself a long time on without monetizing. I just figured, man, I'm just gonna, do something a little bit by just adding Gcash until I could become monetized. But it takes your cooperation if you want this show to be successful. You want me to keep on vlogging. You always saying it. You got to keep on vlogging, Frank, blah, 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 blah. But sometimes you need that support. Bottom line. You're right, Frank. You have started making positive changes. I've always been positive. I haven't decided on a name. My original name is My Philippines Interest, But that's a very basic, generic name, which I can go with, too. There's nothing wrong with that. Sure. Basic. Very basic. Here we go with Alice. Yeah. 2 eggs and 6 ounces of chicken and 6 ounces of steak adds up to about 100 grams. Wow. So I have to eat a lot of eggs. Well, I'm not going to be having steak every day, okay? I mean, seriously. Even I have a budget, okay? Even I have a budget. But if you guys start donating, I'll start buying more steaks. What I like about you, Frank, is that you stand firm against these bullies. Somebody has to. But I'm really serious about this. Everybody is cashing in on their shows. Everybody's cashing. I mean, look, you see how long I've been doing this without asking for a dime, without putting anything up that'll get like Gcash or PayPal or anything. How long has that been? Forever. I still do shows without being monetized. So it simply means I'm a serious vlogger. Because money has never been the denominator on my show. It's never been. But yet we got these jerk-offs on there who are making money, talking about bullshit, lying most of the time, doing stupid things and chasing their tail, and people seem to love it, and they're donating, and their AdSense is adding up, and they're laughing all the way to the fucking bank. Yeah, I don't mind canned tuna. In fact, I have to buy more. It's the only fish I sort of kind of really eat. Lean chicken. We eat a lot of chicken, Ben, around here. Chicken is one of our main staples, actually, around here. Although, when we go to a meat shop somewhere, we will buy. Well, I have access to ribeyes. There is a local store here that does carry some ribeyes. It comes from S&R, actually, because that little store is part of the next door is a restaurant that buys all their stuff from S&R. So they have this little outlet right next to them, and they sell different products from S&R, like as far as meats, all kinds of different shit. Not a lot, but that's where I get my ribeyes, and that is from S&R, actually. I know. I'll be boiling some eggs in a little while. Actually, I might make another omelet. And I'm getting protein from other sources too, because when I make an omelet, I'm going to have cheese in there. I'm going to have cream cheese in there. I made a great one the other day, didn't I? Good omelet. Of course, what are you having? Are you having that nice little piece of cake? That is, what kind was the flavor again? That was caramel. A lot of sugar, babe. A lot of sugar. Mick says, I remember the millionaire big man being on his mistress channel for a few years, touting for some super chats for her. Talk about greed. There you go. Read how much protein is in the tuna, Frank. It's probably 20 grams per can. Yeah, I could eat tuna, but the problem is, in town here, I'm always finding the tuna that's in vegetable oil, which I don't want, or it has some spicy crap in it. They love spiced foods, or packed in water. I look for the ones that's packed in water, not vegetable oil, not seed oil. And I don't find a lot of it here, but I don't know. Even when I went to S&R last time, I wasn't finding that. But yeah, tuna would give me the protein I need every day. A couple cans of tuna, that's a lot of grams of protein. Yeah, I do agree with you on upping the protein for the muscle control. Yes, I am getting older. You will get frail if you don't pay attention to a little bit of exercise, and of course, getting the amount of protein in. That's a definite. I do agree with you on that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. Speaking of protein, I'm probably gonna make a few eggs. Maybe make an omelet again. Because you're also getting some protein from the cream cheese. You're getting protein from the cheddar. I think I got enough cheddar to make another 1 or 2 omelets, which I hope my dear Gilda's going to have a little bit. But a lot of Filipinos, they like to have with their coffee. And by the way, that was a gift. That was a gift. Okay. They like to have some cake or pandesal or even just plain bread if they don't have,
Yeah, bread.
with their coffee. Eat more steak. Eat more steak. Mick says, Filipinos have a sweet tooth. Yes, they do. I do too, but I have it under control. For the most part, I do anyway. Fortunately, I thought I was pre-diabetic, and it turns out I wasn't. But I will monitor that every 3 months or so. The last thing you want to become is diabetic, because that's when you start falling apart. Literally, I'm serious of it. You
Control.
control. Yeah, control. You have to have some control. She's right. But you don't have control.
Me? I'm not always eating cake, huh?
Well, because we don't always have cake. But if we had cake here all the time.
Because we control our. Because if we have, you must eat.
Well, yeah, but the same thing about rice. What do you think that is? It's a starch. It turns into, it's carbohydrates. It's simple carbohydrates, which turns into starch, which turns into
Start.
sugar, which turns into calories, which turns into fat. Yeah, too much tuna is not good too, because some tuna does have mercury, unless it specifies on the can that it's mercury-free or something, whatever, but out here, nah,
I don't believe tuna's mercury-free in can.
You don't think there's mercury in tuna in a can?
I don't believe if tuna-free, kanang mercury-free in can.
Oh, you don't believe it's mercury-free in a can? No, I don't either. No, I don't either. But yeah, but because of the fact that I don't eat fish mostly, and I'm not worried about the mercury. It's the bottom fish you got to worry about. And actually, it's the bigger fish. I did a show on this before. The bigger the fish, the more contaminants that fish is going to have, like mercury and other chemicals. Because the bigger fish, they eat the little fish. Okay? And some of them are bottom feeders and stuff. And you got a big old fish. And what they say is, if you're going to eat fish, put it in your plate. Measure it. Does it go over your plate? You want to eat a fish that goes from side to side at most. If the fish is bigger than your dinner plate, you're probably getting too much mercury and other shit that's in it. They say that if you keep, because the older the, I know, Ollie, the older the fish is, the bigger the fish is, the older the fish is, the more mercury and other contaminants it's going to have. And that's scientific, actually. It's not coming from me, Frank, saying that with no backup. The bigger the fish. And there's truth to that. Yes, but you have to eat a lot of tuna before you have to worry about mercury poisoning. I don't know, at my age, just don't eat 4 cans of tuna every day. I don't mind tuna if it was in a tuna salad or tuna sandwich, but, I just don't like the taste of fish, period. Ben says, yeah, Mix, unfortunately, Filipino food isn't known for being healthy. No, it's really not. We know that already. Like I said, you can't change a culture. And they are going to eat what's on the table. If your family is not prosperous, you're still going to want to eat. Well, you got to eat what's on the table. You're forced to do so. Now you see Slim's or Jolene's baby. Perfect bad example. The kid is probably 2.5 times the acceptable weight for a 1-year-old. Look at the arms and the legs. I've never seen it. Well, I have seen that in Hawaii, actually. Truthfully, I have seen that in Hawaii. A lot of times. She's feeding the kid all these fucking McDonald's hamburgers and so she don't know how to cook. I'm sorry, I call that child abuse. You call it what you want. To me, that's child abuse. The kid doesn't have a choice. Well, seed oil comes from A lot of the vegetable oils are made from seeds, They extract the oil from seeds. And that's very unhealthy for you. Now, she'll cook with canola oil, which is not the worst, but it's not the best either. Canola oil, it's relatively inexpensive. Me, I'd rather just use, I'm frying something, I'd rather use just plain old butter, or I use 100% virgin olive oil, or use butter. I have nothing against butter. Nothing against butter at all. Butter actually, you say, well, it has cholesterol in it, but no. Your brain needs cholesterol, your liver needs a little bit of cholesterol, no matter what they say. When you go to a doctor's, you have a test made to test your overall cholesterol. You want to test for free cholesterol, first of all, secondary. But some people have a cholesterol level of 200 and above, and they're freaking out, and the doctor's saying, oh, your cholesterol is too high. No, it isn't. Not at 200. You can get away with 300, maybe a little higher than that. They're all telling you something that was all false information. Your liver utilizes it, your brain utilizes made of a lot of cholesterol. You do need cholesterol. Don't go overbound, but have a cholesterol test, going fast. Have an overall cholesterol, your triglycerides are real important. You want to concentrate on your triglycerides overall. But then you want to get triglycerides. I mean, that's a good indicator right there. Your overall cholesterol numbers. But if it's extremely high, then I say, okay, that's a problem. But, you want to keep your cholesterol down to 100? It's not good enough. I mean, you need more cholesterol. Butter is nothing. I'll eat that like it's going out of style, from potatoes, whatever. I'll cook with it. I have no problem with butter at all, with that kind of dairy. Yeah, avocado oil in moderation is good. The avocado oil is good too. I think the problem with coconut oil is that it's the heating temperature, I think it burns too high and could be kind of turns carcinogenic, like a lot of the seed oils. And olive oil in moderation is good too, yeah. No, you don't want Crisco. You don't want Crisco. I grew up with Crisco in my family. Horrible stuff. The point is, don't use seed oils. If you want to use an oil, invest in a good bottle of extra virgin, cold pressed olive oil. It's expensive, but you don't have to, you could use it in moderation. Take a half a teaspoon before you go to bed. That might be 20 to 30% prevent heart attacks overnight. Believe it or not. But where do I notice all this information? I know. I just make it up to have a show, right? Because I have nothing else to talk about. Let's give them something to talk about, and we do. Crisco's a joke. How about how much Teflon and microplastics on our bodies? Well, I know, but to tell you the truth, at my getting advanced age I'm not too concerned about that. In fact, I'm not even using my pan. I'm using my ceramic pan now, because our black pan, which is made of probably Teflon, is all scratching off, and that ain't good. That ain't good at all. I'm encouraging them not to use that, and they are. We have that white ceramic pan. We have to get more pans here. That's one thing in the budget I have to put in. Yeah, Teflon is not good. Well, it's really hard for people that are used to have their certain ways of what they eat, whether they're not counting calories or they're not paying attention to how much protein they need and why they're eating all this fast food and all that shit. It's part of it is by choice, part of it is because they don't give a fuck. And look at them. The very people you're talking about on here are overweight. Some of the people you're talking about here are actually overweight. Plastic, I know I'm guilty of that. I have a plastic, spatula I use. I know. Stainless steel pans and utensils are a must. Well, stainless steel pans, find a good stainless steel pan. Of course, all my utensils are stainless steel. Of course. But, especially as you get older, if you give a fuck about your life and you give a fuck about your longevity, sometimes you do have to make some changes. You may not be able to change everything. I understand that, because if anybody knows that, I know that, because I do smoke. One of the next worst things you could do besides alcohol, and I think alcohol is on the top of the list. I don't drink alcohol, but I'm no expert on that, but I read a hell of a lot about alcohol, and I learned a lot more than I knew about it. Even one drink, what it does to your liver and everything else. And most of these trolls on here, people, they all drink like a fish. Look at fucking Jay, and there's Ricky, and other people on here. They all drink. They all drink. Hey, look at me, acting like an asshole. Ain't I funny? Oh, yeah, donate to me. Yeah, I'm being an asshole. People do donate to these assholes too. Go figure, but I guess people need some entertainment, I don't know. I should be rolling in money. I should be monetized. I should be, actually. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Are you ready? Are you ready for love? Yeah, baby. You know I am. Anytime. Anyway, making a point here. And not the pimple point between some of these people's shoulders on here. Making a point. Making a point. People talk and talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. No, they don't know how. They're just too busy dishing out throwing all this mud at people, but they don't examine themselves. And maybe they actually do examine themselves. They're not happy what they're looking at in a mirror. I'm gathering. So when somebody does have their shit together in one form or another, they get upset and they get jealous and toss all these bad words. Frank is this, Frank is that, Frank is this. Well, that means I'm something. If I'm this and that, I must be something, right? For such a wealthy, well, you assume that he's wealthy. We don't even totally know that either, but whatever. Let's just say. For such a wealthy person, Big Man donates very little to YouTubers. Yeah, you noticed that? But what he does behind the scenes that he won't talk about, like funding somebody. How about that? How about that? Oh, they're not going to come out. They'll lie about, I never gave funding to anybody. Oh, no. What about the Free Barry J campaign? Why didn't the deep pockets help Barry get out of jail? No. They were promoting Barry. Oh, you got Mick Fishburger. You got Big E, the high roaders, saying Barry shouldn't be in jail. He should have been out there a long time ago. Well, you got the deep pockets, bro. Get him out of jail. Stop bullshitting. Stop bullshitting. That's what I say. Stop bullshitting. Put your money where your mouth is. That's what I say. He'll fund to a bully, yeah. They're all bullshit artists. But they'll come to the defense of what they call a helpless dame, a helpless woman. Oh, we'll help her out because she's female. Oh, that's a good reason to help her out. Because she's female. So being female makes you innocent, in other words. You can't do no wrong. I'll argue that point all day long. We know what's going on behind the scenes. I know what's going on. They're not going to tell you No, they're not going to tell you. It's my understanding he wanted Barry J's women for debauchery and she declined to offer, so no money. Well, your opinions are welcome on here. I have no answer to that. But let's be serious about this. If they really gave a shit about how long Barry J's has been imprisoned, if they really gave a shit about him, he would have been out of there a long time ago. And, they could have used that to throw in my face even if they wanted to. That's fine. But they won't give to him because, well, Barry owes me $250,000 besides owing the court $250,000. They will not give in because I am tied to this. That's what it really is. That's bottom lining it right there. They won't give in because of that. But then again, I don't think they would have gave in anyway. Truthfully, if he didn't owe me $250,000, still, it's all talk, no action. If anything, they'll fund his ex-girlfriend. And by the way, I don't even have her life as a Filipina or something like that. I have not seen her channel in quite a while. She's had several different titles. I don't go there because I haven't been there because I can't link into that. I can't, like, for example, if somebody sent me a link on an email, I'd be able to go there. But if I just punch in the title, and I really don't care to look at her face, to be honest with you. I really, I don't. Okay, let's put it that way mildly. I don't really care to look at her or to listen to her. But, it is what it is. But can I assume that there is no relationship with him at this point? She even said on one show entitled Single Again. Do you remember that one? It said, I did see that one. It said Single Again. Was that just a bunch of bullshit crap to throw people off? Or was it true? But did she finally wake up and see that light at the end of the tunnel, that there is no future with the guy? Nick says he made that proposition when he went to the detention center. The big man has a sewer mind. They drink every day, really bad. Well, that's their gig. And what's this here? I didn't read. Mick says, it's my understanding he wanted Barry J's women for debauchery. Okay, got that. And for a guy that's working on his novel that's going to be on Netflix someday, what a joke. He's sure spending a lot of time lately. He said he was getting off YouTube for a while to concentrate on his writing. What, writing about me? Why not do a book on me since you're so interested in me, big guy? Come on, let's come out with a novel. Maybe it'll sell. Of course, it would be fiction, of course. But he bullshits enough, he could probably write some pretty good fiction. Yeah, they do drink a lot, don't they? What is it, to hide their emotions? Or, what is the purpose? To hide the fact that their life ain't exactly what they project it to be on social media. That's for sure. The big man has some high opinion of himself. That's what a narcissist is. That's what they do. They're cocky, self-centered. That's a narcissist. By the way, say hello to the regulars on here. Don C, I'm sure, is listening. Popeye is listening right now. The Big Wallet is listening right now with his harem. And say hello. Let's say hello to them. They don't miss a trick. The big Wallet used to say a lot, I don't listen to Frank's show. People usually send me a link or something. That's bullshit. He listens every fucking day. Every day. He's part of the big 13. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Don The big man has some high opinions of himself. That's what a narcissist is. Okay. Me, I'm no narcissist in any form or way. I've never exhibited that at all. Not at all on here. I just tell it like it is. In fact, I told you, I'm one of my biggest critics of myself, really. That's not a narcissist. You can't label somebody who critiques himself, because a narcissist wouldn't do that. They're only happy when they try to make somebody else miserable. That's all it really is. That's when they're happy. It says volumes about the person. I don't care what money he has. It doesn't make him a better person for having more money than the next guy. It just gives them money to just do more debauchery and all this other shit. And their misogynistic ways, you know. Because they're misogynists, they're big critics, they're narcissists. And they think the money, and look what's happening with Trump with all his billions. He's not even liquid, that money, by the way. Trump's going down. We all know that. We know that now. There's no doubt about it where this guy's heading. He's even, you know, a racist. He's came out to be a big racist. Even his own fucking party is not down on that. I mean, they don't like that either. Makes his party look really, really bad. Okay, what's this here? Oh, that was embarrassing. I did see that. Oh, God, I did see that. Yes, I did. That was embarrassing. There was no filters on his women. There was nothing. There was no filters. No filters. You make your own judgment. That's all I'm going to say. For legal purposes, that's all I'm going to say. There was no filters. None of them could sing, obviously, and to me, it was just embarrassing as hell. Why would you put that on? That's them in the flesh, who they are. Make your own judgments. I say no more. Mix message to mother of the big man boy, for God's sake, keep a proper eye on the kids and don't let him get distressed and confused like was seen in that karaoke room. The poor kid wanted out of there and was ignored. I'd have to examine that again. Illuminar says he has to pay Peeper freely to attack you. Oh, I'm sure he's had people on his payroll, various people, for quite a long time. Really, if you have to get that low to do that, that means you can't do anything yourself, and you have to, build up a little private army to go against somebody you don't like. That's pretty pathetic. Mick says it's the short, Frank. Here, look at as if they will take it down. No, I've seen it already. He can take it down. Yeah, oh yeah. Then you told me that they took the show down where his wife or girlfriend, mistress, whatever, was knocking me and you, Micko. See, that's when you know you're getting to them. That's excellent, actually. That's excellent. That you are getting to them. When you speak the truth, they're going to fight back. They're going to get defensive. And after they get defensive, they get offensive. It works in that order. Actually, I'm aware of it. I copied it. Don't worry, I got it. I'm playing coy. I've seen it. Yeah, I know. One with the young boys trying to escape out of the room. I got the other one too, where they're talking about me and Mix. I've got it. Just being coy about it. I've got it down. The boy was clearly distressed. Well, yeah, forcing your kid into something like that, if they're uncomfortable, take them out of the room or just stop what you're doing.
I don't know what point they're trying to make. Oh, we're a family. We're having fun. That he wants to subject his viewers to the lousiest fucking karaoke, videoke, and listening to them sing, including himself. I mean, that's merciless. I know, it's the kids that always suffer. I know. Yeah, I would think it's kind of shameful. I'm not sure what the message is. Look at us, me and my harem, we're having a wonderful time. Whether it's a restaurant, a karaoke thing, or whatever. Look at us. I mean, why does he have to prove to the audience, oh, I'm having a wonderful time? I don't put all my family in on this all the time. I'm not showing everything around here. Drips and drabs, that's it. I don't really involve them on my show unless they have to be in it because we got an outing or they're walking by while I'm doing a live. I'm actually on camera, It's called Big E, I'm Broke. His channel name is Big E, B-I-G, separate word, E, which stands for Eric, and the words I'm Broke. Doesn't take much for them to get upset. Like Don C is falling apart now because he knew got 2 donations overnight. I haven't even checked today. Haven't even gone there. No, I wouldn't be surprised if it was taken down. I didn't check. But Don C already was saying on the copycat channel that, Frank put his Gcash on. This is going to be funny because nobody's going to donate to him. Well, I surprised him because I made $150 between 2 donations ever since I put the Gcash on. And Don's upset. Oh, he's upset, red-faced and all. Because they see me as an adversary. They see me as a person who put that proverbial mirror in front of their face. That's all it is. And not just me. There's other people, too, that don't particularly like them. And for good reason. Well, he starts his show. Well, I can't even stand listening to his voice. You know, that visceral effect you get from people sometimes? There's a few people that really affected me. Fazio, him. Who else that really really has a visceral effect? Well, it's sickening. They all got their own set of problems, but they don't want to admit to it. But then they make mistakes when they expose them. I remember that Facebook time when he was talking about one of the ladies. And it happened when they were living in the Philippines. And why do you think that he moved out of the Philippines? You all know the answer to that. I don't have to reiterate. I don't have to go back. You know why he moved out of the Philippines. And why he's like, building up, oh, Vietnam is so wonderful. And compared to the Philippines, it's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out. Well, howdy, folks. Sickening. Isn't it sickening? Shows what a jerk-off this guy is. You could hear the cockiness in his voice straight away. Absolutely. Abso-stinking-lutely. Imagine being in a relationship with him. It's got to be that carrot, I'm sorry, I have my own opinion, and I'll stick to it. No disclaimer. It's the carrot, man. Hang that carrot. Hang it every day. They'll stay around. You can hear the cockiness. Thanks for the hearts. Okay, people, we're going to come straight out with it. We're going to come straight out for it. For Don's sake, for his sake. My Gcash is open, folks. Go to the description box. If it doesn't happen to be there, I'm going to again, and they hate when I do this, I'm going to give you the number. Grab a pen, whatever you have to do. We're going to give you that number. And let's see how much support I can get on my show. After years and years of just hanging in the sidelines, giving out free advice without throwing mud back in these horrible trolls' faces. When I seen him about boasting today about his wealth earlier, it turned my stomach. Wealth is not everything. We've established that. Here is my Gcash number, folks. Do me one good. And are you ready for this? Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. The number is, folks, if you don't see it in the description box, is 0969 367 3217. That's 09. What is that? 69 367 3217. There you go. No, they'll get pissed off if you make a donation. Oh, they will. Oh, they will. They don't want to see me progress on my channel. They don't want to see me make money on my channel, and they were happy that I had no monetization. But I do got the Gcash. It's better than a kick in the ass. And I was fortunate enough to make a couple of donations overnight, or last night. And Don C is spinning like a top right now. So we will be open about it. And we're going to say, and I'm going to push it every fucking show. I'm going to push it. That yes, whether they like it or not, I do have Gcash. And this is also a good test for my supporters too. It's, double. It's, twofold actually. There you go. And you got the numbers. Do me one good, my friends. Do me one good. I don't have to expose who you are that sent it. I can mention your name in the future. If you made a donation, I'll give you that choice. But I will respect your privacy. The high roaders think everyone else is penniless. They're the only ones with money. They assume that. They don't know how much money I got in the bank. I could be broke as a skoke. Or maybe I'm very comfortable. I'm not going to say either way. You make your own deductions. But I think, with all the time I put into my show all the time, it's about time I jump on the bandwagon. When you got all these creepy crawlers out there making buku money for bullshit, nonsense shows, doing stupid things, being horribly redundant, here I am, rocking like a hurricane, putting on a show day after day with no reward. No rewards at all, except for the satisfaction of putting on a good show and talking about things that matter. Could be science, environmental, it could be political. At times I hate health suggestions. I use that word, suggestions. I gave a lot of my time and a lot of myself. Mick says, I think it's the measure of the person you were dealing with. And that's all they know is money to make judgment on others. Well, you can have all the money in the world, but if you've got stage 4 cancer or something and you're going to die, I'm afraid that money ain't going to help you one lick. It's not going to help you at all. You give up all your riches to find a cure for that particular cancer, but chances are you're too far gone. It ain't going to work. You're going to die, motherfucker, no matter how much money you have. They use money. There's my famous 13. We know who they are. They use money as a denominator for everything. It justifies how they act on YouTube. It justifies they think what they say about others on here. When they talk about me, it's like a a bonnet in my hair. You know, they're just promoting me, is what they're doing. And it's pretty obvious why they're doing it. Because look, you know, guys, I've been labeled everything you could possibly be labeled on here. You all know whether it's true or not. You know what they talk about. They accuse me of this, that, and the other. You've been listening to me for a long time. You know the truth. But they're going to say it anyway, because it makes them feel good about themselves. Nick says, my advice to the big man is get a deep coffin so you can put in all that money and your bullion of gold. Yeah. That won't do a damn bit of good if that money isn't sucked off him before he dies for various reasons. He's an evil man. He's not a nice guy. Since we got on the subject, he's not a nice guy. He never was. He's not a guy you could trust. He's not a guy that could be a good friend. He's not a guy that gives a fuck about anything but himself, really. At least I can say I have a real family unit here. It's real. I hold no carrot in front of my girlfriend's face. Not one fucking bit from the beginning to today. She's with me because she wants to. It has nothing to do with that carrot being dangled in front of them. Nothing to do with that at all. Exactly, you can't trust him. He's not the healthiest either, though, let me tell you that. Remember, you're a really large size like that, your heart's been under a lot of stress all your life. And I don't know what he say. He will not put himself on camera, though. He will not put himself on camera for good reason. You just figure out what that might be. He's always been overweight. He won't show what he's looking like. These are cowards. I do go on camera. I absolutely do. And you know I do. You know I do. I'm not afraid to. So I'm ready. Are you ready for love? Here I am. Launching like a hurricane. There I am. Toot. Not afraid to name a name. Here I is. I'm not afraid to get on cam. Do. Here I am. In all my glory. Okay. Looks like I'm going to... How many eggs we got left? We're going through eggs around here like there's no tomorrow. Okay, well, we got some eggs. They're medium size, unfortunately. We're going to make ourselves another omelet again, folks. I was going to make some pancakes this morning. But all this fucking talk about protein, you're making me feel guilty. And yes, we're going to defrost some blueberries too. When you were in America, Frank, you dated numerous Caucasian girls. They weren't all Caucasian, no. Mexican. Well, let me see. Never dated a black chick. What ethnic groups? Well, like Mexican, but yeah, most were Caucasian. Yes, that would be true. But I dated a Mexican girl once, and of course another Filipina and actually a Hawaiian. Had a lot of Hawaiian in it, in Hawaii, but a Filipina in Hawaii. Yeah. I don't know if she's gonna have some of my egg, but I hope she does. Make 3 eggs, get that protein since he's gotten on this. One of my viewers has got me on the protein kick here. Now you made me do it, right? Now you made me do it, right? Now you're gonna want me to go out and buy some cans of tuna. Yeah, I will. Where's my lighter? I gotta get this pan going. And actually, I want to get my ingredients put together here before I do anything. I don't wait till the last minute. What do I got left of my cheese and where is it all? Where are you? Where are you? Where did my cheese and cream cheese go? It's here. It's hidden behind something here. Now I gotta go through all this to find it. Come on, man. Come on, man. Where is it? See, man, I'm on camera. Read comment above. It says, when you were in America, Frank, you dated numerous Caucasian girls. Well, yeah. Yeah. Mostly, yes. Mostly. Holy shit. Do I gotta go through this whole thing to find my cream cheese and my cheddar cheese? Where is it? Where the fuck? Oh my goodness. Ah. Pardon me, folks. Chattanooga choo-choo. Where is it? Either I'm blind as a fucking buzzard. What the fuck? I don't know. I have to ask the lady. Where's my cream cheese? I had it in the little bags, little plastic Ziploc bags. What the fuck? Gilder? Yes? Can you tell me where my cream cheese and cheddar is? I can't find it in here.
You're the one using this today.
Nah, I put it in here. Right where I normally would put it.
How you look, you're doing your...
I must be blind as a buzzard. I want to make an omelet here. Ain't just disappearing. I had it in the Ziploc bags. I had it in Ziploc bags. Where was it? Way in the back. We got the butter. Okay. And that's both in one bag. Whatever I got left of the cheddar cheese.
yourself half.
Okay, now that we got that, now we can start. Now we can start. Got the butter. I'm going to cook with the butter. I absolutely am. Let's get this heat going. Here we go. Good boy. All right, where's my knife? Now, did I remind you, folks, I do have Gcash out there? Just a friendly reminder. Just a friendly reminder. That's right, I'm pushing you, Biggie. I'm pushing you, Don. Popeye. Sure you betcha. Sure you betcha. Let's see how loyal my fans are. And let's kind of sock it to them. Sock it to them, sock it to them. Become Socrates. Sock it to them, baby. They don't want to see me get ahead. Oh, no. They don't want to see me excel. They don't want to see me make money on my show. No. Okay, let me add this butter here. Because I'm getting ready, baby, here. I'm going to make my famous omelet here. Sure you betcha. Sure you betcha. Which reminds me of that movie. What the hell was that town? Dakota? What was that? Okay, hold on here, folks. Okay. There, okay, there goes the egg. All right, here comes. Just throwing some, here, chunks. Oh, come on, turn the camera. Turn some chunks of cheddar cheese in this puppy. Okay, I'm going to add more. Might as well use the rest of the cheddar because that's all I have left. We're going to make this thing cheesy, lots of protein. Yeah, there's going to be some cholesterol in there. No worries. No worries. Okay, let's cut up some cream cheese in this puppy, of course. It's like making a lasagna here, really. A little more cream cheese. A little more cream cheese. There we go. Spare no expense. Spare no. Okay, we're going to get some black pepper. Where are you, black pepper? There we go. Ready? Are you ready? Come on. Okay, that's enough pepper. We're gonna put a little bit of this wonderful Himalayan pink salt in there. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. Now, I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I got to use a plastic spatula. Sorry about that. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready for an omelet. Yes, I'm ready. Okay, doing good. Excellent, excellent. Par excellente. Hello, Britt. Welcome back to the show. We are making a morning omelet with 3 eggs. Wow, we were talking about protein, so he convinced me, one of my viewers. 3 eggs, it's good protein, it's cream cheese has protein, it's butter has We're doing it. We are doing it. Yes, we are. How you doing, Big E? How's it hanging? How you doing, Don C? Hey, Popeye, Poops. How's it hanging, dude? Okay. Says I don't come on fucking camera. I got nothing to hide. No, Dr. Jekyll, and we're not Mr. Hyde. Let's see if we can turn this puppy over here. Hold on, folks. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh, that's it. Perfect. Oh. Perfect amundo. Perfect amundo. Oh, sizzling away in that lovely butter. There we go. That's an omelet. Well, you could add onion to that. You could add pieces of tomato in there. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do with an omelet, but I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. There you go. I can shut the gas off now, really. That thing is ready to, man, that thing is ready to go. Oh, it's ready. The secret of life is levels. Levels. Kramer said that. Levels. 2 levels to this, actually. Got the surface. Ooh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know what, folks? This is ready to go. Do. And a Scooby and a Dooby and a Doo. Do. And a Dooby and you. Gcash, folks. Gcash. Support the cause. Support the channel, and there will be more shows and more shows and more shows. I don't have any ham. I don't eat much pork, but I will eat some ham though. Yeah, if it's a good ham. That's it was really missing. Usually when in the past, I make an omelet, I will have ham. Ham and eggs. Everybody knows ham and eggs, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see. I got a big juicy morsel here. Hold on. Kind of hot. Uh-oh. Oh. Don't look at me, Sal. Oh my God, Magnum. That is Juicy Lucy right here, man. There's my protein. No doubt. Ambrosia. Pure ambrosia. Eggs alone is a very lonely existence for an egg. You got to do something with an egg. It really is imperative that you mix things with it. Unless it's just a plain egg. Don't look at me, Ginger. And you can't have anything with cheese in it anyway. I can't give you any of this. The dairy is not good for a dog, by the way. No. Wait till I feed you. It's going to be straight kibble, that's it. There's going to be nothing in there today. No, don't hang, look at him. Look, don't hang around. No. Look at that, 8 thumbs up anyway. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe and hit the notification button. If you like my show, you've been following me for a long time, contributions are welcome in the form of Gcash. They most certainly are. Let's see who my true supporters are. We'll see. You want me to continue? Well, we're on a bandwagon now. Official. You want me to continue my shows? Well, this lovely information that I like to share with my audience. And understanding that I provide valuable information. I might have even saved a few lives on here. What's that word? What is that word? Almost done. Them's good eatings. Especially when it's loaded with cheese. You can't beat that. No, girls, if it was plain egg, I could give you it, but I can't give you. Ugh. We done. We are done. I'm gonna have to wash it down. A little bit of too big. And the vitamins come next. I could wait a little bit, but I need to hydrate. Oh, I dumped out about almost 60 ounces there. Let's put the butter away neatly. Put it in the little Ziploc bag so it stays fresh. I don't know if the cream cheese is worth keeping. There's just a little bit left. Well, I'll put it in the... I'm not going to waste it. Son of a bitch. We'll put it in the bag with the butter. Zip that puppy up. Hold on, guys. All right. Well, I think it's been a pretty good show this morning. And I really thank for the dialogue here. Let's not condemn people necessarily, you know? It is what it is. You can talk about it. There's nothing wrong of giving a little feedback on people here, but let's just, keep it real. Keep it real. You're going to talk about anybody on here, just keep it real. Something that you're all familiar with, that you could always back up in a conversation, say, yes, we've heard it on here too. We've seen these people demonstrate the way they are. Something that we could all relate to, so we know it's true. We don't want to talk about a bunch of damaged goods people if it's not really true. Okay, but that's the difference on my show. That's the major difference. Look at that, puffy. Do I look fucking frail? I don't think so, man. But I promise I will keep the protein. I will do that. Thanks for the reminder for one of my viewers. I really need to do that. I'm at that stage in life where I think it's really important. And we'll talk about that stuff on here. You want to hear stuff? I'll get personal. I'll get personal to a point, but only to a point where it pertains to maybe all of us, really. My philosophical views on life and so forth. And how I'll use that philosophy even on myself, to benefit myself and others. And sure, I talk about a lot of things on here with health things and all that, but I hate to be sounding selfish, but it's not just really for you. It's not just really for you. It's actually for me. I'm having a smoke. I know, all the health things. You see, I'm not afraid to hide that. I'm not afraid to hide that. I do have one bad. But it doesn't mean I have to destroy my body with every fucking thing else in life. People won't even do that. People drinking like they're a fucking fish and they got gills. And on top of that, they don't eat right. They're obese. Yeah, I got a bad. I'm not afraid to hide it. Except I don't smoke on camera. Because I think it's rude. I see several people on here that smoke on camera. Or have historically done so. Kind of rude. It's like blowing smoke in people's faces, even though it's just, on camera. I select Jay, of course. It's just rude. It's just rude. Nobody wants to look at that. Oh, Big Kid's going to do a show in an hour, huh? Oh, it's going to be Troll City, USA, my friends. Troll City, USA. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All the players will be on there. I guarantee you that. Well, you see, that element of truth, it's like a disease that spreads. I say something true about somebody, they all got to gather at the watering hole. And they got to go get on the defense. That's exactly what it is. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Frank's shopping list, yeah. Yeah. Frank's not going to make no money on his show. Hey, let me tell you something. Even one donation is like, wow, cool. It shows that there are people on here that give a shit and they like my show. I'm not going to force anything down anybody's fucking throat. But I'm going to remind you, I've taken the heat for a lot of shit on here. I got a guy, what is that worth? Is where he fucking belongs in a fucking jail cell that people were too afraid to get involved. Let Frank do it. Let him be the fall guy. Sure, why not? Why not? Let him be the fall guy. Come on, out. Out. You'll eat soon, okay? Soon. Always the fall guy. Oh, let somebody else do it. I don't want to get involved. Oh, no, 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 no. Sometimes you do got to get involved. Brett says, thumbnail is a caricature of you. Well, of course. What did you expect from Kevin? Let him do one of himself. It would be The Blob. Remember that movie, The Blob? Kevin is killing himself. I mean, I don't care. He gained back weight again, if you haven't noticed. I noticed. I don't know about you. I'm very observant with shit like that. He gained back weight again. Remember he was out in the cold the other day when he did a short of some sort? And he was breathing kind of hard. He wasn't even moving around much, but probably that cold air is not good for his arteries, really. If he didn't exercise before that, it's not a good thing. But then again, he don't give a fuck about himself. If he don't, no, why should anybody else? But Kevin is, he knows he's on a pretty bad direction with his health. He knows it. It's not like he's not aware of it. He knows it. And so do these other people. Like I said, you could practice all the good health habits in the world and you could still croak. I've always said that. I'm not cocky to believe that, hey, because I do this and I do that and I do this, it's going to give me this wonderful longevity, give me a long, healthful life. But comparatively, I mean, to what they do with their lives, I'm doing a hell of a lot better job other than one bad habit. And I'm not afraid to talk about it. Yeah, I do got a bad habit. It's my bad. It's my bad. I got to deal with it. But like I said, I try to do other things good about myself. They won't even do that. Even if they don't smoke, they drink a lot. Everybody drinks on here. It's their own responsibility. It's their own bodies. Just as it is to me. So call me a hypocrite. Call me a lot. You call me everything. You might say, yeah, it's hypocritical. Yeah, Frank smokes, but he takes all... Well, the fact is, you got to do something good for your body. If you got a bad going, at least do something, anything good for your body. Not to put all this shit to weigh on you, on your habit. If you don't do something good to counteract the bad you're doing, then you have no chance at all. And that's a fact. Oh, all the trolls will be there, guaranteed. Don's going to have something to say. Oh, Frank Frank got his G-Cash on there. Let's have a good laugh. Well, I don't know about a laugh. Overnight, I did get $150 between two people. That's significant. And I'm sure there's going to be more donating to my show as time goes on. And we're not taking my videos off anymore. I redistributed my video. I put a lot of them back on again. This way, the copycat channel, it's just, a fruitless effort. Why put something on that's already on my show? Don't make any sense. You could listen to it on my show. There you go. Psychology, said Ricky. Psychology. But you're going to expect to see all kinds of comments on, because, he is the antagonist, the very well-known antagonist, Big Kevin. And he's going to be probably begging for, more donut money. And, you can almost feel sorry for the guy. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to feel sorry, but you just got yourself in this, I don't know, you're like a runaway train. You do something to help your body, you lose some weight, you did it with a very dangerous chemical to begin with, and he only did it. The only reason he did that, because he made a deal with the Carrot Man, that if he lost X amount of weight, that the Carrot Man would pay for a ticket anywhere he wants to go. That's why he did it. It was greed. Not because he wanted to lose weight. It's because someone gave him an incentive. Mick says, Frank, you shouldn't be afraid of anyone or delete your videos, as everything you post is truthful. That's why we're taking a different direction on my show. I'm not going to... There's nothing I say is going to get me in trouble with the law. I monitor everything I say. I think before I say it. I'm being very careful. Very, very careful. So I'm just going to leave them on. Get more viewership. Don't be afraid of
the dark. You shouldn't be. Darkness is just the absence. It's just the absence of light. Let there be light. Let there be light. I'm not threatening anyone on here. I don't threaten anybody. Oh, they say, oh, you're trying to intimidate that person to do something that they don't want to do. No. All I do is make suggestions. That's it. I know you listen to me. You know I'm not. You know whether I'm lying or not, right? Of course you do. Of course. It's not beneficial if I bullshit on here. Oh gosh, it is a gloomy day. I was going to go into the next town and do some shopping today, but I don't know. Some things I got to take care of today, actually. Mick says that the truth hurts them. Oh, certainly does. We've seen the way they react. When those mud pies, they kind of change philosophy and change direction. They go right into them. They don't like it. The truth shall set you free. Not everyone, but those that didn't tell the truth are not free. They're in jail. Hey, what do you think, folks? What do you think? Look pretty good for 71 plus? What do you think? What do you think? I've seen these goobers on here that are lesser in age, and they look like shit. Mike's Philippines retirement, oh my God. Talk about death warmed over. And a few of these characters on here. That's why they won't go on camera. You don't have to. If you wear glasses, come on camera. I don't care. Wear a hat, wear glasses. I don't care. You were in great shape for your age. I'd like to be in a lot better shape than I am in now. But I'm working on it slowly, but at least I'm moving my blood around. I'm doing a few things that are actually very beneficial in the long run. As I said, life is not perfect. No matter what you eat and supplements or any of that shit. Oh, reminds me, I got to defrost my blueberries. They hate my blueberries. I don't know why. They just hate my blueberries and my oatmeal. They hate the blueberries more than the oatmeal. I don't know why. What do you got about those innocent blueberries? That's when you're getting down and dirty, talking about my blueberries. Don't talk about my woman. Well, don't talk about my blueberries. I'm in fairly, I would say that I'm in fairly good shape. My balance has been pretty good, actually. I do feel healthy, although sometimes I feel run down. Maybe it's that low T thing that we've been talking about. And I'm always willing to look into that, you know. Give me a little time. I'll look into it. And we might experiment with it and see if it helps. Yeah. The truth is I take a certain medicine at night that still remains in my system during the day. And that's why I have what you call these mini sleeps or whatever. I could be sitting there, the fucking phone, if I'm looking at it, falls out of my hand. Unless I keep my attention going. It's like if I'm sitting down really relaxed, you know, the muscles in my throat and everything else, they go, and it'll cause a snore and what? I just fell asleep for 2 seconds. I see, Frank, you could become friends with Jimbo for protection. You really think that dude could protect himself? Come on, man. All brawn, but no brains. All brawn, you know. I think Jim's a pussy. He'll mouth off to some women and all that shit, but when push comes to shove, what did he do with the neighbors? He probably got knocked out from them or something. He's not going to tell you the whole truth. No, I don't think so anyway. Don't be afraid of the dark. Haha, just a joke, but at least,
He seems like an honest. Honest? Where's he been honest about everything? About anything? That was supposedly his girlfriend in Cambodia? No, she wasn't. He even referred to her as his girlfriend. But of course, he was trying to push that on his wife, who he said such horrible things about. And now they're together. It's like, we're the happiest couple on YouTube. Now, that's my wife, he says. What did you say about your wife when you were in Cambodia? And just being, it's an insult just to be with that girl, even though you weren't screwing her. We got that established. Hell. Let's see. Honestly, Jim seems like he has a big heart. It's just a few lost screws. Yeah, he made some mistakes, but he has a big heart. I don't know where you've seen he has a big heart and what. I'll tell you who has a heart, at least for something, and that's Scotty boy, if anything. He's very good with the animals he sees on the street. He'll go out of his way to feed them. He has some possibilities, Scotty. Unfortunately, he's making the same mistakes over and over again. He's chasing his tail, but then that's part of who he is. There's no direction with him. There's not a direction with most people on here, really, when you think about it. Scotty is a strange person. He gives me bad vibes. I understand that completely. He's like a walking cartoon caricature. I've always said that, and I'll still stick to that. He's weird. He's in left field, not coming in for the ball, this guy. Scotty is 40 years old, 40-something. Never married, no kids. Strange. At that age, it's very unusual not to be married or have any children. Very unusual. Maybe it's best in his situation because I don't know. I think he has too much nervous energy. He can't sit still. But then again, dudes, do my face look skinny? No, it looks kind of puffy, doesn't it? Oh, I'll get off that in a minute. But he drinks so much coffee. And he's going for like lattes and shit like that. Do you realize the caffeine that's in that shit? Of course he's buzzed all day long. And he wonders why he has a sleeping problem. Excuse me, but there's your answer, Scotty. It's there. It's in front of you. They're out there. Aliens are out there too. Gotta seek and find. Because you don't see it don't mean they're not there. Scotty doesn't see beyond his nose. Oh, he's got talents. He could edit. He could do that AI shit and all that. You know, dressed up like, 1950s and these little fictitious situations. I like that, actually. I love creativity. Even the trolls. If they do, even as a show about me, I said it before and I meant it. If they do it creative enough, I applaud. I applaud them and say, hey, that was pretty good. They're not hurting my feelings. I'm well beyond that. My skin is thicker than that. They're entertaining me is what they're doing. Yeah. Ben Bree says, I would hate to look through Scotty's computer. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. What he really did wrong on camera, and he did a lot of things, but when he went to grab that prostitute's breast, I think twice on that show, he was drinking, of course, but there's no excuse for that. He ain't no better than fucking Slim. Same thing, walking through the streets, approaching people, pointing his camera at prostitutes and all kinds of people, saying things that are kind of rude, but maybe don't realize he's saying it, but he does. But when he grabbed for that woman's tits, and I don't give a shit if she was a whore or not, it was not warranted. She didn't want that. Okay? She didn't want that. He had no right to do that. But Scotty tries to write it off. He won't talk about it no more. Yeah, I think there's a lot of eyes on him. I think he's got to be careful from the general public, from immigration. Who's to say he hasn't been reported by people on here? Maybe someone's got an eye on him. Scotty makes good money. But you wouldn't know it. What does he do with it? He stays in the shittiest rat or roach-infested places. He eats one meal a day. What is he doing with his money that we don't know, we don't see? Maybe he is taking on these whores. Money's going somewhere, right? Or is he just building up his money in a bank account for his future? I don't know. The future is now, though. He's in his 40s. The future is here. It's not tomorrow. It's now. It's today. If you're going to spend time roaming around another country, at least enjoy your life in the sense that you could live in you could stay at a decent place. Not expensive. No, you don't have to. I wouldn't do that anyway. A decent place. Okay, as a base. Even if you just stay in one place and hold on to it and travel around, you come back to your home base. Use that as your home base. That's all I'm saying. Home base, homie boy. But look what he does. He stays in the worst places. Like Snicko, the same thing. God damn, some of the places he stays in is horrible. And what's the purpose? I don't know, even Snicko. What is the purpose? He spends all this money to come to a foreign country. What does he do? He hangs out with a female friend. It talks about he's killing it. How could you be killing it if you're hanging around with a woman friend all the time? Are you going to invite some girl in there with your friend there? I don't think so. He's not getting no action from her, obviously not. Either because he can't physically, or he just can't find a woman to have action with. But I don't want to be roaming around the Philippines and places without a woman at my side, on the back of my Harley. A babe in the back of my Harley, cash, ass, or grass. Nobody rides for free. But, she is. Or he is, whatever, I understand if you're getting a piece of ass or something, man. Make your time in the Philippines worth it. All these fucking females here, right? That's what they told me. All the women out here, they're killing it. They're killing it. I haven't seen them kill it. I haven't seen Kevin kill it. I haven't seen Scotty kill it. I haven't seen Snicko kill it. Forget about Popeye. He's a lost cause. Okay, that goes without being said. But have you seen these people killing it? As their expression goes, have you seen them killing it? Yes or no? From my observation, I have not seen it, nor have I witnessed it. Leave it with that. Feed the dog. But don't be afraid of the dark. The dark is just an absence of light, my friends. Don't be afraid of the trolls. They're the darkness on here. They are the darkness. Sorry, there's no addition to this meal, dogs. I didn't mix anything in it. Didn't mix anything in it. Oh, and I got to give her prednisone. I got to wean down. And where is a pen? Let me see. Is this the second or third? See, this is really important. I got to mark this shit down. Is this the second or third day I've reduced her? See, that's where I make a mistake. I got to keep notes better than I normally do when it comes to shit like that. Yeah, I got to wean her off that shit. Yeah, I got to wean her off that. Whatever else could do harm if I don't. You just don't get off prednisone, or steroids, no, you don't do it just like that. Yeah, Scotty's computer. Yeah, I know. Well, enjoy Kevin's show. And the cast of characters that's going to be on there. You don't even have to think about that. You're going to get Donnie Boy. You're going to get Poop Eye on there. Breavis may do an appearance on there. Don C, of course. Oh my gosh, of course. There's no way in the world he's not going to make some comments on there. And I know one of the topics, Frank, is e-begging. I'm not e-begging. I just announced I got a Gcash on here. And if they want to donate, they did. A couple of people actually did. And Don, you'll get over it. You will get over it. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But we're going to give it some time, and we're going to see over time how many people actually donate to my show. Nah, I'm not doing it to piss people off. Although that's a side effect of people donating to my show. The trolls get really pissed off. They don't want to see me get ahead. They don't want to see me happy at all. At all. But when I prove differently, and I don't have to prove anything, but things just kind of happen the way they happen. You know, I don't have to prove anything on here. But I will mention when I do get donation, I have not checked anything this morning. I haven't gone there yet. But don't be afraid of the darkness on here. Be strong. Be strong. Boots on the ground. So I'm going to push it again. Ladies and germs, I've got a Gcash on here. It should be on my description box, but I'll put it on if it's not. But just in case, I'm going to give you that number again. Here we go. The number, my friends, 0969 367 3217. That is my Gcash number. That's what it is. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to bite your neck. I'd be extremely gratified. Give support to the channel, and the channel will grow on its own. Grassroots. We could build this channel up if I really want to go in that direction, but we're going to give it a test. No, I'm not monetized, but someday maybe I will be. Maybe I will. Of course, Sal's not eating her food because there's nothing in it, but that's okay. Just take it away, save it for dinner. You got to use a certain amount of discipline in your life, both personally and even for your animals. Too spoiled, they don't want to eat. Well, I'm not going to starve them. I just put the dish away, you know. And they'll get hungry enough, they'll eat later. They'll make up for it. What's that? I would hate to look through Scotty or a young, very, very young boy. I wouldn't know. I don't know. Channel the truth there. I'm not going to say something that's not true. I don't know what Scotty boy does. I don't know if he likes young boys. I don't know. I know that he really looks down on himself, though. But at least he recognizes who he is. Scotty actually is not a narcissist. No, that's not something he is. Because reality. That's the only credit I'm going to give Scotty. Nothing more than that. But I don't know. We're all different. I personally can't see. You come out the Philippines, you go through life, and you're going to go from one place to another, and just, I don't know, man, just not accomplish anything. It just, I don't know, man. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But is it supposed to? I'm almost settled down here. I did what I set out to do. I could say that with complete honesty. People don't want to see me happy, but too fucking bad. Oh, I know they want to see me deported or jailed or killed or whatever, They're not going to wish the best on me. Why would they do that? It just doesn't benefit them. They only wish the best, the worst on people, but it indeed is a reflection on themselves. Misogynistic people, debauchery, a lifestyle that you would not figure to be very ideal, according to where you're coming from. It's kind of drizzling out there, and I'm not fully dressed here. That a girl, Ginger, eat your food, but your sister there is not eating her food, but that's okay. Oh boy, in a little while I gotta go through I'm gonna have to go through my vitamins. Yeah. And my vitamin C is tucked away. CoQ10. And I do this to benefit myself. It's not a cure-all for all that ails you. I never said it was. But like I said, try doing a few good things in your life. Not just, with supplements or your diet or stuff like that. No, I don't mean that. advance your character to something that's decent. I mean, advance yourself. Show people that you actually have some kind of, shall I say, substance of some sort. That you don't really have to be that creepy, you know. And people might actually like it. But if all you're known about is attacking people on here, that's all you do. Oh, we all have our lovely moments when we take advantage of something that we see an opportunity to kind of get out the truth medicine, the sodium pentothal, and throw it in their face at an opportunistic moment. Yeah, I'm guilty of that. Only when it's required, though. That's the difference. You two should live stream walk and no, because I don't have any. She puts loads on her phone all the time. I don't have a load on my phone. I gotta put a good load on it. I could do uploads from walking around and stuff like that. I gotta wait till this defrosts and then I'll take my vitamins. Yeah, I have no problem. I've done that before. Even live on the beach when I had a good load. I just haven't been out getting a load. I've been doing so much stuff on my phone at home here. I haven't been, it's kind of not so good weather out there to do that this morning. So maybe at another time I'll go out there and get a load on my phone and do a walk and talk type thing. Gilda, did I tell you you're looking so lovely this morning? You're looking very lovely, my dear.
Salamat.
Oh, yeah. That nice morning light shining on your face. Look at those long legs. Lovely legs, I must say. We'll walk and talk stream about the things that you see. I've done that. It's not like I haven't done that. I've done that. I know people get tired of, you're sitting in your house talking and all that shit. I completely understand that. I actually do. Completely understand. And then if you're not on camera all the time too, they say, well, and if you're a newbie and you see a live stream is on, you say, well, something wrong with my camera? Is my screen broke? Why isn't this person on camera? Not everybody goes on camera. But I'm not afraid to show who I am. And a lot of these people who have a guilty conscience about stuff and they're talking shit about people, they don't want to see and show people what they really look like. The ugliness is not just internally, it's also external too with some of them. And that's why, you're not going to see Don Seago on camera a lot. He's been to some meetings with people, he met up with people, and he was on camera. We've seen what he look like. Nothing to write mom home about, that's for damn sure. We've seen him, and he is overweight, and he is tall. A couple of things against him. And he's got a sewer mouth, like most of them do. A sewer mouth. You don't have to cover it or show yourself. You can do whatever you want on here. It's my channel, right? I was on camera half the show. Nothing to hide, folks. If you got nothing to hide, get on camera. Don't run away every time somebody finds you out to be a creep. And you get all defensive. And then you get offensive. Oh, gee, he told the truth about something. I got to go after him for this. You watch on Kevin's show. If you're going to watch that, I'm probably going to watch it, but I know I got to go downtown. I got to get a haircut this morning before he gets crowded. Since he did a grand opening, this guy, But that should be pretty soon. Yeah, I should be here. I would love to see you point out people in public and speculate what medical issues you think they have. That could be pretty easy, actually, out here. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate. A lot of the women are gaining weight out here. That's a horrible thing to see. I don't know. Like I said, people eat what's on their plate. They're not always watching what's on their plate. You gotta eat, you gotta eat. With mom or whoever serves on the table, you either eat or you don't. That's kind of life out here. Now, of course, you got people that are more wealthier, that have fine meals all the time, they could afford it. But as a rule, and in general, it's going to be rice, it's going to be pork, it's going to be chicken, it's going to be fried. You know it's going to be fried. You already know that. Seed oil all the way. But I don't control their lives. I could just come on here and say, hey man, this is how it is, what it is. I can't control their lives. Ben Breeze says obesity would be the most common diagnosis. Yeah, it would. Since I've lived out here, I'll be honest, I notice more obesity going on locally. And even when I'm down in Cebu, I see that a lot. The women, especially, it's the women. It's the women. I think it's the women more than the men. That's my observation anyway. I don't know what yours is. But you're living in the Philippines right now, or you've been to the Philippines. That's my observation. I think it's the women that are gaining more weight than the men. Go out and head out. Yeah, I don't have a load on here to do any. I could do uploads. That's no problem. But I can't do a live stream. I just got to get. And there's Mark Catley, B-Bots only. I love it, Frank. Health critic mode while dragging on a cancer stick. Yeah. Only on my Philippines interests. I love it, sir. I thought you were an advocate, Mark. I never said I didn't do that. I'm quite, excuse the expression, frank about it. I'm not, I'm not afraid to hide any bad points. I've never been afraid of that. We all got some bad points of some sort, habits, caffeine addicts, alcohol addicts, cigarette addicts, and whatever else not mentioned above. Big mouth addicts, Double chins back. Hello, hi. Consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages and ultra-processed calorie-dense foods. That's what it is out here. And but look at, and look at Slim's wife or whatever she is. I always say whatever she is because I really don't know the relationship. That really disgusted me. That kid is 2.5 times its weight. Look at his arms, all the folds in his arms and legs. He truly does look like the Michigan Tire Man. It's a shame because the baby doesn't have any control what mom wants to feed it. She needs to take some parenting lessons, there's no doubt about that. She don't even know how to cook. Come on, what self-respecting Filipino doesn't know how to cook? It's a baby. He doesn't have a choice. That's my point. She took up Slim's habits and along with her own. She's got his car now. I don't even think she has a license or insurance. She's not a very experienced driver, but as far as I can see, some people said different, that they might have seen a car seat in the back. I haven't. I know that one of her relatives, her sister or something, her cousin, was holding the baby on the lap, and I don't care if the baby was strapped in by a seatbelt. That's not enough for a baby, especially in the front seat. Then don't forget the airbags. You get into a wreck, the airbags go off. There have been cases that little children were actually decapitated from that. But does she care? Apparently not. It's hard to find older Filipinos like Gilda who take care of their appearance. True. They just let themselves go. I know because I've seen her friends and acquaintances out here, and they're not all thin. Some of them look older than their age. There's one lady that comes by this one place we go by, who shows up there. I don't know how old she is. She's thin as paper thin. She's really small too, but she's so thin that it almost looks like, how does she walk around or have any energy? Does she eat at all? Or does she have some medical condition where she's practically a walking skeleton? Oh, I saw a terrible show on here, actually. It's a shame. Somebody had cancer, and This woman was basically not really a thin woman. She looked healthy, but she had a few extra pounds. Her face was kind of full. And she's sharing her story about having this cancer. And one day she went for a screening and it looked really good. She was so happy, clapping her hands, acting like a fool, but it's all right. She could do that. She was happy about something positive. She thought she was in some sort of remission of some sort. And it was a short time later that, well, things came to fruition. I couldn't even recognize her. She did die a short time later. She did show some pictures of her in bed, and she looked like she was 100 years old. She couldn't take down food because of the chemotherapy and all that. She didn't eat very much. And it was just a matter of a week later, she looked like, I mean, you should have seen this. I didn't want to put it on here. Too graphic. I didn't copy it. But it shows you in a short period of time, you don't have enough nutrition, and that cancer gets to you, and the chemotherapy is what kills you. They still don't understand it, but oh well. They want to go by what the doctors say. The chemo is what kills you, but it's the pneumonia in the end that winds up killing you. But you should have seen the contrast in her face. Her face looked like 100 years old, skin and bone face, not a bit of fat on it because she hasn't been eating. It was horrible. To be honest, what's this here? Okay, I gotta read your comment. Gilda looks closer to 30. Ooh, did you hear that, Gilda?
30.
One viewer says you look closer to 30. Well, that's a compliment. She's laughing.
I'm 51.
Yeah, she said she's 51. She turned 51 over in January. Was that January 2nd, I believe? I think she's doing okay for her age. I have no complaints, and I see her every day. I'll notice the changes. In some ways, she's not as thin as she used to be when I met her. That comes with age and diet too. But no, she's not obese. She's nothing like that. I think she's in fairly good shape for her age. Definitely. No doubt. She's still very attractive. She was attractive when I met her, and I think she's still attractive now. Not because she's my partner, but no, my observation. Wonderful smile, wonderful, and when she's around people, she lights people up. She does a lot of smiling. People take to that. See, when you're not rude to people take to you. And like all these people we have on here that are very rude, people don't like them. People supporting them because maybe they don't like someone like me, and they want to be supportive of that person, like they're gaining some brownie points or something. But if these people were in really good shape, they'd come on camera at least occasionally. Show us what you got. All that bad mouth talk you're giving people, show us who you are. Get on camera. Get on camera. Do it. I do. I have no problem with that. Just don't be afraid of the dark. Look at that. My face is a little bit chubbed out, actually, a little bit. Frail? I don't know. How do you define frail? I guess we're going to have to get off soon because Big Kevin's going to have his big gala premiere or whatever. We don't want to interfere with that. Oh, no. I got do a few things anyway. So, need to prep myself here. I got to get dressed. Get all gussied up. To go to town, baby. To go to town. It's exciting, man. In my dusty little island province, Don't be afraid of the dark. Unless you got something to be afraid of and hide. Vlog, Frank, vlog! Ben Breeze ain't got enough of it. Wait a minute, you're going to have Big Kevin's show. You'll see plenty of trolls there. All the players will be there. So it's time to take your YouTube career serious. I am. Start building up a fan base and make money. Well, dude, I can't make money unless you're going to send any money. Get the hint? I know you support me, but hey, somewhere in the description, go look at the old channel. It should be in there. If you need my number for the Gcash, I'll provide that right now. If you say no to make money, and I'm being serious, okay? Are you going to donate? I'm just asking. You're telling me make money, but I'm not seeing no effort from you that I can see so far as you sent me any gratuities. Amen to that, Ben. My Philippines interest to the next level. Well, Kramer always said it. The secret of life is levels, levels, levels. Right? Double Chin says, the quickest way to build a YouTube channel, tell me about it, is to focus on a single high demand niche and consistently produce high quality researchable content. Well, I think I do a lot of that really myself. I don't know. You're not listening carefully enough. But please, Ben says, well, step it up. Don't delete every video after 5 minutes and change the channel name. I got everything on there. I reinstated a shitload of videos. Go take a look. Even some shorts. Go take a look. It's there. I'm doing it. But on your statement here, though, where time to take a YouTube career serious and building a fan base and making money. Well, you see, I can't make money if you're not donating. You got to put your money where your mouth is, sir. I appreciate what you're saying. Have you donated to my show? I don't think so. I haven't checked this morning anyway. Yeah, don't delete every video after 5. Yeah, I know that. They're all on there. There's even more I'm reinstating on there. I did that this morning or last night, one or the other. Look how old and frail Paul old dog is, and his face is everywhere. Yeah, I know. But just do me a favor, folks. Seriously. Please don't talk about try to make my channel successful and make money and all that. Talk is cheap. Walk the walk. You got my Gcash on here? I'm not afraid to talk about that no more. You talk about making money on your channel. Are you planning to donate? Have you? Look, I'm just speaking open as I always do. I don't hold anything back. Are you donating or are you plan to donate? Please don't tell me, yeah, make money on your show. It's people like you that could donate to a good cause, which it is. My show is a good cause. You have donated. I have to check. I haven't seen anything with you on it. But then again, I don't know if that's you or not. Well, I'd have to check. When did you donate? Last night? Today? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I know 2 people donated. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, you support my channel, right? And I got good material. Oh, you did this morning. Okay, I'll have to check that, Ben. And if you did, thank you in advance. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm not going to push you on it, but I'm going to hold people accountable. They want me to stay on vlogging. Okay, I dig it. I understand it. But by supporting the channel, it's a way of supporting the channel. It gives me even more incentive when I'm always like on the fence about getting off, staying on, getting off, staying on. Hey, I'll stay on longer if I can make donations on it. I will guarantee you that. I'll put it in a contract. I will stay on longer. I will continue to vlog. If the show becomes a little bit successful. Yes, I realize I'm not monetized. I don't have such, but all I have is the Gcash. And for the moment and for the time, that's all I can do. At least you got an outlet to do it. that I'm offering. And that's all at the moment that I can offer you. Double Chisted, the main requirements are 1,000 subscribers and either 4,000. I got the watch hours are in, public watch hours, long form in the past 12 months. Yeah. Okay, we're working ourselves to that. No, I don't think you even need 1,000 subscribers anymore. I'm not sure. They might have changed that. But let's work up to this. So I will give you more options like super chat, buy me a coffee, buy me a tea, really. Whatever. But like I said, my show has never been about the money. That's what separates me from everybody else. It's never been about the money. I come on here regardless and I say the things I normally do. Talk about the things I normally talk about. And apparently you're entertained because I do have viewers that really like my show. Actually listen to what I have to say. Believe it or not, they actually do. So why not reap the rewards? Everybody else is. They're all making money like crazy. And what do they talk about? Nothing. Or nothing worthwhile. Reality speaks. Whatever, they just clickbait their viewers to come. I'm not offering a bunch of clickbait. I can't say I've never done it. What, a couple of times maybe? In how many years? All right, let's proof of the pudding. Right up there in the description. If it ain't there, I'll put it in again. I'll put it in again. You have a way of showing your appreciation for my show. I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm soliciting on here like everybody else. Why should I not jump on the platform? Remember, Kramer said levels, Jerry. Levels. Levels. Let's build it up to a certain level. I know you can do it. I know you have it in you. I know you do. Don't worry about people. It's not like you're doing a super chat and they're going to see who you are and you think you're going to be attacked. That was a problem in the past. They were afraid that the trolls were going to get a hold of the fact that you had sent a super chat to my show and they were all going to attack you. Even if it was that, why should you care what people think? You donate to my show because you want to, not because you have to, but you want to, but more so, you shouldn't care about what other people think. That you're a bad guy now, that you shouldn't be donating to Frank's show. Why the fuck not? Why not? I've served my time on here. I've given you relentless shows when you were bored out of your mind. There was Frank. Putting on something that they found of interest. There's always something that interests people in my shows. Always something on here. We try to give people what they want, but not to take it too far. I even come on camera more often. I'll come on camera more often. It's up to you to do to the trolls. And I will mention my donations. If you don't want me to mention by name, I will not do it. I promise. I will just say that, yes, I got some donations. I'll keep my promise with that. I don't have to mention names. I'll respect people's privacy. I'll do that much. And even if they don't know who you are, maybe you'd like to be known to kind of sock it to them. We'll accommodate you with that too. Whoops, had a little glitch in here for some reason. It went off for about a second here. Okay, Mark Catley, you're another one. Oh yeah, nice job, Ben, for donating. But hey, why not you, Mark? You love my shows. We got Double Chin who could donate. We got Mark Catley. Ben, I guess, did. Okay. And those that are on here right now, you could do the same. You could make a difference. Brett, how about you? How about you? How about you? Mark Catley, yeah. So, the truth is this. If you give a fuck about the channel, give me the incentive to stay on. So I'm always at that level. Remember, levels. We don't want to be down here. We want to be stepping up. Levels. But I'm at the point that without encouragement to stay on, I'm kind of getting a little bit goofy on here with, I'm not settled in my mind. Give me a reason to stay on, and yes. Okay, and then I'll do it one last time because I got some shit to do. If that, I don't know, it should be on this description. When you finish the show, I'll make sure it is on there, but I will give out the number right now again. So if you got a pencil or pen handy, I'll give you a second. And I will verbally put out the number on here. I told you, I just don't have that box on here. I could even comment on my own show, and I don't know why. Or else I could put a link to it, okay? But I don't have the capability of doing so. So we'll give out the number one more time. And the number is 0969 367 3217. That's 0969 367 3217. I can hear him now. Frank is e-begging. Oh. Look, I'm not begging anybody, brother. I'm not e-begging. We're doing what I think is right for this channel. Because believe me, I gave people, life is not a free ride. Let's just face it, it really isn't. Life is not a free ride. Cash, grass, or ass, whatever, or Gcash. I've spent, how much time is it? What is that worth in cash? All the years I spent on here without even trying to be monetized. I've given it of myself. Okay, with that being said, I know you're getting all ready for Big Kevin's show. I got to shower up. I got to do what I need to do here. Pretty good show this morning. But let the truth be told. And remember, people don't want to hear the truth about themselves, and that's when they get ugly. In fact, they get fugly ugly. And some of them are so ugly that they don't want to come on camera. Nah, why would they do that? And expose themselves for who they really are, and you know who you are. Shame, shame, shame. That's the number. Use it. Don't abuse it. We are Gcashed. And I will show a lot of respect to the people who donate here, because Lisa tells me you are a true follower, that you're not a troll, that you really appreciate the material I put out on here every single day of my personal time. My personal time. I probably saved a few lives, actually, too, if you want to think about it. I probably have. Yeah, I get good advice. Do I take my own advice? Most of the time, I actually do. I'm learning something every day. I got back to the NAC stuff. I mean, there's so many things I'm learning every single day. As long as I'm alive, I'm always going to be learning. And I don't mind sharing with you, but all I ask is a little bit of appreciation every now and again. Give me that incentive to stay on here. I got 13 watch, but 11 thumbs up. That's a good sign. Okay, I'll end it. I won't push it anymore. You know the number. Gcash will always be on my description box. I'll know who the donators are. Just tell me who you are, because you might be going under your real name. Don't worry, I won't abuse it. It's okay. Especially if you don't. I'm not going to abuse your name. I will keep it private. Okay. That's a guarantee on me. All right? Let's get some numbers up today. And before the day's over, we will share how many more donations I actually got. And we will share how much. I'll do that. It's up to you, my friends. Don't let them win. Don said he was going to have a good laugh. Well, if you gave me a donation this morning and had 2 last night, we know at least to have 3. Let's get those numbers up. And I guarantee you we're going to give you shows. And we're going to get into storytelling on here. We're even going to get at nighttime. We might even read some stories. Might even do that. Real life stories. It could be about anything. Supernatural. Science. We're going to do it. All right, I'm off here. Take care. You want to go listen to Big Kevin? You'll have a good time with that, I'm sure, because every player is going to be on there. Yeah, we're going to get them creative juices going. And if allowed to, well, Ben Breeze already said that he donated. We'll go check and see if he did or not. I haven't been there, so. We will give you all the kudos. We will acknowledge those who have donated proudly. Remember, don't be afraid of the trolls. Don't be afraid to donate. They do not want you to donate to my channel. Absolutely not. Remember, you're smacking them in the face every time you donate to my channel. Right? Keep that in mind. Yeah, we will get the creative juices going as normal. I'll make a promise on that. I will stay as long as people are showing appreciation. I'm not forcing anybody to do anything they don't want. But I think I've given of myself for years without asking for a dime. It's time to jump on that platform. No embarrassment of saying that. Believe me, your donation is not going to make the difference whether I have a meal at night or not. It's the whole principle of the donation. To show that you support my channel and you want it to stay on for a long time. I will guarantee you we will do that. But if I really don't see a lot of people appreciating what I do, God knows how many years I've done this and I've been through shit on here. I've faced challenges like most people shouldn't, for free. Totally free. How many people are doing that on here? They're not on YouTube, not to make money. That's why they're on YouTube. Let's face the reality. Capitalism goes deep. They could not do what I do, of doing shows without monetization. They'd have no purpose to get up in the morning. They'd have no purpose to do a show. It's not like they really care about their audience. They're going to tell them some great information. No, they have to talk about something to keep the show going, keep all the algorithm shit. It's usually redundancy anyway. Duh, like I heard that before like 20,000 times from you, the cost of living and how to find the right girl. And what happened to this guy who got taken advantage of because he was a simp. God, how many times? That's why I like to change it up on my show. I just can't do what they do. Okay? So thank you in advance. Thank you in advance. And I know you'll be listening to Big Kevin's show. I'm not trying to promote it. Watch all the players. Watch all the players show up and what they have to say. And you'll get my understanding on why you need to support this channel. Let's give them the proverbial or virtual slap in the face. Because when you donate, you are slapping them in the face. Why? Because I will mention that I get donations up front, loud and proud. They don't want to hear that. Okay? We're out of here, baby. And we're keeping this on. You shouldn't be donating to Frank's show. Why the fuck not? Why not? I've served my time on here. I've given you relentless shows when you were bored out of your mind. There was Frank. Putting on something that they found of interest. There's always something that interests people in my shows. Always something on here. We try to give people what they want.
Supplement. This video is for educational purposes only, so do speak with your doctor before using this if you're on medication. The first benefit is improved breathing. NAC is one of the best remedies to dissolve mucus in your lungs and respiratory passages for easier breathing. It's been used in hospitals as a medication since 1967, and you can also get this as a supplement. NAC contains something called thiols, which breaks down the bonds that make up mucus and phlegm and helps to dissolve it. It also reduces swelling and inflammation in your airways directly so that you can breathe easier. People with asthma, COPD, bronchitis, cystic fibrosis, or even the common cold may take 1 to 2,000 milligrams of NAC per day to improve their symptoms. Benefit number 2 is cleaning out your liver.
Okay, now I'm going to get really down and dirty on this. And this is probably one of the more important pieces of advice that I could give anybody here. And we'll wait till a couple of people show up on here, but this needs to be discussed. If you give a shit about yourself, you better listen to this one. As you're aging, you better know this. Trust me, you better know this one. That means everybody listen. That means everybody. Everybody. That's you too, Kevin. Especially you. You too, Kevin. And a lot of other, Licky and a lot of other people out here, man. Don't worry, we're working my way. I'm working my way back to you, babe. Okay. Okay. Let me get in my position here. Hey, Ginger, what you doing underneath there? What are you doing underneath there? Oh my God, you better listen to this now. Oh, we're working my way back. I got a trim, although you wouldn't know it. You can see my hair under that hat. I was thinking of getting a buzz cut, but that just wouldn't be me, you know. My God, let me tell you something. Especially after age 50, I just did a short. It shows a doctor and he gives a little bit of information, but that was just a teaser. No, here's how it goes down. If you ever listen to me, listen to me now. And I'm really serious. 2 things that you really need to do. If you're one of these people that, I don't know what time you go to bed, really. But if you're one of these people that likes to have late dinners, or you're going to eat something heavy before you go to bed. You know, you get into a snack mood or something, you know. Eat a lot of heavy-duty food and what have you. Right? Is that you? Okay. And let's start off with hydration because this is important too. Then I'll get to the food part and why. Got your attention? I hope so. By the way, don't forget to donate Gcash. Anyway, I'll put in the description box or read you out the number. I did make a little bit more, by the way. A little $10 wasn't much, but hey, just let you know. Okay. Dehydration. Overnight, I don't know how long you sleep. Standard 8 hours, whatever it is. You're dehydrating, which is not good. Your bodily functions depend on hydration. That's a good start. If you drank a lot of water that night, I know. If you got a overactive kind of a prostate gland or something, you're going to get up overnight to pee. That's fine. You know what? That's fine. If you have to do that, you know, I'm telling you, let me just get this bottle to make it stand. I don't got my stand here. Okay, let me see if this will work. I don't got my lights on here. Okay, so let's just say that you're a person who it doesn't really drink a lot of water to begin with, and you just load it with alcohol, which, oh God, you know, somebody's drinking all night, they are fucking dehydrated. They don't want to bond. They don't want to drink any fucking water. 8 hours, you're going to sleep. What do you think's happening? Your body's dehydrating, and then you maybe drank before that. Okay. All right. Let's get to the meat and bones of this. Speaking of food. We eat early at night, which is great. Here's the thing. Most people that are going to have heart attacks is between 10 p.m. Listen up. This could apply to you. Between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning, statistically, is when more heart attacks happen. Where people dying in their sleep. They don't even know what happened. They just don't wake up. No pain. No. There's no pain. They won't feel any pain. They're just going to die and not wake up. Think I'm kidding? Why does that happen? Because here's what happens. If you eat late at night, You see, nighttime is supposed to be peacetime for your body, where all your functions are getting together. Your brain is gathering thoughts and stuff. Your body is repairing itself and going into kind of like a vacation mode, right? Kind of like a vacation mode. It's a repair mode. And what happens if you eat late at night? Well, you're creating an activity in your body, and you also, when you go to bed at night, your blood pressure lowers, right? Well, your metabolics are kind of like in slow mode. Okay, it's supposed to be that way, but here's what happens when you eat at night. The food that you're eating, for one, your digestive system is going to be busy. It's not supposed to be busy when you go to bed at night. That could keep you up for one reason, but it's supposed to be in relaxed mode, repair mode, take a break mode. But what happens is that your blood will flow from your, it's going to go to your digestive system is what it's going to do, where you need some of that blood flow and the oxygen that it brings. What you got? Tobalone. Yeah. You ever have tobalone? Speaking of food, it just melts in your mouth. Oh my. That's love. You gotta love her. I know you love her. Why not? Oh no, it's too bright. You see how fucking old I am. I wouldn't got a little hair trim today.
So dark.
I like it this way. Hello. All right. Pardon me. Do you ever have Toblerone? What do you call that? No, what is it? What is it called again?
Toblerone. Toblerone. Polvoron.
Provolone. Right. My God. To die for. Speaking of eating, Okay. Shall we? Try to continue on this. I want you to listen to me. If you never listened to me before, listen to me now. What is that? Oh, you haven't told along with... Oh, another one. Okay.
It's hard because I put my refrigerator.
Okay, picture this. And this is why when people also pig out at the buffets. Big mistake. I know you want to get your money's worth. I know, Kevin and all you people out there. Overweight, obese, and very unhealthy. Listen up. You go to bed at night. That's why you don't eat late at night. You're not giving your body that rest and repair it needs. So what happens is, you got all this food in your stomach because you ate late, right? Follow me? So what happens is, your blood is being taken away mostly, plenty of it, from your heart. I mean, you need a heart, right? Right? We all agree on that? Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. So it's going to be going to your digestive system and many functions on that. Therefore, the blood that you need for your heart and blessing us with more knowledge. Oh, you're welcome. Ben, you didn't send me nothing, you asswipe. You didn't send me shit. You did not send anything to my Gcash. You said you sent this morning. You're full of shit. I should almost take you off here. Trying to play with my fucking head. Somebody else did, though, but you did.
Sending ba?
So,
Don't believe.
I don't believe that shit, I see it when I believe it. I believe it when I see it. I should almost take you off of here because you're fucking full of shit, dude. Let's get back to the meat and bones, speaking of food. All right, so Gcash makes you use a real name. No, there was nothing there. There was nothing there.
The same data? Real name?
That was a guy who said that he sent me something this morning.
Wow.
It wasn't in the morning that's anybody sent. Nothing was in the morning. 'Cause you were
Only one.
yeah, you.
I may have.
Gilda sent me something in there. She was playing around. No, you didn't send nothing to me, pal. Don't pull that kind of shit on me.
You don't get it. Nothing.
No, we didn't get nothing from you. Let's keep it okay. Blood is going away from your heart. I don't care if you need oxygen carrying blood to your heart. You're going to get a fucking heart attack. You combine that with dehydrating, the worst thing you could possibly do. No, now it was about 20 hours ago. No, you said it was in the morning. You're busted. You're busted.
20 hours ago?
20 hours ago. How many hours in a day, pal?
24.
24. You said this morning, okay? You said this morning. I don't want to hear it. Okay. I'm not going to get rid of you, but I don't want to hear bullshit. You either want to give or you don't give. You don't have to play a fucking game with me. No, I know. I know whether something new came in or not. There was not. There was not. I've had 3 donations, and they named who they were. They didn't say they were Ben. I know who sent me it, and it wasn't you. So cut the shit, please. Please. Jesus Christ, man. I don't care if you don't fucking give, you know what I'm saying? But don't fucking lie about it, dude. You didn't give anything to me. You didn't give anything. I know it wasn't you. Because I know who sent it, okay? So end of story. No more bullshit. You either send or you don't. I don't care either way. That's not a good way of kind of introing you to my show here, man. We are out for business, baby. Anyway, back to my subject. Do not especially eat after 10 p.m. But don't even, the latest you should be eating any heavy duty foods should be about 8 p.m. Never mind doing a 9 p.m. dinner or 10 p.m. Some people eat very late. That's not a good idea. I got crumbs on me here. Okay. Hello. And if you want to eat late at night and you're going to pig out at night, you're not only going to get fat if you survive the night, you're going to get fat because your body's saying, there's no activity. I can't burn these calories off. I have to send it somewhere. So and it becomes fat. Because with no activity and no calorie burning, your meal turns into fat. And I don't care if it's protein. I don't care. I don't care. So don't eat late at night and eat a heavy meal and expect to have a peaceful sleep, or, especially if you're after 50, it goes to anybody, but especially if you're after 50, and a lot of y'all are, you may not wake up in the morning. You're not going to have any last words to your loved ones or to your family. There will be no words because you will die in your sleep. You won't know anything about it. You're just gone, girl. You're just gone. Okay? But don't listen to me. I'm never right. I'm never right. I'm always right. About everything. But don't listen to me. I never predicted things. They never came through. I have my own predictions on people on here. Wait and see. I'm not the Grim Reaper. I'm not the Grim Reaper. I'm not the Grim Reaper. And I'm not trying to pretend to be. I just know. I know people's lifestyle, their habits that are on here. And I know. You're not fooling me. Don't try to fool yourself. Not going to work. Don't work against yourself. That's what I'm saying. But hey, no fucking skin off my, fuck it. I don't care. I'm just telling you, man. I'm just giving you your money's worth. Yeah, where's the money? Where's all the money? Well, though these do-gooders who love my channel and all my advice, there's been a few, but not a lot. I mean, it added up, but it was kind of a good grand opening, a kind of a soft opening of my Gcash, really. It's a soft opening, but it was okay. But then people, yeah, I see the checks in the mail. You know, one of those things, yeah, the checks in the mail. Fuck you. Just want attention on here. Oh, I gave. No, you didn't give, Ben. You didn't give. Well, you better send it again, because I didn't see it. Only got one Gcash on here, brother. My brethren. Let's not be like these other channels. All the bullshit. We have a great time on my show. Plenty of information to go around for everyone. Plenty of philosophy. Plenty of psychological studies on the characters on YouTube. We got plenty of that. Every day and more. We got an abundance of psychologically unfit people on here. No problem with that. But if topic matters about that, the kingdom come. But don't kid a kidder. Pull that shit over on me. You donate to my Gcash or you don't. Don't say you did when you didn't. I have a problem with that. They used to pull that shit on me in the past, and I figured they're not sending none. And they didn't. They sure didn't. So don't play those games with me. Either you send or you don't, either way, but don't lie to me. And you can get back with that. You can talk to the Heart Association and all that. Unfortunately, most people die in their sleep. Of course, maybe it's the best way to go if you're going to go, but not unnecessarily. That's the point I'm making. Maybe you're not ready to go. Maybe you're not ready to go. You know? And you got to think about other people too that might love you and you might love back. Do not eat a heavy meal late at night. Your body's going to go into digestive mode. It's going to take blood and oxygen away from your heart. And you're going to die silently. You're not going to have no last words and like, honey, I love you. Just to let you know. You're not going to sang a little song for somebody. No, you're not. You're gone, girl. The gone girl. You're on to wherever your destination is, according to what your personal beliefs are, of course. You're going to be gone, brother. And heavyweight people who probably have sleep apnea to begin with, because of their weight and the weight on their lungs and heart, they have a bad time trying to get sleep and get that oxygen they need. Especially if they sleep on their chest, you know, their sternum is being pressed against your lungs. You're not getting full breaths. You're really out of shape. You're overweight, obese. You know who you are. You know who you are. And you ain't got excuse the expression, a fat chance of surviving a night. It's just going to be the right night. You're going to eat just the right foods, the right time, late at night. And you probably were drinking before that, which is already dehydrating your body, which is already under a lot of stress. Oh my God, Magnum, a lot of stress. So you're dehydrated and you're not getting that flow of blood to your heart because it's all going to your stomach because you decided to take a fucking shovel and shovel up all the food you can and shove it in your mouth, right? Like you didn't eat enough during the day? Really? You want to eat at night too? God bless you, child, bless you. Keep on doing it. We'll hear another death story on here. I know who it's going to happen to. I'm not the Grim Reaper. Just because of my knowledge, I could look at somebody, I could tell if they're ill. I could listen to their voice, I could see their weight, I could see their flabbing muscles. Well, that's the problem. Not really any muscles, it's all flab. I'll understand their diet, what they eat. I know whether they're really active or not. They move their blood flow all day, or they're very sedentary. I'll predict it right here. I could come out with names right now, but I'll kind of be respectful on that this time. I know who's in trouble on here. I absolutely know. But I'm sorry, I don't want to play the Grim Reaper here. But this is a vital piece of information. In fact, would you mind terribly, while I'm vlogging, Gilda, would you mind terribly getting me a cup of water? Would you mind Thank you. So I could
Cold,
hydrate. No,
warm.
regular room temperature. And room temperature is important too. You don't need the cold, especially if you're eating meats. It almost solidifies all the fat. I'm not kidding. It'll clog your arteries. I used to get into drinking cold water at the time. I no longer. Unless I'm outside in the hot sun, I want to kind of cool down my core. Yeah, you know. But at home, if I eat meats especially, no, warm water. Warm water. Okay? And this is probably one of my more important shows to share with you. Thank you, dear. Ain't she a doll? A crocodile. Cheers. No alcohol, man. Water. H2O. Too big. I'm going to swallow that puppy down, but don't gulp it. No, 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 no. Don't gulp it. You remember when Fazio was gulping down like a quart of water or something? The fucker didn't know that could have killed him. You can't saturate your tissues all at once with a big old, watch me drink all this water. I do good things for my, oh yeah, that's why you died of sepsis, you stupid fucking fool. Take a breather. Take a breather. Don't suck it in all at once. You'll get it down. Watch me. Watch me. Taste it, whatever. Let it go down slowly. Don't saturate your tissues. See, a little drop left. That's appropriate hydration. Okay? All right? Right on, man. Now you're getting it. There you go. Just use it to your advantage. But I was laughing when Fazio was doing that. I really was laughing. I said, this guy's going to kill himself sooner or later. And he did. Burp, sorry. Was I right? Yeah, I was. I know who's going down the pike. I know. Remember, they all float. They all float. And they will. So that's going to be a very important information. We will keep this show on. We're not getting rid of it. We're not getting rid of it. But heed my advice. And yes, I take my own advice. I don't eat that late at night. It's very rare that I eat that late at night for anything. Very rare. Unfortunately, a lot of people do. And a lot of people do this, especially when they're having parties out here in the Philippines. You know, they're eating late, they're eating all fucking night long. The worst thing you could do. And a lot of these people are already obese, so they have some other problems with heart issues or whatever, you know. I haven't decided yet. I might have some aglio olio. Well, I got these penne, I don't know, man. I didn't plan it out. I got some penne pasta, and I was thinking of just mixing some olive oil and garlic and black pepper and a tinge of pink salt and a pinch of that. That's something. I don't have any meat that's defrosted, so I would normally I would have some meat in there, and if I had some kind of a sauce, a good penne sauce of some sort, which I don't have, I would put in there too. But I do have some kidney beans I might throw in there. See how healthy? My goodness. Load of fiber, load of protein. And you're going to get your carbs, of course, from the penne macaroni, you know, from the penne pasta. But try to keep a balance. It's probably the best thing I could tell you. What do you mean? I haven't left it, really. Well, I did for 3 months, but I just get some pissed at some people here. Well, you know, I told them I now got Gcash on here. Oh, yeah. So there was a couple of people that did. The official figure is $185 so far. There were 2 contributions that added up to $150. Okay. And then there was one for... it came to about $35, if I'm not mistaken. So it was somewhere, yeah, my math. But there's one guy on here, Ben. Yeah, I sent a donation in this morning. I would know. Because I know actually who the people are that donated, son. And it wasn't you. And he said, well, we don't always go under our own names. No, this was familiar people, okay? So, you fucked up. Don't tell me you're going to send me a Gcash unless you mean it. Don't let me waste my time to even go over there and look. I'm getting old, dude. My time is getting less and less. I don't have patience for that, Jack. I was getting a little trimmed today at the shop there. And I looked in the mirror and said, motherfucker, you're getting old, brother. You're getting old, I said to myself. No, I said it out loud. Damn, I'm an old motherfucker. I could have said, no, you're just swarthy, good-looking, Frank. Well, I am. I'm not swarthy, but, I'm not that bad looking. For my age, I still don't look that bad. I looked at the other people on it and I said, Jesus Christ, Joseph the Carpenter, Whew. Jesus, Joseph, and Mary. What the hell are they doing? Look at Mike's Philippines retirement. Oh, gee.
For me, huh?
Even Gilda's sending me money.
For me.
She's playing around, of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. See?
See.
I see. I see. Well, thank you, dear, for adding to this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I looked in the mirror today. I was looking like shit. I get those bushy eyebrows. Da-da-da-da-da. I had those bushy blonde, My eyebrows get quite bushy. He said to me himself, I said, I only seen you a couple of weeks ago. He said, the hair in your eyebrows, they grow pretty quick. I said, yeah, they do, man. Even my hair. My hair was like up to here, man. You say, Frank, I don't see where you got a hair. I did. I got a hair. I got a trim. I got to brush it, of course, but, No, I got a trim. My hair was like, it was like, it was like, that's why I was wearing a hat today. I have no problem growing hair, my friends. I see other people balding, and I'm growing big, thick hair. Now, yeah, since I was a younger man, my hairline receded probably from here to there. So, yes, there's been some receding, but not anymore. This is pretty normal for me now. And look, if I'm my age now, I really don't think I'm going bald. Unless, I went on chemo or something. I got I did it again, no sound. I guess what I was trying to say was that there's a breathing exercise. I'll do it again. I was actually talking about how some people use CPACs to sleep at night because they could lose sleep over 90 times a night. I mean, they could stop breathing. And Ricky, I was saying, some other people on here, Dave Phelps used to use it. Had to use a CPAC. I don't know where I cut the muted off. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I do that sometimes, You were talking for 10 minutes with no sound. Yeah, I've done that before. The copycat channel could have loved that. Oh no, they're going to hate the fact that I'm not taking my shows off. The reason they put it on because they know pretty typically I do a show and I just take it off and all that shit. Yeah. But they're not going to like that. They're not going to like it at all. What I continue to say was a breathing exercise that your best way to get sleep, get your heart rate. If you're at 65 or below, you're perfect. You're perfect. It's a good time to go to sleep. If your heart is 65. If you can't get it to 65 and it's above, I was just basically when the sound was off, I was demonstrating that you can just do a breathing exercise and you'll lower your heart rate. So we'll start all over. What you're going to do is inhale through your nose, keep it in there for a good inhalation, and hold it for 4 seconds. And then you're going to release, you're going to breathe out for 8 seconds. So let's do what I did. So let's do it together. Ready? Repeat. And if you got a monitor on, I got a little digital monitor like a...
Babe,
What you got, babe?
try.
What is it?
Da-da-da.
What is it in hand? What do you got?
No.
I don't know what it is.
It's just like...
No, I don't want to. I don't want to. What?
Hot.
What's that? Biku? Biku? Oh, Biku. That sticky rice. That's actually not bad. Force feeding me. As Mark, feet up on the desk, classic My Philippines Interest show in session. Yes, please. People were trying to fool me there, Mark. The old Frank, don't call me old. I never left, except for 3 months. Bushy blonde hair, dude. Yeah, I just got a trim today. I don't know what to do. I was going to get a buzz cut, but that I would look terrible with a buzz cut. My hair ain't brushed back at the moment. I was wearing a hat. Looks all meshed, mushy. That is what it is, fucking A. I told you, I looked in the mirror today in that very bright store, and I like, damn, dude. Old Father Time is catching up at you there, buddy. Well, it is. I can't help that, but, it is what it is, but I still look better than a lot of people on here, man, that are younger than me. More energy, more vigor, than they have. For a fact. Okay, so YouTube won't know what hit it. Good to see your face again, Frank. Well, I don't see yours. See, I got a little upset. I got a little upset. Because, Ben Guy here, call him Ben Gay. Oh, yeah, I sent a donation on your Gcash. And if you don't know, I got Gcash now. Okay, we're going on a platform. We decided. We'll give it in. We're going on a platform. Everybody's making money, but, Frank's channel is going to blow up. Why is that? Frank should have 100,000 subs in all seriousness. I said this is the beginning of the launch to the stratosphere, finally. Nah, I've been through that before. Most ever out of my show is 13,000 subs, man. But now I offer people, here's where the advertisements come in on here. Here's where I'm going to push my channel. whether you like it or not. We're going on a monetary platform here. No, we're not monetized. No. I'm not there yet. But I do have a Gcash. I'll give it out, and it'll wind up being on my description box. But Ben, and I made a couple of donations so far, 3. Comes about $185 American money. But Ben, sorry, I gotta call you out, man, when you gotta be called out. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I sent it in this morning. I said, this guy Ben, the guild, I said, yeah, he said he sent something. Well, let's check it. Nah, there's nothing there. Well, I don't go under my name in real life. I just happen to know the people who sent me money. And it wasn't you, Ben. It wasn't be new. It wasn't, no. Oh, I gave it out clear. Hey, what's the fucking number here? Bushy blonde hair. Where's my fucking glasses? I am getting fucking old. There's no fucking doubt about it. All right. I can't put it on the screen. I don't have a box here. I don't have a box. I told you. I can't put a link on here. But, okay, if you want to note this, 0969 367 3217, and one more time, 0969 367 3217. And after the show, I will certainly put it in the description box. Or you could get it from the previous show on my description box. You could certainly do that too. But he was fucking bullshitting me. And I really don't appreciate that. Now, the trolls are really getting upset. Oh boy. They're all singing around fire and they're chanting, Frank can't make any money on this fucking show. We can't have that. No, it wasn't cool, man. But, you guys could take the hint too, Mark and everybody. You could take the hint too. I'm off for a few minutes here. I'm just saying, why let the trolls win? Because every time somebody makes a donation, I'm going to mention it if they want me to say their name. I will at least give you the numbers, okay? I'll do that. No, I'm not going to make the numbers up. Either somebody sent me something or they didn't. There's no embarrassment if they don't. I'm used to this, but they don't want to see it, especially Don C. Don C does not want to make, and Kevin don't want me to make any money. Oh, certainly not. But let's show them that we exist. We are significant on this channel. No, we don't got 100,000 fucking subs, but I've been significant for 10 fucking years. Give or take. The chair. How are you going to forget the chair? The chair. Started it all. Started my claim to fame was the chair. An office chair. That was my claim to fame. Among other reasons too. My frankness, my honesty, which you just don't get on here anymore. You just don't get it. Here, let me write this down. I don't have a box. I can't put a link on here. Give me a second here. Bushy blonde hair. Do. There's the number, my friends. 0969 367 3217. There we go. Scribbled it down. 0969 367 3217. There you go. The ruthless honesty, absolutely. The chair, the tree. Classic. I'm a classic. And I know it. Don't worry, this will be on the description box after the show. I guarantee you. Let's not make the trolls happy. Because Dawn and these wonderful people would like to have me fall on my ass and break my hips. But they'll never be me, no matter how hard they try. At least I'll make my money honestly on here. No clever little titles necessarily. No clickbait titles. I'm not Philly in the Philippines, or Mike's Philippines retirement, or Jimbo. That's not who I am. I lay it out like it should be laid out. I'll talk about subject matter on here that nobody dares to talk about, but I do. So there you go. I'm not going to beg anybody to send me anything, but I tell you what, maybe it's time that we kind of turn this shit around a little bit here. No, I'm not going to hold it against you that I've done so much for you people. But I did. And you know what I did. I'm fighting for me, I'm fighting for you. All the injustice, bestowed upon a lot of us on here. Somebody out here who actually cares. Cares enough to spend most of his illustrious career on YouTube without monetization. Because the topic matter was more important than making money. That I never really needed the money that much that I'd have to go on here, get full monetization, and buy me a coffee, send me a super chat, donate to my PayPal, donate to my Gcash, even back then, and what other platforms they have. Man, they were going at it like a horse to a June bug. They still are. But what do they talk about on their show? Nothing that they haven't talked about before. Again and again and again and again and again. I have a hard time listening to some of these regulars on here because I know what I'm going to hear. If Popeye puts on something, a skit, I know what he's going to say. Old material, or he's going to borrow material from Flying Circus. It's the same shit. Same shit. Copycat channel. Well, you don't have to worry no more now because I'm keeping on every single show that I put on there, every short, every live stream. I'm not taking it down, copycat. So what's the purpose of you actually even putting on a duplicate show of mine that don't make any sense? Oh, we're back to that again on the protein. Well, you know what? I also bought some peanut butter and I bought some peanuts too. The only thing bad about the peanuts, they're highly caloric, but they have that kind of proper fat that your body wants. I bought the chunky one. What did I buy? Creamy or chunky? And I bought like a little thing of peanuts because I like to pick on them during the day. It kind of, satiates my appetite. The peanuts will do that. Don't eat it late at night, though, because your body, it's hard to digest peanuts. A peanut butter is different. You have a better chance, but if you eat regular peanuts before you get to bed, that's not really good. Peter says, I hope you filmed the shopping trip. Live streams only aren't going to cut it. Yeah, I'm doing what I can, man. Give some fans some meat. No, you guys give me a little meat. It's called Gcash. Yeah, I'm sure you would like to. All her glory. That's rude, Peter. You're about to get kicked off. In fact, I am a person who means business on here. Yeah, you're not going to see her in all her glory. That means naked. That's never going to happen. Sorry, man. I don't mean to be that rude, but It doesn't take much for me to react to a comment like that. It's my interpretation of what you said, Peter Wilson. I know you meant good today about taking in protein and all that shit. No, nobody's ever going to see her in all her glory. Only I got the rights to do that. My good. She's not a fucking tramp. That's why the lady is a tramp. Not mine, though. They got all these trampy fucking girlfriends. They pick them up in bars and shit. Or they dangle a carrot on their little fishing rod with the, filament holding the carrot and with dollar signs on it. Yeah, be part of my harem. Oh yeah, lots more where that came from. Lots of carrots. Oh, did I show you my wallet? Oh, please do, please do. Hey, take a look at this. Wow, I'm impressed. Can I join your harem? Ho, 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 ho. What a way to get women in your life. Really? Is that what you have to do to keep them around? Then you got to watch those women too, because you do something wrong, man. Ooh, they hold that over your head. They go after your money after that. Oh, they sure do. We've heard of these stories before. They're real. And we know it for a fact. Love Filipino people. I was sitting in this salon, and I was talking to this one Filipino guy, really cool guy. We had to talk for a while. It was raining real hard, so we didn't leave the shop for a little bit till the rain kind of cooled down, and my ride didn't arrive yet. And I had some great talk with this guy. This Filipino guys and women, they're so easy to talk to. He had a good grasp of English, so it made it worthwhile, You feel like you fit in. You feel comfortable. I do not feel uncomfortable around Filipinos. Not at all. I feel more comfort around them than I do around foreigners, and that's the truth. I don't trust foreigners. I never will. They're the biggest troublemakers that come to this country, and they all move to one place called Dumaguete or on the outskirts. Why don't they all just move there? I'm all for it, so we can keep an eye on them. Put them all there, fence the place around. They got thousands or whatever of fucking foreigners living there, and they all fighting with each other, competing with each other on YouTube channels, competing for the women. It's a mess. Dumaguete is a mess. It's a mess. Gcash 0969 367 3217. Screenshot it. There you go. I'm pushing, baby. I'm pushing and bushing, and goddamn right I am. It'll be on my description. Anywho, let me see. What time is it? Oh, it's still early. Only 4:33. I'm getting hungry already. I tend to eat early. About 5 o'clock is my average dinner, really. I'm not sure what I'm making. We were out, and I said, I don't know, that meat place closed down for a while. That means we'd have to go to Bantayan to really get some other meat. They have another shop there that carries meat, but just nasty-looking refrigerator units and cross-contamination of different meats. And I said, no. Well, they had some frozen ribeyes and a few other things like that in this other little store. They all come from S&R. But I didn't buy any. And any meats, whatever we have in our chest freezer is frozen. We don't have no time to defrost it. But I do eat a lot of chicken, though. And I don't mind eating chicken because there's different ways of cooking it. And there's different things you can mix it in, which is fantastic. My God, you could roast it, You could make chicken parmesan out of it, You could dice up the chicken and put it in some kind of an interesting sauce with pasta. I mean, there's so many things you can do with chicken. But if you're going to eat, it's a better meat to eat, really. Turkey's better, but I kind of grew out of turkey. You don't find a lot of that out here anyway. Chicken is kind of my standby food, is what it is. Shame on you, guy named Ben something, whatever. Trying to dupe me. Yeah, I sent it this morning. Well, while I was still on the show afterwards, I went and looked. You didn't send shit, pal. Well, I'm not going under my name Ben on there. Sorry, I know who sent me the money. And it wasn't a stranger like you. I know who sent me the money. I'm familiar with the people. That's how I know Ben. Ben something, something, something. Not Ben Newton, but Ben something, something, whatever. Actually, he's on here. The Hall of Shame here. That would be... I'll tell you exactly who he is. Well, by his name. Ben Breeze. B8X. Ben Breeze. He's... Oh, sorry, different time zone. It was about 20 hours ago. No. It wasn't 20 hours ago this morning when I was doing a show, Ben. No, it wasn't. You didn't send anything. No, you didn't send anything. I still haven't decided what's for dinner. I still might go for that Alia type stuff. She might be making something for me right now. I don't know. I'll be in the kitchen. I'm not going to be on here too much longer here. But anyway, let's fight back, folks. Let's fight back. You don't like these people? I don't like these people. If you're going to donate to somebody who has put in the time, who has earned his position here in the Philippines genre. Free all the way. All the way was free. Day after day, show after show, giving pertinent, vital, important information about everything you could possibly think about. Not earning one fucking peso. Well, Mark, you haven't donated to me either, my good friend. Huh? No offense, but, oh yes, he's on my Philippines Interest Hall of Shame list. Yes, he is. We'll add him to that. I still got him on here. I didn't block him. I didn't get around to it. But I might. Or I might not. Give the guy a chance. But, Mark, in all fairness, you can't talk about Ben Breeze if you haven't donated. The one digital currency app I have is Cash App. There's no Gcash option. And that's nonsense. You could do Gcash internationally. My understanding. Well, you could start Gcash. Look, Mark, it's okay. You're finding an excuse not to send any money here. That's okay. Okay? I can't grab you by the throat and say, hey, motherfucker, you got to make a Gcash. You're going to be on my channel. No, anybody could come on this channel. They don't have to send me anything. I'm just saying, a little bit of appreciation goes a long way. You enjoy listening to me. You know these guys are creeps out there. They don't have a real show. They talk about nothing, or they repeat themselves constantly, same subject matter. Here, this is a speak freely show. Of course, to a point. We emphasize the truth. We don't make up shit on here. There's no reason to. I've been entertaining you people for years. It's payback time. It's time I get recognized, and I'm sorry. But I got to be honest about this. I'm honest about everything else. I might as well be honest about this. I am on the platform now. That's it. I'm on the platform. You don't have to send me money every goddamn show. Show a little appreciation now and then. Just a little bit. I don't ask much. Well, where are you if you're not in the Philippines, Mark? If I might ask. Tell you what, you guys send me enough money, I'll give you a fucking wrench. We'll even give you a fucking wrench. We might even consider that. Aloe's got a wrench. I think Ed Savino's got a wrench. But I might be taking those wrenches away. I might be. Because if people don't show appreciation on my show occasionally, don't have to make a career out of the goddamn thing. Don't have to make a career out of it. Just show a little appreciation now and then. Southern Cal. Give you a wrench. Why? Did you send me a donation? And it's just because you send me a donation don't mean you're going to get a wrench. You become a regular donator on here, I'll give you a fucking wrench. No, but no offense, I don't just give anybody a wrench. You could be a troll and you could use that against me and wind up wiping out all my viewers. I'm not going to take that chance. Well, you've been watching me for years, but I don't have a clue who the fuck you are. Okay? I don't have a goddamn clue. I don't normally like wrenches anyway. Aloe's got a wrench. Of all people, I know. You don't have to say. He's been cool. I think I gave one to Ed Savino, but I don't know if he still has it. Did Ed Savino come back on? I don't think he's on here, was he? He usually does show up at late on my show here. No, I don't think Ed is here, no. Because if you piss somebody off and they got a wrench, they'll destroy your channel. That's what they'll do. Steve Appleton. Mix knows me well. But although Mix comes on here, he still is a troll, so. I know, Mix is a legend in the Sweetskate drama community. Him and, Biggie is at it all the time. Then there's, Sweetskate's involved. Biggie's harem members were filing a case on her. Oh, they never file cases. They don't do nothing. I mean, look, Sweetskate's, she was born different, not her fault. She might seem a little strange to some people, but doesn't, deserve to be attacked like that by the big wallet, But don't matter. He's the guy's not cool at all, He runs everything by money. Apparently he did a show boasting about his money today. I didn't even bother to go see it. Someone told me on an earlier show, this is what this guy's made of. He's very low class. He tries to live this high class lifestyle with his travel and his 5-star dinners, but the truth is class is not eating a 5-star dinner. Class is not having a big pocket full of money. Class is something you either have or you don't. And class has nothing to do with money. Maybe we did, but I don't remember. There's nothing to do with money in your financial position in life, although many people think that. But that's not the truth. Class is also earned, but it's something that's within yourself. My father had more class than anybody. My father never had money. Never did. He wasn't even very educated. But people liked him because of him. He was a classy person in his own right. Because he didn't lie. He was friendly. People liked him. He was a good conversationalist. Never caused trouble with the community. That's class. When people respect you. Why should I shut down the show? Why would I shut down the show if Kevin was on? Oh, you mean he's having a live show right now, is what you're saying? Oh, he's on my feed here. He's on here. Well, he's blocked on here. I wouldn't see him on here. You might see him, but I don't have to see his comments. Good. I hope he's watching this. Well, Kevin ain't going to be around too much longer. I have that gut feeling. Get it? Gut. He ain't looking that good. He's back up over 300 again. Can you imagine that? He keeps on going on that Ozempic stuff and all that shit, but he's eating like a motherfucker. And he expects a miracle to happen. Right, Kev? You want miracles? You're not going to get a miracle. It's not going to happen, Kev. I'm sorry, Kevin Hankins. It's not going to make a world of difference. I mean, nobody should be over 300 pounds. I don't care how fucking tall you are. Nobody should be over 300 fucking pounds. That's ridiculous. It always comes out in the wash, Stevena. Always does. Historically has. Am I right or wrong? Just, listen to my predictions. A lot of them came through. I knew the people that were unhealthy. I knew that Ed, remember Ed? Ed was unhealthy. I knew he drank a lot too. Knew he had a sizable belly. Had health problems. Had to use a colostomy bag or some shit like that. I knew that Fazio was ill in his own way. A number of people. And Mike's Philippines retirement, he's another one. He's another one that has breathing problems. He has to lose weight. He's got shit going on with his heart, but he underplays it. He underplays it. I know the people. Look at Licky. Oh, he's definitely on the list. The Grim Reaper's list. I got my own list here. Hopefully I'm not on it. I have no choice if I was, but... No, Ricky's in bad shape, man. And he won't stop his ways. He's going to eat the same shit. He's going to drink his alcohol. He's got diabetes, what he claims he don't, but he's got diabetes. I know he does. Okay? His liver is probably fucking like Jell-O. He has to wear a CPAP at night. His breathing is not great. And when he's active, he profusely sweats. I know there's a fact when I seen him in SNR, he was drenched just from walking to the Deca Homes apartments. From there to SNR, he was drenched. Fazio's own immune system turned on him and killed him from the inside out. And that's exactly what happened. I warned him. I gave the warning shots. When I give the warning shots, I'm serious. I gave the warning shots to Barry. He didn't listen, so guess where he's at. I gave some warning shots to his girlfriend in regards to being honest. And I haven't heard anything of it yet through my lawyer. So I guess she wants to be a gambler and take a chance and hope it goes her way. But if it doesn't, consequences from that. So is that report worth it just to satisfy Barry or to satisfy the investors? And we know who the investors are that paid for her lawyer and all that. Are they pushing her? Are they pressuring her? What was going on? You know what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm not that stupid. Oh yeah, they're pressuring her. No. Don't give in. Don't give in. It may work your way. We may get our way after all. Well, what if you don't? What about the consequences on her? Did you think about that? Financial backers? Did you think about that? Did you? Did you? I don't think you did. Okay. Well, I'll just end off as saying, because I'm probably going to eat something pretty soon. I can smell her cooking something up here. I don't know. We are on a platform. That's it. And I'll be fair about it tomorrow. Anyway, we'll have it on the description box. I don't need to mention it every day. But this is a soft opening on my Gcash for the grand opening. You'll have the number on the description. I've showed it on camera. Let's not play this little game. I support Frank when you don't even try. I don't put you guys on that monthly bullshit that they do. Join a membership. It's a bunch of bullshit because they talk about the same fucking anything. You get stuck on that and it's rotating. I mean, it's every month. It's coming out of your account. What? To become a member of a fucktard show? There's nothing different they talk about on a members only thing. It's the same shit. It's just another way of getting more money off you asswipes who fall for that membership shit. That's all it is. It's bullshit. They want to have a steady income coming in every month. I get it. You join their membership. Well, we got different tiers and different, levels. For $19.99, I'll make your car shine. For $19.99. Look, it ain't no different than what they talk about otherwise. Hint, hint. Don't buy into a membership on these people's shows. That's one of the stupidest, fucktard things you could ever do. It's a scam. It's a scam, and a lot of people are doing it. Boy, what is with my eyes lately? Boy, I'm telling you. I think my eyes are... I got my glasses here. That helps. Yeah, there we go. Corrects it. I got to start using them more and more often. I just don't. Okay. Well, you got the number on the Gcash? All right. It'll be on my... after I end the show, it'll be on my description box. We've showed it on here. We gave it out verbally. For all you people out there that want to support the show, please do. It's appreciated. And... it means longevity of the show. I got people supporting me on here. They're behind me. They're supporting my back. Just understand that things are changing here. Things are changing. I sit back and I watch people on all these shows, and the lousiest, most horrible shows, making money like fucking crazy. And I figured, all this free advice for years, what's it worth? I decided to jump on a small way, because I'm only offering Gcash at the moment. A small way. That's it. For now. See, because I never knew someone could be attacked by their own immune system until you educate me. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Oh, God, yeah. In fact, I got to check on my dog's schedule. Speaking of that, I think I have to give her another drop of gentamicin in her eye. And as far as the prednisone, it's going to be once a day. I just got to, yeah, I mean, you could actually, and by steroids, and my dog's immune system could go wacko. With if she's taking too much prednisone. So what I'm doing is I'm weaning her off it. That's it. I'm not going to fuck with that again. There is a more expensive medicine, and I mean expensive. It's like fucking almost three fucking bucks a pill, and you need a shitload every day, and for how long? That'll really raise up my expenses every month. I can't do that. So you have to find alternative ways. And, I ordered probiotics for it. Never came through Lasada. I don't know what happened with it. Maybe I wasn't home that day. Wasn't aware of it. I got to get them on her on probiotics. Fazio must have felt like a truck hit him. I bet he was convulsing on the floor by the end of it. I don't think he had a lot of energy. He died on his bed in the hospital. He wasn't home. No, he died in the hospital. My understanding, yeah. The days he didn't get there in time to see him, he had already passed on. Yeah, Fazio's own body turned on him. That's what happened. You have these T cells, white cells, killer cells that act on things like that, but he let it go too far. And the immune system just couldn't work anymore. Just couldn't work. That does happen. In certain medicines you take, it might be known as immunosuppressants. You got to watch what you take. Yes, your body can turn on you. Well, that's what sepsis really is. Your body is turning on you. Yeah, you're right. No, I don't know where you got that. My understanding that she was on her way to the hospital, that she didn't make it on time. You heard that Daisy was holding his hand, and she said he was frothing at the mouth and shaking. Well, I don't think she was there for that. I do remember that much. Telling the doctor to put him out of his misery. I tried to do that a long time ago, but Daisy was so scared and a total mess for weeks. Well, if you had to witness something like that, that would get to you. That's for damn sure. There's no question about that. There's absolutely no question about that. Okay, so remember what I told you to do as far as eating. Don't eat late at night and eat a lot. Okay, I'm serious about that. I shouldn't care about any of you, but I like to give good advice, and whether people take it or not, a few people have, and they admit it. I'm glad. If I helped one person out, I did my job. Not that it's my job to help everybody out on here. But if I'm going to do a show, do something good on my show, and kind of share the things I've learned. I don't mind sharing. I don't know who it is. I don't care who takes my advice. I don't mind sharing. No, his stomach was a mess. Oh, I worry out here. I get a scratch on my leg. I worry. I got some scars on there already. They don't heal normal at my age. They're all scarred up. I make sure I get on it pronto and put triple antibiotic, clean it off, put triple antibiotic ointment on there, do what I have to do. Daisy was staying with, she knows you, you know her. And where do you live? Daisy was staying with you after, why was she staying with you? How much did she make off Fazio's possessions? Why don't you tell me that? The excavator, all his belongings she was selling over there at the lot. Did she find any jewelry there? Was he had any money in his bank account that he left to her? Are you married to Daisy's cousins? No shit, really? I'll take your word for it. You're no more than me then. And what does she make off that? Enough to get her life together a little bit, little this, little that? No, Daisy sold most of the stuff to pay for the hospital bills. Oh, really? Well, that was nice of her to do that. And who paid for his funeral? Who paid for his burial? Did she pay for his burial? Fazio didn't really have much. It was all talk. Well, I figured that much, but he was all talk, I know. All talk, all the time, radio. But I thought he may have had some of his mother's baubles hidden away somewhere. Some gold jewelry or some kind of crap he kept for an emergency or something. You gonna tell me he had no money in the bank? Why was he always arguing with the bank all the time? Oh, I'm gonna take my money elsewhere. And hey, don't forget, he fucked over a mortgage company in Florida. That's how he was living in the Philippines. Well, let's hope she has a better life, and let's just get it straight. That was not Fazio's girlfriend, by the way. And it had to be a reason she was staying with him. Something going on with her family, because no woman, even if it was a girlfriend, is not going to stay in that little shack with somebody. I'm sorry, but that ain't going to happen. She had something going on with her family. It was a way of getting away, but she had to suffer all the time because Fazio would put her to work like a fucking slave. Like a fucking slave. Michael had 500,000 pesos in his BDO account. Daisy got more. Well, good for her. Good. Good. I know it was from. You remember he was showing his money one time, like showing a few people? That was all he had. You remember when he displayed his money at the bank? Oh, look at the money I have. That was all he had. Contestant. Fazio dressed his wound with polyurethane and duct tape. Maybe the toxic crap from the foam and adhesive got into it. That's a possibility. But by the way, don't laugh at duct tape, because if you're out somewhere, you get a big gash for something, you got to stop the bleeding. You're not going to worry about what's in that duct tape. And a lot of people use that for an emergency. They got a big gash in them, you know. That's why they say duct tape is a phenomenal thing to have around somewhere. Ever since Ricky slapped him, he went down. He became very paranoid after Ricky attacked him. I think he was always paranoid, but more so after that. Well, he's gone, and hopefully there's somewhere else we go when we die, you know. Hopefully it's not just permanent death, you know, where it's nothingness and blackness and no consciousness and no thought process. And we could all hope for that, you know. We don't know until you go there. Let's face the fact. Yeah, you're in different religious beliefs that you're going to be reincarnated, or God's going to welcome you with open arms, and the angels are going to come in a big bright light. I'm sorry, but I don't buy all that shit. I'll tell you what, if I go there, I'll let you know somehow. I'll come back on YouTube in spirit. Oh, did he really? Bought some firearms? Who's Ricky's woman? I don't know. He hadn't been coming on a lot. Ricky never has a woman. He just goes to a dating service. Rent a date. That's all he does. Forget it. Creepy people, man. Doing creepy things. Let me see what she's preparing here, just for the hell of it. Let's go sneak in the kitchen here. Let's go. I'll take you for a ride with me. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I don't know, my eyes have been tearing, that's why. I don't know. I think it means because it's dry. When your eyes tear, it's a lubricant in your eyes that's coming out to kind of help with that. Uh-oh. What you doing? I see, what is that, garlic? Ah, I know. Oh, and there's the penne. Oh, she took my advice on the olio. God bless you. Smell that garlic? Of course, olive oil. Olive oil and Popeye. Olive oil and Popeye. Speaking of Popeye, god damn. Somebody send over an escort or something to his fucking place. Get that guy's bitterness out of him, please. Get the guy laid, for God's sakes. Maybe he'll calm down, a little bit less bitter. Well, that's the only good one we have. That's why I gotta go buy more. That's kind of a, it's heavy. It's kind of, I think it's ceramic. I don't want no more Teflon shit. I don't want no more Teflon. If I showed you my black pan, you'd probably say, what the hell have you been using, dude? Because the shit was chipping off on there. That's not a good thing. Oh no, oh no. We need to actually invest in, we got a lot of good stainless pots, you know, stainless steel pots. They're fine, they're dandy, good covers. Oh yeah. It's the frying pans though. We're lacking on that. I know. Nothing's perfect. And Mix just came in after all. You weren't on here. Okay, but unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to get off here. I've been on quite a while. I didn't realize. An hour and 32 minutes. It's been a good show, though. Thank you. But we had to get straight with some people on here. One guy is, bullshit in the morning show. Oh, yeah, man, send the checks in the mail. on the Gcash, right? He didn't send me dog shit, man. He didn't send me shit. There's only a few people that sent me anything, which I'm very grateful for, by the way. And it was a fair amount of money just for, like, you know, a day or so being on the Gcash system. It was very fair. It was very fair. A few people did think about me. I know Dawn and Popeye and those people don't want to hear that, but hey, it is what it is. You can't trust him either. Well, I'm going to go to him right now, and I'm going to block him because he fucked me over. Don't tell me you send Gcash. I got to spend my valuable time to go over there and see if he actually sent it and meant it. And he didn't. Whoa, time zone, my ass. Time zone. Yeah, I'll give you a time zone. You don't play with Frankie here. I don't have the patience. I just really don't have the patience. And then a few other people here come up with excuses. Well, you know, I only deal with a certain cash app. Excuses. No, we are platformed now. We are platformed in a small way, but we are. And talk about appreciation. Now, I'd like to see a little bit more of that. And I'll do more shows, guaranteed. No worries. No worries. No worries at all. Here we go, Ben Breeze. Hide user on channel. You're gone, Ben. You're doggone, Ben. Doggone. You're gone. See, when you play with me on here. Okay. You know? I don't know. I don't remember him getting any donuts, but I didn't stay on there long. I made a few comments on there, etc., 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 etc. Then I had something to do and I got off. Oh, all the players were on there, of course. Of course they were. Of course they were. Big E was on there. All the slickers, you know. All the so-called do-gooders were on there. Actually, it's the no-good doers, actually. All talk, no action. Oh, let's take a look at this. Oh, and he made all that Micko stuff here. This is their favorite. They make it with sticky rice and chocolate. It's sweet. Oh, believe me, it is. I don't eat that stuff. She gave me a bite of it. Big Kev, up big man, ass. Up big man's ass. Is up big man's ass. Okay. Oh, I know. He'll listen to Big E, whatever Big E says. Oh, he'll listen to Big E because Big E has financed him many times. How do you think he got to Thailand? By accident? By his own money? Hell no, he was going to touch his own money. And then here's the thing. He's buying more toys again. How many phones do you need? What kind of tricks do you want your phone? What do you do with your time? What are you doing with your phone? Oh, I got a brand new phone now. I got a new toy. He even said he calls his new toy. For what? What do you do but sit on your ass? Even if you have a phone that's 10 fucking years old, it's still going to do all these marvelous tricks and stunts. It's going to do all the shit. You got enough fucking pixels for good video. You got, you know, I mean, what do you fucking need? And he doesn't send anything to his children. He bullshitted about that for years. He don't fucking make an effort to go even see his kids. I think they're in Australia. Oh no, I gotta go because, you know, Biggie told me to get out of my basement. I'm gonna move, I promise. So he goes to Thailand, spent a little bit in Vietnam. He wasn't seeing no action in either place. Nothing. Posed with some women at a bar. She had to buy him drinks. couldn't walk around because of his bum knee. He should have took care of that before he went to Thailand. Duh, hello. He saw no action out there. But, Big E is like his curator, an advisor, his handler. Yeah, his handler. I like that better. Big E is his handler. Gotta listen to the Big E. And Kevin, oh, was he kissing ass? Oh, was he kissing ass? The Big E and his lovely women plural, and his lovely, beautiful women and all that shit. Boy, does he kiss Big E's ass big fucking time. I know, he's, what's that? Yeah, Mick says that the message to Big is that you are a stooge. You stick your hand in the fire for a big man. He has more concern, for Big E than his own kids. Yeah, Kevin. I don't need any new toys. I don't need toys. I'm not a little child. Yeah, a handler, like the Malaysian, right? He's a handler. People can't think on their own and do on their own. I mean, really? Come on, man. Come on. So why is Kevin buying all these toys? And he gained his weight back. He's over 300 now again. What the fuck? Oh, well, don't listen to me. Vazio didn't listen to me. Bye-bye, Kev. Just put a good word in for me when you're up there, will you? People can't or are incapable of making decisions on their own. They let some crazy motherfucker could control their life, tell them what to do, how to do. And these are people coming from a fucking very dark place. You need a handler? Do you need a bona fide caretaker? I hate to say it for Kevin, but he's going to be alone the rest of his short life. He just doesn't fit the marketing for finding a woman. His looks, his weight, his attitude. The bolo knife didn't help him either. In his brain, that didn't help him. Unfortunate situation that he caused. I guarantee you he caused it. And it ain't the story that he told you. He used to screw around a lot. He used to drink a lot. He probably screwed somebody's wife or girlfriend. And the guy was so fucking mad, he took a fucking bolo knife to his fucking head. And he probably deserved it. Oh, really? An expat vlogging in Angeles, Big Joe. Big Joe. Weighs over 500. Well, he ain't gonna be around. 500 pounds. Oh my God. Mick says the big man has nothing to add to society, only causing bullying. Well, a lot of stuff happens from childhood. He was probably big as a child, too. He's probably picked on a lot. Look, I don't know his history. I know he was spoiled. His parents had money. He probably inherited money from his parents. He didn't earn it. He inherited it. Come on, man. Newport Beach, California. Come on. A lot of wealthy people live in Newport Beach. Okay, does that tell you anything? There you go. He didn't earn his fucking money. Does he have money? I believe he does. I believe he does. I don't know how much, but I believe he does. I think he inherited his money. He makes X amount of money on his job. There are some benefits to what he does. He's not making what you call a ton of money either. But he gets a lot of bennies, like, they'll pay for his travel. Go talk about some fucking HVAC bullshit. Probably a shit product. But who's to turn down a good deal? Pay his trip to different countries? Why not? Why not? But even that'd get old after a while. I think so. That traveling, man, I couldn't handle all that traveling. I couldn't. Nah, it's not for me. Well, I don't know. It's according to what you're doing for a job. For example, if I got these, I was could continue with the photography and I got these great jobs on assignment. Oh, fuck yeah. But even so, the traveling would get to me. Look at Jeremy Wade. And you know him as River Monsters and all that shit. And look at that chef. What's the one that died or supposedly killed himself? What's his name? Anthony Bourdain. Traveling. He was living out of a suitcase. That gets pretty old. After a while, you've been everywhere, seen everything. I mean, that can get off the old. It's the traveling that's the killer. And Jeremy Wade and even Anthony Bourdain, they had to travel with all kinds of transportation once they got to Ethiopia or wherever the hell they were going, or bumfuck Egypt somewhere. There was a lot of side travel and road travel and heavy road travel in rural areas and so forth to get where they had to go. It took a lot of guts, but it took a lot of patience, and it took a lot of energy and you know, patience and everything to do that kind of shit. Yeah, traveling, man. Mick says money is his god, and now the books, his mistresses, and himself have become authors. Author. Hey, I authored a book on bulimia. Does that make me something special? Called Bulimia and Relationships. You know, I've been published numerous times. Does that make me totally famous? No, it don't. No, it don't. It's nice, but it's not a big deal. I mean, it meant something to me. It may not mean anything to anybody else. As long as it meant something to me, that's all that matters in the long run. No, I wouldn't want to show you. I can't travel out of a suitcase, man. My back couldn't allow me to do it anyway. I really would be bent over. But you know, if the money's good enough, you do what you have to do because opportunity arises. You know, you got to answer to it. You got to make a living. There's a lot of people working on jobs that they actually like, but at the same time, they're never settled in one place, and it gets old after a while. They may have a family. Their marriages break up. They don't see the kids. Kids get upset with them. It's not everything it's out to be, man. Mick says they are that egotistic. They think they have made it as professional writers. This shows the moronic narcissism of them. Well, there's nothing wrong with writing books or being creative. I have nothing against that at all. I have nothing if he's doing something like that. You know, it's all the arts to me. But what do you write about? I mean, really? How about your narcissistic behavior? How about writing about that? How about your very unusual lifestyle? That might be interesting to some people, or maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, my meal is almost done. And my battery just went to 2%. Just went to 2%. Is the meal done? I could show you it. I don't think it's done yet.
You eat that?
Okay, let's see.
You get it.
All right, let me see. Let me go take a look.
You just take it off. The taste is good taste.
My food is done. She prepared it just for me. They eat something different. Oh, she's probably going to have some of that too. Look. That's a lot of carbs, man. You could even see the garlic in there. Ooh, yeah, that is a lot of carbs. No meat tonight. We didn't defrost anything. I wish I had like a special sauce put on there. But I'm going to eat what I can. If I want, I could open up a can of kidney beans, but I'm not going to. Oh, I can smell that garlic. We got a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Just, oh my God. I might even put butter on it too. Now you might see this as being unhealthy. It's not that bad. And boy, if you could just smell that garlic. Okay, we're going to sign off because we're down on 2% here anyway, so it's a good timing. And thanks a lot for all the recourse, and shows are getting better and better these days, I think. But like I said, folks, man, you know, do what you can, support the channel. You know how to do it. They'll be in my description box after the show, the number. And we would appreciate that. Don't let them win.
So
Here is something most people don't realize. Nighttime is when your cardiovascular system is at its most vulnerable. According to the American Heart Association, nearly half of fatal cardiovascular events in older adults occur between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. That's not a coincidence. During sleep, your body is supposed to enter a protective mode. Your blood pressure naturally drops. Your heart rate slows down. Your nervous system shifts into repair mode. Your brain clears toxic metabolic waste built up during the day. But when certain habits interfere with these natural processes, sleep becomes a physiological minefield. Tonight, you'll learn why heart attacks and strokes happen so often during sleep, the most dangerous nighttime habits after age 50, and a simple routine that protects your heart and brain while you sleep. Everything I'll explain is grounded in real medical research, explained in a way you can actually use. Let's begin with the first.
Sorry, I'm gonna be watching a movie, but I haven't been watching Big E stuff, but I just seen that thing on there. See my name or Micko's name used on there. He's upset that Micko comes on my channel. Well, here's the thing, Big E. I'll answer any questions. Miko's not causing any trouble with me on my channel. I'm sorry you're having problems with him, but he's not. He's not attacking me on my show. I can't control what people say. I could maybe make a suggestion. Now, whatever's going on between Micko and you is between you and Micko. Don't put my name in there because he comes on my channel. You don't want me to have any backup forces, is what it really is. And Micko has backed me up, okay? And I never really had trouble with Micko, so I'm not going to take him off my channel, Big E, just to satisfy you. I'm just not going to do that. Sorry. Not going there. Your battle with Micko is between you and Micko. Do I think it's right that he called, I don't know, which girlfriend you're talking about? Your wife or your mistress? Which one is it? Oh, okay. It was a four-eyed C word. That's what you said on your show. Four. No, I don't think that's right. Oh, believe me, I've gotten carried away with situations like that myself. But you should really rectify. The situation should really be rectified somehow. Look, I'm not, to answer your question as best as I can, I don't like any of the bullshit that goes on here, Eric. I really don't. But you're always downing me all the time, and there's really no reason for that. But I don't like you taking that kind of position on here. You know, like you're the good guy on here. You talk about me a lot. And, you know, you inadvertently you do talk about Gilda in your own way, and you have. I've monitored you. Look, I got every fucking video you ever put on that was worth saving, okay? I don't want to get into that. Just know I do. You're not innocent, Eric. You're not innocent at all. You're always going to be behind something going on. You're probably, I would not be surprised, involved with something else that's going on too. So please don't play innocent, because you do lie a lot, Eric. I will tell you that. You do lie a lot. You do. Please don't tell me you're not behind something, and you know what that is. I'll leave it at that. I don't understand also, and I'm going to be honest with you. All right, you're a Republican. You could be whatever you want, but what I never understood about you, Eric, is that how you could support, just because maybe you're making money under his administration. I don't see how anybody's making money under his administration, but I won't get into the politics of that. I will just say that. How could you possibly, if you have any level of decency in you, let's try to get past your narcissism. Let's try to get past your cockiness and all that shit. Let's get to reality, Eric. Okay? You are cocky. You're behind anybody who's against me. Already established that a long time ago. In the past, I really had nothing against you. No. We talked on the phone. We talked about Micko. We had something in common, actually. You kind of, unless you were lying too. At the time, you said she tried to pull some of the same shit on you that she did with me. That's what got us talking. I was very surprised that you actually even knew her, to be honest with you. Okay, we'll get over that. But, okay, your battle between Micko, no, I don't think it's right that he calls her a four-eyed sea. No, I don't think that's right. I will talk to him about that. I will talk to him in the effort of decency here, which I'm quite capable of, Eric, although you don't want to see it. You don't want to see me succeed in that. You want to see me behind bars. You want to see me deported or even get killed. Please don't put that, all that bullshit crap on me. You don't wish me the best because you see me as your adversary. But you have to think, why are you my adversary? Because, Eric, you're not innocent, that's why. Don't forget, I got a lot of videos of you. You don't think I do, but I'm probably more busier than more people than you on here that like to copy shit, even better than the copycat channel. Only thing I do is throw out the fluff, and I just keep the good stuff. Don't let me have to get into that. You're not innocent, Eric. But, I've always told you, man, go your own way and I'll go mine. I don't have to mention you at all. But since you were bringing up my name on your show, that me and Micko are good buddies and all that. I don't know Micko. He may have caused trouble for you, but I can't remember any trouble he's caused with me. I'm sorry, maybe I'm getting old or something. Well, I am, but I don't remember anything of that much. And I don't know, maybe he was defending, what's her name? Princess Anne, perhaps, and you didn't like that because you and yours, have a beef, obviously. You have a beef with everybody. You had a beef with Princess Anne, blah, blah, blah. You wanted lawsuits. You said, you don't do lawsuits. You don't do all that shit. No, the hell you don't. The hell you don't. Shit. The hell you don't. But your beef with, Princess Anne is your beef with Princess Anne. I don't have any beef with her these days at all. I don't have any beef with Micko. Because, and I'll tell you what's going on. Micko comes to my show. And yes, I know he likes to push it with you because he wants to get his opinion out about you. Because you guys are fighting like little children. I've actually said to Micko, I told him, and I know you listen to my shows, I told him, I said, don't give Eric what he wants, He wants a response from you so he could come on. You could come on and give a response to him. This is like children, Eric. It really is. Like little children. That's my opinion, okay? Take it or not. Just end it with you and Micko. You don't have to talk about him, and maybe he won't talk about you. How's that? And I could do the same. I don't have to mention you on here at all. Unless it's necessary. Like right now. But when you keep on bringing up my name on your show, you make a lot of innuendos about me. And whatever reason you got McFish Sandwich against me. When in the beginning, I didn't have nothing against the McFish Sandwich. Nothing. He's your good buddy. He's not mine. I understand that. Mick has his own opinions, but he was never that much against me in the beginning. He never was. Until he kind of hooked up with you. How coincidental is that? He hooked up with you, and he said a lot of bullshit on there. The stuff about, he was lying, actually, when he said that he never came on somebody's live and said, it was either a comment or he was live, I forgot, said, oh yeah, that Yats had come over there with him, and she had all this paperwork ready to sign for my signature, that it was an affidavit, and he said, of course it was bullshit. Who's going to give me a fucking million Of course, it's ridiculous. Who's going to give me a million pesos to drop all the shit against Barry? Well, first of all, not even for $1 million pesos would I do that, number one. Just keep that in mind. Secondly, that was all bullshit. Lies that Mick said that, everybody heard him say that. Well, I'm the one that heard. That's all that matters. He did come on. He was on a live stream with somebody. I forgot if he was actually part of the panel up there or he's making a comment, but he did say, oh yeah, we came over there and we had some paperwork. And we were going to have, we were going to give Frank $1 million. You give my mother's ass. You're going to give me $1 million pesos, right? Yeah, right. When Barry gets out of jail, maybe. Whenever that is. You know, he said it. Micko said that. I mean, excuse me, McFish Sandwich said it. All right? He absolutely did say it. I have no reason to lie about that. Then Mick turns around and says, I never said that. Do you guys ever tell the truth? An honest question. Do you ever tell the truth? Why are you so defensive of your own lifestyle, in fact? Why are you so defensive of it? And why do you get so defensive when people talk about you when you do plenty of talk about everybody else on here? Don't pretend that you don't. We do have ears. We do have, we listen. More people listen and remember things you talk about in your show than you think. You know? Oh, Mick's back. Yeah, I was talking about this because I just heard his show and I had to give him an answer to this. The reason I responded to his woman is that she trashed me. Well, look, I understand that. Look, I've been trashed for 10 years, but I mean, look at Aloe. Aloe, when he's not busy, he comes on my show, and I know Aloe's past. Oh boy, I mean, Aloe was one of the biggest, antagonists on here when it came to me. But Aloe, came on my show, and he was cool and all that stuff, and I allowed him to come on my show. He wasn't attacking me. Aloe wanted to take a neutral position in this. He kind of got to that point. Whether he still goes in that direction is another story. I mean, I'll find out in time. But the point is, and that's like making a point to Eric, that Micko comes on my show. Big E does not want you on my show because he doesn't want anybody backing me up on anything. That's what it really comes down to, right, Eric? Come on, it's true. But Micko is not attacking me on my show or he wouldn't be on here. Now, if I allow Aloe to vent it and even give an Aloe a wrench, that's like a revelation, Eric. And you know that. You know his history with me. You know the horrible things he said about me and the research and all that stuff. I could turn the other cheek sometimes. I'm capable of. If they come on my show and they're behaving and stuff, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, generally. There's certain people, of course, I would not allow on my show. But that's kind of a choice. Okay. All right. To their liars, you say, Mix. Okay. Message to Ego. You called me a criminal act, total fabrication. That's noted, big man, for future litigation. I've no record, and you persist on big man. I'll sue you. Everybody wants to sue everybody. The big man's just full of lies and deception. Okay, well, it is you're dealing with him. I don't know all the deep roots of all this, to be honest. I know you've been on the outs, both of you guys. I don't know all the deep roots in there. I don't really. I can't say that I do. But I think, if, and I told you in another show, if you stop talking about him, he might just talk. And it is wrong. I mean, I've done crazy things too. You called his mistress or his wife. I'm not sure. Glasses. Oh, Glasses. That would have to be his wife. You called her a C word. And you know what? I've been guilty of that myself. I was guilty of that myself, but I don't like that I said it about somebody on here. And that's in the past, but I don't forget that. I know if I did something wrong and I do something bad, or did something bad, I'll recognize it. It's not really a nice word to call anybody that. It wasn't nice when I actually did a show and I was upset with one of Barry's conquests or something, and I used that word. I don't use it loosely, but sometimes in anger you do say stuff, but I think that you're not going to calm the situation between you and Eric. No matter what you think of her or his mistress or whatever, it's his choice to be with who he wants to be with. And I'm sure in his own way, he's quite protective, as most men will be protective about their girlfriend or wife or whatever. Okay? He's going to react to that. And he will react. And that's that's what its continuation goes on. I mean, nothing ever gets resolved on YouTube. You know that. I've been going through this for a whole decade, Micko. I'm still here. It's amazing that I am, but I've persevered this shit for a whole decade. It's never ending. So, you got choices to make. You know, you can choose to talk about certain people if you have justification. But why do a legal war? Why do a personal war? A war with somebody? You disagree with his politics and so forth. You disagree with his personal life and what he does with it. It may be a lot different, yes, than most of us on here, and it is, and it most certainly is. I wouldn't be lying about that. But it's his personal choices to actually make. I certainly wouldn't live like he does, but that's me. Well, Mick says, I told Big Man if he stopped paying the Malaysian to slander for the last 3 years, it would stop. How do you know that he's paying E.T. freely and who you're talking about? Frank, she did a show bringing on people to trash me. I had to respond. Well, okay, both parties are guilty then. Both parties are guilty. He's not guilty. He's never been just, I understand. The main thing is he is paying that. Well, first of all, you don't know that he's paying the Malaysian guy any money to attack you. You don't know that for sure. You didn't see the cash flow fall into the Malaysian guy's hands, did you? No, of course you didn't. But yes, I know that she trashed you, and I was inadvertently trashed too, wasn't I on that, if I remember correctly? If it's still there, I got to go back and review that. I know, she refers to me as a frail man. No, she's not innocent. No, she's not innocent at all. And I got documents of that. Believe me, I do. It's not just him. I'm pretty thorough. Just trust me on that, Micko. Oh yeah, she's trashed me. At dinner tables at times, she's called me the frail man. She's making fun of me and all that stuff. I've got all that. I've got all of that. I don't forget it either. Even if I didn't have evidence of that, it's in my mind. It's in my memory. Nobody's doing good with each other. We're all attacking each other on here. It makes things worse. And there's seemingly no such thing as harmony on YouTube. There really isn't. There's no harmony on here. I really don't expect to see any harmony on here. Malaysian has said that he is getting paid by him. Well, maybe he just said it to you to get a reaction from you. Okay, did you ever think about that? We're very, what's the word, reactory? If that's even a word. I mean, to things like that, we hear things, you're going to react to it. I tried to tell you that, he's trying to get your goat while you're trying to get his goat. And, get you to say something. If you say something, get him to say something. And it's never ending. With so much drama going on in this world, do we really need this kind of shit on here? And I know the minute we ever talk about him on here, you're gung-ho. You're perfectly willing to shoot him down. Now, I'm not sticking up for Eric, because I know Eric is not innocent, that he's a known antagonizer on here against me and other people too. He tries to take a stance in a certain position on here that he doesn't do any harm and he doesn't talk about anybody. He's not behind anything on here. Well, we all know better than that, and I know that too. But even by taking that in mind, I'm not really gonna run a trash show on Eric, okay? Because it doesn't really accomplish anything. And you're right, Eric, I do have things to deal with right now. You're absolutely correct on that. But he's saying to me as a warning, you don't need to support Micko because you have enough to worry about, Frank, is what he was saying basically in so many words. That I'm in no position. What does that mean? Is that a threat? I'm in no position. What, to support Micko? Look, Eric, he's allowed to come on my show anytime he wants. Unless he causes a problem with me, it's my show. It may not be a big show with 100,000 subscribers or something, but it's my show. Tiny as it is, I can make the choices on who I want on here, including Avalo De Vinta. It's my choice of who's going to be on here. Mick says, in my part, that's on par with murder And I'll tell you this, Frank, if he keeps at it, it won't end for him well. Well, see, Mick, that's a threat. Come on, man. That's a threat. I don't like when people. I've been threatened by Barry. I've been threatened by other people. You're threatening Big E. And that's wrong. I know you've heard it from other people threatening. Everybody threatens on each other, but that doesn't make it right. I know you got your blood boiling over Eric. I know he can do that to you after a while. You know, you get kind of an ugly feeling about him and what he says and all that. Shit, I've been going through this for a decade, man. You got to build up some thick skin. If I had to get stressed over everybody who talked something negative about me, I wouldn't be alive. Or I'd be One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest movie. I'm quite rational, as you could hear it. And I try to keep as rational as I possibly can. Have I faltered in the past? I certainly have, numerous times. I will admit that. But you got to keep things under a certain level, under certain control. Know when to say something. What's that? Know when to fold and all that shit, you know? Know when to say something, address it in proper language. But, you know, let's get away from calling somebody's wife the C word. Quite familiar with it. I've said it myself. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. I know when you get angry, you say things on here, and I've done that. I don't leave myself out of this. I have done that. But I've actually in the past have apologized for stuff like that. I know you don't like his wife. Okay, I understand that. I know you have your own opinion of her. You know, you made fun of her with the 4 eyes and the teeth and all that stuff. But, you know, why do you need to go on a mission? Yes, I know she said bad things about you, trashing you, but then you were trashing her too. Let's be fair about this, okay? You don't get anywhere when you're trashing each other. Maybe she gets enjoyment out of trashing you. Maybe you get enjoyment out of trashing her. But where does it lead? It doesn't lead to anything good. I mean, you're on this mission where you're basically like threatening them. I won't have that. I won't have that. I don't like that. I don't like violence. Well, I think at this point, just about everybody's referred or made innuendos or being very blunt about calling people the P word. It's not a very pleasant word. And that's why somebody's in jail in part, okay? I think, yes, that's a reason to be upset. I will have to agree with you on that. And I was upset enough to make something happen as a result of that. Yeah, it is. You don't call somebody that ever. I don't care how angry you are. I've had my moments. I told you, I've had my moments. Called moments in the sun. But I had my moments of darkness on here too. Where you can't control your anger. I come a long way from those times. When I was mad, you knew I was mad. And I did not hold myself back. But I thought, what am I going to get out of this? Anger is not going to solve a problem. But no, the C word, and I'll be the first to admit it, is wrong. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that she's righteous in everything she does, because I know she's talked about me. I've heard her during dinners. They're having yeah, I've heard her talk about me. I have all that down. Don't worry about it. It's not a trick that I miss on here. But I don't really, how should I state this? It's her influence with Eric. And why she'd be saying those things. I'm not holding anything against her, really. Not really. She's heavily influenced by him. And he's influenced by his own, I don't know, his own self-righteousness, you know, cockiness and his narcissism. That's just who he is. And we're not attacking him here, okay? I'm not attacking him. I'm speaking what everybody knows and what everybody hears. That's not attacking. I mean, I wish him well, actually. Sounds crazy, but, you know, I may not want to have a relationship kind of thing that he has. It just sounds too complicated. It sounds too dangerous. It sounds too immoral, whatever. But it is his doing. If something bad were to come of that, which I believe something did happen in the past, but that's history. Let's move forward. Maybe he's learning something from his situation. You can't win on YouTube. I can't win. He can't win. Nobody wins on YouTube because everybody's too stubborn, Micko. People don't back down. They don't stand down, as they say in the military. Some people find it impossible to stand down, but that's what people like. They like the drama on here, and they want to continue the drama because, maybe they don't have much going on in their life. I don't mind listening to a little drama here and there, but it gets even old for me, man. I've taken a different stance. I talk about a lot of stuff on here. And I try to make my show not only entertaining, but a little bit of comedy. I sing it on the show. I mean, I make it interesting. But I don't like to dwell on this stuff either, though. Like, I don't hate Big E. I don't hate his wife or his mistress or anything like that. I don't want to. I don't hate the guy. I disagree with his so-called, analogies of me or who he thinks I am, what he thinks I am. He's called me pathetic. I've heard every word he's used on me. Believe me, I know I've got it. Pathetic, frail man. He's not innocent. No, he's not innocent of any of that. He's absolutely not. But I am going to deal with it in my own ways if I find necessary. I've got all the videos. That's all. That's all. It's like, a little insurance policy in my back pocket in case of anything. But I'm not going to go on and argue with Eric or his family members. I don't need that kind of stress. I really don't. I don't. Steve Jones, I can't wait for Shaw to be sitting in a cell like Barry. Well, it's possible. All this stuff is coming out in the wash. I've always said that it is. It most certainly is. And maybe it's cleansing. Maybe we need some cleansing on here. Now, look, I wasn't planning on doing a big show again. I still haven't went to go watch my movie because she was still busy with a client on the phone, her daughter, with her accounting job thing, and I'm going to go in there now, though. Don't matter. But no, I just happened to see Big E's show, and my name was mentioned, and Micko was mentioned, and I said, okay, what's this all about? Name calling is not appropriate, and it is not appropriate to call his wife a C word, as it was not appropriate for me in the past to call one of Barry's ex-girlfriends the same name, and more. That wasn't right. You see, the difference between me and you is going on is that I can differentiate between right and wrong. That's really important. You have to have that ability to do that. If you're right about something, you're right. But if you're wrong, you're wrong. I've been wrong many times. I don't count. I've been wrong many times. I admit it. But you have to build yourself up a little bit after that. You got to recognize and differentiate, really, about what's right and wrong on here. Because some things could have dire consequences. People could get hurt or killed. You don't know how far somebody's going to go that dislike you. You got to handle things with kid gloves on here. Because when someone says they want to threaten you or they hate you or something, you got to take it with a certain level of seriousness, man. Because you don't know their psychology through and through. I don't know their psychology through and through. I don't. Some of these people on here could be really scary. You don't know. You push somebody hard enough, Dick. I've pushed back too. You push somebody hard enough, they're going to push back even harder. And you never, it's never going to resolve anything, is what I'm saying. It's not going to be resolved until you both stop talking about each other, Okay, that's all I came on to say. There's a mouthful, but I had to respond to Big E's show. I've even told Big E in the past I won't mention him at all if he just don't mention me. Don't spew all your hate on me. There's no reason to hate me, Eric. There really isn't. You were never really a common topic with me on my show where you on the attack all the time. I've only responded to things you've said. That's all. No more, no less. I don't hate you, Eric, because I never even met you, sir. I can't really hate somebody I never met. Okay? And hate is an awfully, it could be an innocuous word too, but it's not a word that I like to use. And I got to be pretty mad to say I hate somebody. I might say it in jest, I might say it of anger, I might have whatever, but it don't mean. The only person I actually hate on here is Popeye. Not even Barry. I don't hate Barry. I dislike him a lot for good reason, but I took care of that business. It's over with. I got my dime's worth, okay? That's over with, as far as I'm concerned. What happens in his life in this moment is up to him. Has nothing to do with me. The fact that he's in there longer in jail has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's over. It's his own behavior. It's his own unwillingness to pay the penalties to the court and what he owes me in damages. And not to mention the money he owes immigration. It's up to him to raise the money. Maybe the high rollers will help him, but they haven't even helped him. The Free Barry J campaign that even Big E was involved with. I didn't see him, bailing Barry out of this situation. So it's all talk on here, you understand? They know who they like and they know who they don't like. They know who they want to help, and whatever their reason is, they have their reasons. We don't have to agree with their train of thought, okay? But it's when you, me, everybody gives into this crap is when things just get a whole lot worse. And why? You come here to have you move out of your country to have a better life, and you really want to get involved with this kind of shit. Or you're not even in the country, Micko, and you're fighting on here. You're not even in the country, just like, Popeye. It's no better than Popeye, man. What is with my glasses, my eyes? My God, I'm telling you. Stevens, I have a suspicion that Shaw has undiagnosed schizophrenia. But this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you how fair I am. Well, not to you. And you're attacking Shaw, and we're not doing it as much as I may dislike the woman because she has a complaint against me. I don't want to attack her on here. I'm certainly in no position to attack her. Also, you have a suspicion she has undiagnosed. I don't know what she has. I'm almost certain Shaw would be institutionalized if assessed by a mental health specialist. I don't know. I'm not a mental health specialist. I just make my own evaluations from what I see and hear. And I have my own. And we all got our own problems. Maybe undiagnosed, maybe diagnosed. We all have our own problems. Trust me. All of us, every single one of us do. From listening to these, or reading these writings and all this crap that's going on YouTube. God, it's almost unprecedented what's going on in this world and what's going on YouTube. Fighting for what? I don't know. Is there a golden chalice at the end of the rainbow with all this? What do you get out of this? I know you want to see harm to somebody that you decided you didn't like because somebody else said something bad about the person, which was an unqualified statement of some sort. That's not true, but some people want to go along with it just to have a little fun, but then things get carried out of hand. I know that somebody has financially supported her. I know. I'm not stupid. She couldn't have done it on her own. But let me deal with that in my own way. We're getting very close to things happening. We're getting very close. Getting very close, I'm sure. I feel it. And we'll see where it goes. If you start trouble and you lied about something, you committed perjury, well, there's a price to pay for that too. If it personally has hit you and your family in a certain way, I mean, it either does or it doesn't. Is it that vicious that somebody did something on you? Then yes, you do gotta handle it. And the only way to do this is legally. You don't want to hurt the person physically, and don't come on YouTube and slam them all the time. You're just going to make your situation worse if you get into something like that. There's no point. There's no point in it, really. I think we have a guest here anyway. There's no point in it, Micko. And I told you, stop fighting with him. Okay? And Steve Jones, I'm sorry, but I have to get rid of you because as much as I may not like the person you're talking about, I really don't appreciate you calling her a schizophrenic because you don't know that she's schizophrenic and I don't know that. Let's be fair about this. Call us the new fair Frank over here, okay? Because I've had plenty of experience with unfairness on here. Don't call Shaw a schizophrenic when she may not be. You may not agree with her on different things or her outlook on life, and I certainly don't. But I'm not going to call her a schizophrenic. In fact, I don't want to call her any names at all. We have something that we both need to deal with right now. It's very important. I'm not going to make things worse for myself, and I'm sure she don't want to make things worse for herself. I'm damn sure of that. Is this going to happen? You know, it likely will happen, unfortunately, for her. Hate to say it. And that's where the money people have to come in to help her, because it's looking pretty inevitable for me at this point. But you see, I'm very fair. I fired the warning shots and I made a suggestion. I said, you know what you have to do because you lied. That the report she put on me was pure lies. It was not backed up by anything. Not even a fucking video. Nothing. All the statements on the affidavit were not backed up with facts, as my attorney pointed out, and put on his counter affidavit. Now, as a result of that, well, we'll see what happens with the immigration, the decision makers, and even if it's not in my favor, it doesn't end there. It just gets worse. Okay, this will drag on for a long time because I will bring it to court. I will bring it to the two first levels of fighting this order, if there was such an order. And I have the choice that even if there isn't, and it goes my way, not hers, I could still choose to put a case on her if I please. And I would have every right and opportunity in the world to do so, or every reason, pardon me. Now, I've said this publicly on here, and I'm going to end this after this statement. I just want to vlog and do my shows and be left alone. I'd appreciate it. I don't want to see her get in more trouble. I really don't. I'm not that hard of a person, but when somebody's coming down hard on me like that, trying to ruin my life and separate me from my family, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be a hard-ass motherfucker. I'll take out both barrels and add 2 more. Okay? I said I don't like people interfering with my family and with somebody that I love and people that I love. That shouldn't be happening. Because somebody's upset and they want to get even. I know she was coerced and all that stuff. I know that. Big time, and I know who they were. I'll say in my own mind. I'll keep it to myself. I know who was involved. It wasn't right. No, it wasn't right, because they're upset with me for some reason. That we've had some differences or whatever. Let's put Frank in the fire. Take him out of the frying pan and throw him into fire. I'm upset with him. I want to see this happen to him. I want this happen to him. That's a little bit overkill. I've never done anything that bad on YouTube to deserve that. I simply haven't. I can think of worse people, a lot worse people as far as what I'm being accused of. that we know have done these things that are actual undesirables without question. And I mean without question. Mick says you have to defend yourself when you and your family are being interfered with. Well, that's what I'm doing, and it's important to me. It's unfortunate that upon certain discussions with certain people, that it probably will not turn out very well for her, because under certain codes and statutes, this would qualify probably for a prosecutor to give a resolution on this that will go to court. And you know it is, the courts, litigation, mitigation, discovery, court appearances, payments for your lawyers to write up shit. She'll be responsible for that too, not just me. It'll drag on forever. And unfortunately, I don't give a shit if I'm in the public eye over here on here. Shit, not a big thing to me, but I'm not trying to save any face at all. But Filipinos, they like to save face, and boy, this would be a big saving session for her if it had to go to court, because it may even make the news. Okay, the Sun, it might make it might go viral, and I don't think that's what she wants. I can't say what's in her head and her thoughts, but I think logically, I don't think that's what she'd want. But it's kind of heading in that direction. I hate to say it. I'm not satisfied until this shit is dropped, or the immigration says, quash it. That there simply isn't not enough probable cause, or what they call prima facie, or prima facie, whatever you want to call it. Which means pretty much concrete evidence that seals the deal, and there isn't. This is more of a civil matter if it was even true. And even my own attorney said that. And every damn thing that I looked up on ChatGPT and other research says the same thing. There was no violence involved, never met the woman in person. I never made death threats. I didn't rape her. I didn't turn her house on fire. Okay? None of the above. It's not a criminal situation. It's a fucking complaint, not even a case at this point. It's not even a case. Okay? Follow me? It's nonsense that she's trying to hurt me, and I have to inadvertently, I have to wind up hurting her legally. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go through this again. I'm not worried about the money thing. You can always make up more money. It's the principle of this whole thing. That's all it really is. It has to stop somewhere. Just as you, Micko, have to stop with this bickering with Big E and his wives, or whatever they are. It's clear that there are many players in busy trying to coerce in order to get you, and you could prove this. It should become inadmissible. Well, I'll worry about the legal things when it comes up, okay? There's been no resolution made, and the very fact it's been over a year and a half or more since she put in a complaint with me is a good thing. The very fact that they can't come up with a resolution is a good thing. Because when they have the time to mull over this stuff, you know, they would have came up with something already. Apparently, they're not sold on this report, or else they would have made a decision a long time ago. And if I was that bad of a guy, and considering I'm on administration hold, I would have been in a deportation place, a detention center. It's not that important. It doesn't look like I'll ever wind up in a detention center, because this is not important shit. And because of the fact that I'm on an administrative hold, that's a whole nother story too. It's not of my doing to not comply with all the visa regulations. I've always complied. It's administrative. And why do I mention that? Because it's a big difference. They can do whatever they want, even if it's administrative. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that stupid. But it's not like I'm the culprit here. I want to pay my dues. Always willing. Always had. it's their doings to go on hold because they have not come up with a decision on this matter. And as such, they got to keep me on this hold. All stemming from a fucking complaint. I don't know if she feels proud of herself. I don't know. As far as you saying, the one guy on here saying that, which by the way, Eric, I removed. I'm using fairness here, saying that Barry's ex has this deep psychiatric problems. I don't know that. I know that she's not thinking clearly as to what she did. Yes, I would agree on that. Am I a psychiatrist, a psychologist to analyze her? No, I'm not. I may have my own conclusions and thoughts, but I'm not going to come on here and say such a thing that this guy did or said. That's why I got rid of him. That's called fairness. That's called fair play. All right? Okay, I got shit to do, man. All right? You know, Biggie, stop arguing with Micko. Behave, boys. Okay? Micko, stop bickering with, with Biggie. You may not agree a lot of things with Biggie, and neither do I. We have that right to have our own feelings and to have our own opinions about people on here. We do have that right. But I think constantly talking about it and bickering about it is not going to get either party anywhere that they want to go. I mean, that's just it. It just gets worse, and you don't want to do things that you'll regret later. Okay? Really. Look at Barry, what happened to him. I'm sure he's regretting that his mouth wouldn't shut up. It took over 3 years of his life off the streets. He's not happy about that, I guarantee you that. But he did it to himself. That's the truth. Okay? He's responsible for his own actions, as well as I will be, or could be responsible for things that I will do in the future. You just have to watch yourself and you learn from your mistakes. You be a man and you apologize. Look, I went as low as apologizing to Popeye, of all people, a guy that I actually do hate. Why? Because I was wrong. I posted picture of his two parents, and I got a deserved strike for it. Well deserved. See how fair I am? And I gave a public apology to Popeye, of all people, that I absolutely cannot stomach. That's called fairness. That's called fairness. Well, you're right. They can't sing. Sorry, Eric, but y'all over there just can't sing. Okay. Sue me for that. But you can't sing. I have to say that. Sorry, Eric. You guys could be fun. Yeah. Who's ripping me? Oh, does Nico have a show on or something? You talking about Sneakos? Are they on a show with Sneeko or something? Old Sneeko boy? God, he can't talk. Sneeko? Hell no, he can't talk. Oh, he could talk, but, he just makes an ass of himself every time he does, unfortunately for him. We know the life he's living, But again, it's his life, Why is Sneeko doing a live show? Wait, you saying that Big E is ripping me or Big E is ripping Sneeko? Make yourself clear. And who is attacking each other? I don't understand. Who's attacking who on there? Explain. Who's attacking who? They're attacking me or attacking Sneeko? What's the deal? I must have triggered off some sensitive things out here. Snako's live and Ego is ripping on me. They're analyzing me. Well, analyze this, analyze this. Yeah, analyze that. Yeah. Of all people, they're analyzing me when they fucking need an analyst. A psychoanalyst. Okay. Okay, well, it is time for that movie. I don't care what the fuck they're doing on there. Do you expect Nico to say something good about me? Do you expect Big E? I think I've been pretty fair on my show about Big E. What I just had to say, that they're both acting like children and stuff. But like I said, they can't handle the truth, man. And that's why they get so defensive and then become offensive. It's clear as a bell. When you tell the truth about people, yes, they're going to go on a show and they're going to start attacking you. Because that's why they're trolls. That's what they do. And that's why they have such a big ego. Okay. Anyway, look, I kind of said my piece on here, Oh, I don't care whether he paid the Malaysian or not. I don't really give a fuck. Now they're all on the attack. They're attacking me, attacking Micko. It's a bunch of fucking children on here. Yeah, he says he never paid a lot of people. Yeah, he knows behind that. Yeah, he says all he wants. We know better. The Galatian is relentless. I could just about laugh about this shit, man. It's just too freaky, man. Grown-ass adults. Oh, my God. Well, look, I'm going to go watch a movie while I can. I got an opening in the living room, in my own living room. I could have went in there any time I wanted, really. I just use a little bit of courtesy. Look, they're not going to say anything good about me. They're not going to say anything good about Micko. They're not going to say anything good about anybody. Okay? Come on, boys, you know that. All right. I'm not going to get involved with Nico's show now. I can listen to it later on. You just got to stop fighting with each other. It's so fucking childish. Ego is bragging he made $1.4 million in the stock market in 2 years. Well, it proves what I've been saying, that, he thinks money is the answer to everything, and he tries to use that as some kind of empowerment. But people are not taking to that. I don't give a fuck what he made in a goddamn stock market. It's called, what the fuck is it called? Nico, what the fuck? I haven't been on his show lately. What the fuck's the name of his show again? It's Nico. What the fuck the name of his show? I haven't been on it lately. And it's Trashy Mix. It's Nico's Experience, okay? Nico's Experience. Okay? Go join the boys. Where do I begin? Well, YouTube wars are alive and well. I don't know who's not fighting with each other. A lot of shit going on between Philly and the Philippines, and Scotty Boy, Micko, and Biggie, E.T. Freely, and Micko, and E.T. Freely, and everybody else. Yeah, we got some genuine YouTube wars going on. It's the new year, too. Apparently, nothing has changed. That's a shame. Well, first of all, yes, I'm aware. And even Kevin Turtle came out of his shell. Kevin Tuttle. I thought the dude died. He had left a message on my last show. Haven't heard from the old boy in a long time. Must have had some medical problems. I know he was having a lot of medical problems. Kevin Tuttle. I call him Kevin the Turtle. He don't like that. But he actually made a comment on my show and said, well, Micko used to talk a lot of shit about you all the time. And everybody's upset of having Micko on my show. For that reason, I'm going to keep Micko on my show. What Micko has done in the past, he ain't doing nothing to me now. What Aloe did in the past, he ain't been doing nothing with me now, so they're welcome on my show. That's all. I know Big E would like to see me throw him off my show. I know Kevin Tuttle would like me to throw him off my show. So E.T. Freely, whatever, would like to throw him off my show. But no. That's where the decision making comes down to me, not anybody else. If they're not doing harm on my show, I'm fine, thank you. Now these guys got to settle their differences themselves. I'm not the mediator here. I just play one. Kevin Tuttle, I thought you were dead, dude. I thought you were dead. Haven't heard from you in a while. You haven't been bitching and whining about me. I miss those days. The Turtle. God, you hated that name. But you know what? You're gone anyway. But nice hearing from you again. I mean, no, seriously. It's very nice hearing from you again. I actually thought you were dead. I haven't thought about you in ages. Long time. You always stuck your nose in my business somewhere, but now that I thought you kicked off like all the rest. But there you are. You bared your ugly head out of your shell. Okay, you made your comment. I allowed it. And that's about it. You boys got to stop all this fighting, man. It's really looking bad. You're giving the community a bad feel. All you bad boys out there. There's the hearts. There we go, baby. No, Micko stays on my show. Alla de Vinta stays on my show. They both have done shit to me in the past, but that was the past. But they've been on my show, they've been behaving, and they will remain on my show. With limitations, though, as far as Micko is concerned. Because it wasn't right for you to call Big E's wife a C word. We've discussed that on the last show. When any of us is wrong about something, we're wrong about something. You gotta kind of own up to it when and only when you are wrong, okay? I've been wrong. A lot of people have been wrong, but you gotta own up to it. Don't let the fire get any higher and more fierce than it is. Throwing names around and calling people this and that is probably not necessary. I know what you feel like. I've been through this. I've been down that road all the time. Every day, in fact. But what are you going to do? Pull your hair out? What are you going to do? Are you going to go kill the other person? No, you're not. You're not going to do that. And Micko, you're like over in, Ireland or something anyway. Or Belfast. I'm not sure where you're at. You're not going to do anything to Big E. Big E's not going to do anything to you, and that's just the way it is. He's just going to throw a bunch of names back and forth, calling his wife and his harem, whatever names. I think he's pretty sensitive to what you say. I'm sure he is. But you know what? Other than being a little sensitive to what you may call him or his, he's going to just bounce right back and come at you again. He looks forward to this kind of stuff. That's what gets him off, So you're not going to change that. It's just a waste of your breath. How do I know this? I've dealt with all these people They're very resilient. Oh, they get really sensitive. Oh, they do. They do. They absolutely do. That's why they come back at you. That's why they come back at me. But they're always going to come back. And the sooner that you realize that, the better off you'll be. I'm used to this shit. If anybody knows, I certainly do. There's this other guy. What's his fucking name? He has kind of a little bit of a beard. He was on there. What's his name? He's talking about all the shit that's going on YouTube, about a YouTube wars. I think the title of the show is the YouTube wars. Actually, people fighting with each other. I mean, look at someone as innocent as Amazing Philippines. He don't get involved in all this crap. No. He just does his shows about real estate, condos. Sometimes he gives a little talk about what's going on in Cebu. He talks about the weather. The guy stays out of trouble. See, don't enter the danger zone and, you'll have a good show. We hit 300 anyway, so we're going up there very slowly. And yes, of course, my Gcash is up there, boys. Be in the description, and if you don't find it on here, you'll find it on the last show. And no, we're not getting rid of any of my shows anymore. We're keeping them on. I don't know, posterity, whatever. I'm just going to keep them on. There he is. Yeah, just relax, Mix, relax. And yes, I know you've talked about me in the past, Mix, but hey, all is well. You don't start trouble with me on my channel, and neither does Aloe. You're good. I'm not going to take you off my channel because Big E would like to see you off my channel. He doesn't want you backing me up and whatever, vice versa. You're fine. Just try not to give him what he wants. Big E wants that attention from you. And no, I didn't watch I seen a little bit of the Snicko show there. In fact, I forgot all about it. What did I have to do? I went to watch a movie, and I said I would watch it later on. Yeah, I've seen what was written on there, and I see what they were talking about and all that. Yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense, I know. I didn't see but a very little bit of it. Actually, for real, I haven't. Maybe I'll go back to it tomorrow morning or something. Yeah, I know. They can get you going on here. I've been through that. Been there, done that. I know, you want to grab him by the neck and choke him to death. I understand the feeling. If anybody does, I do. But it just makes you unhealthy and makes you feel bad and gets your cortisol going up too high. And it's not for YouTube, man. It's not worth it. You've seen all the shit that I've been through, right? You really want to be there. Not everybody's as strong as me to put up with this shit, but Well, it is true. But you are welcome on my show. You are welcome on my show. Despite whatever you said about me in the past, and I know who you are. But you haven't been causing problems on my show, so I don't have a problem. And I know you like using my show to get at Big E because you figure he's going to be listening to it. I understand it goes both ways, It's just not worth it, man. I know. I remember in the past you were defending... Pardon me. Defending Sweet Skates because I was on the outs with her or some shit. I don't know. Such a long time ago. And she's also welcome on my show. You see the way things change. There were people that, I was at odds with. But over time, some of them were allowed on my show because they've calmed down. Sweet Skates comes on my show to say hello. She don't cause any trouble. She ain't worried about the past. Aloe has been kind of in neutrality with me, and it's all good. Doesn't mean he's going to be like that all the time. He could turn on a dime with me. I understand that, but the status quo is good at the moment, and I hope it'll stay that way. I've always tried to reconcile with you even after McFish blocked me on here. I never turned on us as I realized you tell the truth. Well, I certainly try to. You know, my truth and somebody else's might be different, you know, but everybody has something to say. Everybody has their own thoughts and their beliefs. You know, they're always right and everybody else is wrong, and that's kind of the way it is on here. The battle. This is the freaking new year. Nothing's changed, you know. No resolutions are made in regards to me on a resolution, if you know what I mean. And resolutions between people on here. They can't bury the hatchet. Instead, they want to bury it in each other's heads. Look, Philly in the Philippines is always going to be Philly in the Philippines with this clickbait and this bullshit and this swamp living. Okay, Scotty's always going to be Scotty, aimless, wandering around aimlessly, not knowing where to go and what to do with his life. Big E's still going to have a harem. He's still going to have his own opinions, whether you agree with him or not. He's still going to lie. He's still going to say he doesn't talk about me or whatever. He talks about everybody. Since you already know this, you know, and Licky is going to be Licky. Ricky's going to be Ricky. Kevin's going to be Kevin. Popeye's going to be Popeye. You do not have the ability in any form or way to change the disposition of these people. It's just not going to happen. And the sooner you face that, you're just getting yourself all fired up. I have not been fired up for a while. I've been pretty lax. I mean, gotta admit. I'm watching this as if I'm watching some stupid movie on TV. That's the way I look at it. Comedy, you know? I mean, it's real. It's real. It's not like on TV. It's not a bunch of actors on here. But everybody has their own reason why they don't like somebody, and they have every right to like, hate, not care at all, love, worship, whatever. They all have their own reasons why they do what they do. Just like I could never change Barry Jordan. He might be incarcerated, but he hasn't changed. He will not change. I already know that. He gets loose and he gets settled wherever he's settled. If he ain't going to wind up in another jail in Alabama, he'll come back on YouTube and he'll be on the attack of me. But this time he's not even going to be in the Philippines, and I'm not going to care about his attacks. He will get viewers because people want to know what's going on. That's the way it works. They want to know. They want to wait for another train wreck. They want to see what's going to happen to him. He'll be e-begging like a motherfucker once he gets back into America. If he doesn't wind up in the courts again and in jail, he'll be e-begging like he always does, because America is expensive. And the government has been tightening their budget. I don't know if he'd be able to get Section 8 housing, and I'm doubting it. They've cut a lot of cuts in health care and all kinds of shit since Trump has been in office, man. So he's going to, you know, he's going to have a hard time. Very hard time. That's why I don't care when Barry gets out of jail. I think he's put in enough time there, you know. I think he's put in enough time. Sure he has. But Barry is paying his price, and people don't understand. There is a price to pay on social media, according to what you say, according to what you do, your actions, words. Not everybody's going to agree with your show. If you have a show, nobody's going to agree with your opinion. Nobody's going to agree with your philosophy. Okay? And guess what? They have the right, as well as I do, not to agree with some of the shit I hear or their own philosophy. But you're also dealing with psychology. And unfortunately, you or I, we're never going to change that, because you can't just simply change somebody's psychology, their psyche, their mannerisms, their mania. their afflictions. It's all theirs. They own it. And if you think you're going to change somebody by yelling at them, well, you know, I've been down that road. A lot of people have been down that road. It don't work. You could yell at people and call them every name in the book. It gets to the point you just get desensitized to it. Shit, dude, 10 years, I'm desensitized to all this shit. They could talk about me, talk about my girlfriend, talk about a family. They could talk about whoever. But after a while, you know, it's just like kids that grew up with the gaming. I was never into gaming. And gaming is ugly. They watch all these war things, people getting their heads chopped off, blood, everything else. Children from the generation which started with, you know, all this, you know, electronic gaming online and all this shit, you know, they became desensitized to blood too and stuff like that. It's a new generation. People are very desensitized to things going on. You can't change it. It's something that we have to accept. I mean, I don't like when people are attacking me or my girlfriend or whoever, but you live with it because you expect it. And if they don't talk about you bad or your girlfriend or your family or whatever, something's wrong. There's something definitely wrong going on. So in other words, what I'm trying to say, it's an expectation, man. It comes with the territory on here. You got to develop some thick skin because all they're trying to do is what they tried to do with me for many years is get a reaction. They want a reaction. They want you to react to what they say. They want you to put a show addressing what they said about you. That's how they get some personal satisfaction. They want you to get upset. They expect you to get upset so they could come back and say something about you. If you don't and you ignore them, I tell you what, that drives them a lot more crazy than you fighting with them. Then they have nothing to say because if you're not saying anything, you're not going on the attack. They got no game anymore. No, the game runs out of them. They just don't got any more game. They doing that to, you know, pull your chain to get a reaction from you. That's what it's all about. It took me quite a while to just totally understand the psyche, how the mind works with these YouTubers. It took a while. But, you know, I kind of figured it all out. It's all a game. They just want your reaction. They want you to get upset, have a heart attack, have a mental breakdown, or whatever. They're not wishing well on you. Understand that. And they do this because they don't want to wish you well. But even knowing that, it's so easy to catch any one of us, not much with me anymore, but to get your goat, pull your chain, and get the kind of reaction that they want to get from you. But when you give in to this stuff, we talked about it the other day. Let it be. Okay? Let him live, him and E.T. freely and whoever. Let them live the life they're going to live. Because it's not your life, it's not my life, it's theirs. If the way they live, the way they treat people, their attitude, you know, their narcissism, you know, it'll explode on them one day. You know, you got to look down the line. You know, things will happen. Sometimes things get turned inside out. They'll have their own disasters, relationship breakups, whatever. It's just a matter of time. Because when you're so negative, it eats you like acid on the inside. And that's what they want. They want you to be eaten up like hydrochloric acid. They want to destroy you in any way that they can. And the only way they really do it on here is verbally. They might know a little bit about you. They're going to bring up your past. And it was all done to me, and it was done to a lot of other people on here too, not just me. See how relaxed you are today? You say, oh, that's true, Frank. You see, I'm not yelling at you. As you can see, I'm talking, and I'm in bed anyway now. But you just got to know the game. It may not be a game to you, it may not be a game to me, but it is all a game. And the more they can get you to react and talk about them and give them the attention that they want so badly, you got to understand, it doesn't matter if they have a family or wife or 5,000 girlfriends or, they're having orgies and all that shit. It doesn't matter. Things tend to fall apart on their own. They will. But don't give them your energy. They claim they got a busy life. They're doing this. They're writing books. They're doing that. No, they're not doing all that. They're listening to every show that comes on. Trying to see, I'm going to find out anybody talking about me. How am I going to react? How am I going to upset Micko and watch him go off on schedule, like a time clock? They're going to say things that you don't want to hear, and they're going to hope. You see, even negative attention is still attention. They will try to get the attention any way that they can. Come on, look around on YouTube. All these people are fucked up. You got Big Kevin, you got Popeye, you got Scotty, you got Ricky, you got Snicko. All these people, they're all fucked up. They know they are. And we know they are. Just listen to them. It doesn't take too much brain power to figure out people on here. You just listen and look, that's all. You got them all figured out already. Just don't give into this crap. I know it's hard. And believe me, I've been tempted a lot lately to just grab somebody by the throat, but you are not going to get through to any one of these people because this is what they do. It's almost like a job. They cry for this attention. They need this attention. If they can make you feel bad by talking about your girlfriend, your wife, your kids, your dogs even, that's exactly what they're going to do. That's what they have trained themselves to do. Okay? It's really as simple like that. It's simple math there. I used to get very reactionary. I would always, react to something in the past or something said. Now we're having some big wars on YouTube. They're getting worse. They're all talking about each other and they're creating material for their show, which is partially what it's all about. I gotta have something to talk about on the show. No, I haven't listened to, hello all you lovely people, Steven there. I see he has a show on. I haven't been listening to him for a little while. Of course, he's making up more stories and trying to find things to talk about. People do run out of topic matter. I never do, but I'm one of the rare few, but most people run out of things to talk about. So what do they got left? Well, try to find some friction with somebody on here so they can put a show to increase the drama. And as I said, it's all about the money. All about money. All about the money. They want to be heard. And if they have to fib, if they have to lie, they have to maim, they have to antagonize people, that's exactly what they're going to do. You just have to be aware of what, the rhyme and reason why they do stuff on here. Now, I've been on here long enough to know all that stuff. I've accepted it. People don't like it, they're not going to say anything good about it. That's just, that's just the way it is. Accept it. But ignore it, yeah. And I know it's hard. You're going to listen to his show, you're going to listen to somebody else. You can listen to E.T. Freely, you can listen to Big E, he's going to have something bad to say about you, but do a test. Do a test. You might not like what they say about you. Everybody thinks it's some kind of a game, but they have to win. They have to get the last word in. And they're pushing you and pushing you. You may go quiet on them for a while, but what they're going to do, I'll guarantee you. I know how this works. They will start talking about you again, even though you may not be talking about them. They want to draw you out. Okay? They want to smoke you out of that hole. They want to set a fire in that little gopher hole to get the gopher out of the hole. And they do that by talking about you and antagonizing you online, calling you names to get to draw you out of that little hole. And then you fall for it. And believe me, I've been through that. And all it turned out to be was a back and forth nonsense, little crappy little game going on, play of minds and, attention and so forth. All right, so there's my 13. I know who you are. Hello, boys. Hey, we reached over 300, 302, I think. Okay. Now, again, they don't like me to do this, but again, if it's not on my description here, go to my last show, go to the description box. I do have a Gcash number. Let's give them, or not give them what they want. Contribute to the show, and we will continue, guaranteed. You're not out to conquer the world. No. We got to take care of ourselves, most of all. And you got to examine the source of where the information or the threats or the antagonism, where is it coming from? It's coming from a very deep, dark place in these people's lives. Their lives didn't turn out as perfect as they wanted to, and they are frustrated. They want that attention. I mean, they are bitter. Because maybe their lives are not exactly how they try to make people, see what you may think it is. They got a lot going on in their lives, I assure you of that. There's a lot of politics going on in their relationships. Trust me, there is. I know. So, with that being said, I'm going to bed. The YouTube wars, they're getting worse. Somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's going to lose their channel. Somebody might get physically hurt. Is it worth it? And most of these people never met each other. A lot of them never met each other. Is it worth it? Is it worth all this stress? I, for one, should be pulling my hair out because I got this complaint against me. But you know what? I'm not. It's just another day. And wherever it leads to, it leads to. And you just methodically, you take care of business when the time comes. But you're not going to go through life and just be all stressed out because somebody put a complaint against you. And don't go, don't do that is what I'm saying, It could be awfully stressful. And the boys back home here. But you know what there, old Micko? I do know how you feel. If anybody does, I do. But, I never ran away. I'm still here. I understand all the politics, the legal shit going on. I'm hip to all that stuff, but what am I going to do? I live my life every day until for some reason I can't. But, don't make yourself sick. Concentrate on your own life, and if you have a family, I don't know. Concentrate on yourself. In fact, put your own show on. I think you should put your own show on. I don't think you have one. then, want to trade insults on your own show, you can do that. But it's just not my advice to, I don't know, this thing could go on like in fucking perpetuity, forever. And you just get yourself sick. And it's not worth it over these people. Trust me, it's not. Like I always say, you got one life to live. Enjoy each day as it comes. And you never know if you develop a disease. Car may hit you. You don't know what's going to happen. And you got to understand, more importantly, that these people are nobody to you. They are nobody to me. They're just these entities out there is all they are. They have a mouth, they can talk, they can say good things or bad things, And somebody's always going to be adverse to you on YouTube. That's just the way it is. If you get caught up in going on people's shows and making comments, or if you have your own show, there's always going to be adversity. They'll always find a reason not to like you. But here's the thing. Don't give them a reason. Don't give them a reason. But if you feel so strongly, like I did with Barry, about what is being said about you, the only thing I could advise you to do for future reference is to record everything. Throw out the little shit. Just keep the big turds. Keep the big shit. Put it away safely on a memory card. You got a memory bank, you got an external drive, whatever you have. Keep the material until maybe you have to use it someday. That's what I do. You got to have a backup system, because you don't know who's going to report you for whatever reason. If you don't have a body of proof, then you're in a shithole. And I try to make sure that I'm not in a shithole. It's not that I'm that bored, I got to record everybody. No, I throw the little shit out. You got to see the shit I've thrown out. Hundreds and hundreds of videos that were just not up to par. It just didn't get to the nitty gritty. Because you see, who are you going to report them to? They're not going to look through hours and hours and hours and hours of somebody's videos. You got to kind of organize it, get to the point, edit out the stuff that they don't want to know about. I mean, a prosecutor's office or something. Okay? Just get to the point. You put the timestamps, you do whatever you have to do. Do it the right way, or don't do it at all. Because if you don't do it right, it's not going to mean anything to a prosecutor or immigration or nothing. You can't just call immigration, hey man, this guy's a fuckhead, man. No, you got to follow the format. There's a whole shit that you have to do. You may have to start on a barangay level, work it up. I mean, there's a lot involved. But my final words are, just try not to get sucked into the vortex. I've been through the vortex. In many respects, they are demonic. Best to not give them your energy. That's my point. All right, I'm going to go. This is my famous 13. Don't forget to donate, and you know how. How about a welcome change of topic a little bit here this morning?
Oh, there's climate change going on. Let's do something a little bit different, I hope, this morning. If we can, if it's possible. Oh my. I'm going to give an example of what's going on in Hawaii past few days. I mean, wow. If not around the world. Hell spells. Gosh, where do I begin this? Yeah, things are happening. Do you notice? Well, it'll be another topic actually combined with this, actually. Terrestrial aliens? Oh, that's something new. There's a government official who claims that what we talk about extraterrestrials, and I gotta sneeze here. Hold on. Pardon me. Would in fact, Fazio could be right. What? That we're thinking, and we'll get back to the weather in a minute, and having to do what's going on in Hawaii. Quite interesting, but this guy used to be I don't know, what was he, a senator or something? And he's saying, well, everybody's looking out into space. They're all looking out into space. Hello. You should be looking right here. And the ocean is the most unexplored part of our world. And this one ex or present, I don't know, government official or something is saying that it's either underground or in the ocean, and likely underneath the ocean, that there's a lot of strange creatures. Have you seen pictures of, And if they're hiding anywhere, it's going to be underneath the ocean, in the deepest trenches, and parts of the ocean that's very difficult for a man to get to, whether it's the Mariana Trench and other trenches and so forth. Now, I'm not going to bore you. I'm going to try to make it interesting, but we're always looking out to space, but actually, under the earth, there's likelihood that there are perhaps a different species of sort, let's just call it like the movie Species, of life that's living well underneath the earth. And there's lots of reasons to believe that, because there's a lot that don't meet the eye, a lot you don't see that's happening in areas. And you've seen all kinds of movies, science fiction movies about this. Kind of a little change of topic a little bit. Oh, yeah, the dollar bill. Well, he could be right on that too. About a few things. Fazio might have been right about a couple of things. He talked about reptilians. Well, don't put that totally out of the question. You got to think out of the box with an open mind. There's a lot of things we never expected as the years went by, different inventions, seemingly impossible things being invented or found or created or whatever. But if you think about it, I'm not the new George Morey here, but I'm always very science-oriented, and I have a good curiosity about a lot of things. Crazy Fazio could have been right about a couple of things. So they're finding out that there's been a lot of different species, marine life, that's been discovered, either accidentally, that washed up on shores because of a storm. I still believe, and I know I joke about it, we went to the market the other day and she was buying some squid, and I was saying, that damn thing is alien. That damn thing is alien. It looked even more funkier when she cooked it up and it was on the table. I said, "You're eating these tentacles and all this shit." I said, "Hey, what's up, man? FB crime family." Yeah, change your topic this morning, man. A little humor and a little facts. I want to kind of go back on something that actually has to do with the weather, though. I do monitor things that's going on in Hawaii because I've spent many years in Hawaii. And I've experienced all kinds of different weather there. Now, recently, there's been like 30-inch rainfalls with up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Usually above 70 is considered hurricane force as they go by the weather people in Hawaii. And unbelievable. Well, there's a foot of snow on Mauna Kea. Okay. And Mauna Kea is one of the, kind of like dormant volcanoes. Mauna Kea is Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea. And they have the observatories up there and all that. They closed down the roads. There's over a foot of snow up there, which they do get in the winter when it's cold enough. And it's been raining like a motherfucker in a lot of places recently in Hawaii. And I'll tell you what, it's a dangerous place to go around the island too, because when I was dating Marlene, a Filipina in Hawaii, we were bored. Let's just take a ride. I don't know, we decided to go up the Hamakua coast. Let's just drive. Something to do. We didn't go anywhere, Our biggest excitement was going to fucking Walmart to shop for some treats. And going out with her, I got myself up to 190 pounds once. You wouldn't know it if you looked at me, but I looked like a linebacker. Not fat, it was just kind of evenly distributed, but that was my highest weight, about 190. Only when I was dating her, but anyway. We were going around the island of Hamakua Coast. We're maybe going to stop at Lampahoihoi, which is a place where in 1940-something, they had a big tsunami, and there were schools there and children that got killed. There's a monument for them there. We were just going to go around. Maybe we're going to stop off places like this. But I remember we were going through these areas where the roads are cutting through this little mountainside, loose rocks everywhere falling down. Very dangerous when it rains there because the rocks loosen up. And we saw that. We said, nah, man. She didn't feel good about it either, so we turned back. But other times that I would go around the island, you had to go through these 3 gulches, we call them gulches, where you're going through the mountainsides and you're kind of winding down, to get to the other side of the island, and big, deep drop-offs and, pretty spectacular. But these were like really winding roads. And there really wasn't enough guards, rail guards to prevent you from going over if you slid or something. But you didn't want to really travel around that on really stormy days or really a lot of rain and stuff. It used to scare the shit out of me going through those gulches. When I got out of those gulches, go through Gulch 1, Gulch, I think it was 2 or 3. I know definitely 2, my memory. I never liked going through that. It's always scary. It was scary going around the island or anywhere there. There's always rock falls. When you're getting 30 inches of rain, I want you to picture it in a relatively short time, which just recently, 30 inches of rain happening in certain areas of Hawaii. 30 inches of rain. If that happened here, which, we've had large rainfalls here in the Philippines, and look at the damage it caused. There were landslides, all that shit going on. Pretty scary shit. Pretty scary shit. Watch out with the weather. If anybody don't think there's climate change, you're out of your monkey ass mind. There's so much going around the world, different climatic changes going on right now. Extraordinary droughts at times, extraordinary rainfalls, storms, tornadoes. There's a lot going on. And, you want to get back, where does the climatic change come from? Greenhouse gases, whatever, carbon imprint that we're leaving on the world and all that stuff. So, Not only we have to worry about a crazy man running the United States and trying to destroy the rest of the world, we have to also think about the climate too. Boy, we all got problems. And we think you got problems on YouTube. If you could expand your mind and, kind of think out of the box or get out of the box on YouTube, you might realize there's a lot more shit going on in the world than what's going on in YouTube and people fighting with each other. I mean, there actually is life outside of YouTube. Whoosh. Yeah. So 30 inches of rain. I lived out there a long time. I've seen heavy rainfalls that like they were never going away. My whole yard was getting puddled up. And we had gravel down on there too to help with that. But I've seen times where wind zones came to about 70 miles per hour. We never really had where I lived on my party island, we never really had what you call hurricanes. Not really. We came close. And they used a figure of 70 miles per hour above, I guess, would be, and for your insurance purposes too. I mean, if your house got damaged in winds period, you still get your insurance covered. But definitely, if you don't have what you call hurricane coverage, which you damn well better have had, and if you were on a mortgage, then you'd have to have that. The company would have to, require that you got hurricane insurance. And I argued with them and said, go back historically. When has the Big Island actually had real bona fide hurricanes? Now, Iniki, which is a big bona fide hurricane, which is on Kauai, which did a lot of damage, that was real. It went beyond 70 mile per hour winds, gusts, and all that stuff. But where I lived, we had some pretty terrific gusts that broke down some trees, wires, stuff like that. But the mortgage company would say, no. You gotta, they want to get you for something, hurricane insurance. I said, well, why don't you prove to me that I need hurricane insurance? I said, why don't you go back in history and tell me when the Big Island has had a bona fide hurricane, especially in my area. So why are you making me pay all this extra money for that shit? It was unnecessary money. Could have been used for food, could have been used for, I don't know, utilities, whatever. You got my point. But, everybody's going to, just scam you out of your fucking money. Unnecessary types of insurance. Okay? Yeah. I had to pay that. You can't argue with them. It's just that they're making a requirement. It's their law. Or, get off the insurance, which you didn't want to do. Because it costs you more if you cancel your policy and you decide, I made a mistake. I'm going to go back on this. Yeah, they're going to charge you a lot more money. But you had to be covered, really, in Hawaii, because you never really knew. You see, the mountain range is protected where I was from all these, turning into an actual hurricane. Oh, yeah, we had ferocious winds, trees bending like in half, and rain that you just wouldn't believe. And I hated the rain when it was too heavy, if it was too long, because, having a metal roof, even out here, you'll notice that too. My house over here, when it's raining a lot, boy, when that rain comes down, it's like, you can't even hear the TV. You could turn the volume up. It doesn't do shit. You can't hear anything. And my bad hearing to begin with, that metal roof. And unless you're smart enough to have your place insulated, it's something what I actually should have done. Insulation, keep the house cool and blah, blah, blah. But insulation in the house is pretty important because it can also insulate against sound. When you get those heavy rains, it's going to make a difference, Hey, Mark. Hello. Yeah, a little different topic this morning. To have a nice, calm, and collective morning, and not necessarily concentrating on all the mayhem that's going on YouTube, which has been getting seemingly worse and worse and worse and worse. Sometimes you just got to take a break. And hey, here we go. Rejoice the morning. There you go. That's the nice start. There you go. Rejoice the morning. Alas, you're alive. Alas, appreciative of the little things instead of the little shitty things that go on YouTube.
that really are coming to a point where it's like, why bother talk about it anymore? It's nice to talk about just life and just, you know, something pleasant or something interesting, man. Which I always do on my channel anyway, but sometimes you actually have to remind yourself that there's more to do on YouTube than have to discuss, who's doing this and who's saying this and people fighting with each other and stuff. God, I've had a decade of that shit. Isn't enough? Sometimes I just want to resign myself to just throw this fucking phone in a puddle of water. There's times I feel that way. But you can't do that. That's a marvelous morning. Any morning I can get up until I can't get up anymore. It's a marvelous morning. And you got to think that way. People are just too interested in fighting. I understand. Life can get boring, and it's really according to what's going on in your own personal life. If you can't find a date, you can't find a woman, I don't know. There's so many things that life kind of throws us a curveball sometimes, whether it's health or your happiness or social life and all that stuff. I understand it. We all go through that. That's henceforth we're human. We're not perfect beings. Some people think they are, but man, I never claimed to be perfect. Far from fucking perfect. And I'll say that myself. I'm no fucking narcissist, man. I'm so far from being a narcissist, it's absurd. I just like to talk about life. Because I kind of have it still, until I don't. Same as you. Let's talk about the good things, You know, I'll give you an example. I was so proud of I like to call him my stepson, even though he's not officially, and Christian. He boy's getting tall. He was all decked out, I swear to God. He had to go to this meeting. It's kind of like a job fair type of thing where some people, I think, come in, they talk about. So he's over here. He's got like a construction cap on, like a supervisor, a white cap, white hard hat. He's got this uniform on. He's got a vest on, a vest. So they had to dress for the part. He's very proud of himself. Got a haircut the other day. He's a good looking boy. He's very oriented, with his sports, and that's what he's going to be attending. He's going to be going over to Minganilla for a week, and there's going to be all types of different competitions going on different aspects of everything from volleyball, which he likes to do, and other aspects of sports. They're going to be performing against other people from other areas of the Philippines, which is kind of cool. It's exciting for him, They're doing very well. They're all goal-oriented, and, Guild has done a good job, and I have to give myself the credit, too, because they've been living with me for quite a while, and under my guidance and everything else, and, they're doing very well. And all the children have. The basketball team they like to talk about. Well, a pretty successful basketball team with a nice direction in life. Yeah. Now, I know I'm not going to gather a whole shitload of people in here when I'm not talking about all the troll activity and all that shit. I understand, but, isn't a little break from that? Just every now and again, kind of refreshing after a while, I mean, seriously. Yeah. I watch so many disastrous things that happen on the internet, and I'm saying, boy, I'm lucky. We're all lucky. At any moment, anything could happen to you at any fucking moment, whether it's a health condition or something, man. It's just like you gotta appreciate what the hell you have while you can. Because things in life can happen at any moment's notice that may not be a pleasant experience, a loss or a death in the family or some kind of a possibly medical situation or something, or, things that, in other words, are more important than all the childish crap that goes on social media. And not just YouTube, it's all over TikTok, this, that, Facebook, all this shit. My bones are growing tired of this shit, it really is. Kind of taking its toll on me, to be honest with you. I mean, I handle things very well, but
Sometimes I sit there and think, I said, what is this all about? I mean, what is this really all about? What's it all about, Alfie? Okay, my sense of humor is still there. And you always have to have a sense of humor to get through life, because there's some people that go through a whole lot of shit that some people couldn't even bother to, they couldn't handle, really. I do a pretty good job, actually, I think. In fact, I know I do. We all have our own stressors in life. Every one of us has something going on that you don't think is right or not appropriate or could be better, but you got to also think the other way. It could be worse. I see people on, the internet. They got giant lipomas hanging off their face. Some can hardly eat or breathe. Deformities, disabilities that you and I would, certainly see as a horror story and a nightmare. Think of what these people go through, or people that are born different. And of course, as humans, we're very judgmental, and we'll make fun of people that, are born different and so forth. And, but, nobody's perfect, and people can't help if they're born with a disease or born with a deformity. But humans, the way they are, they like to make fun of anybody who's different, in such a way. I think it's part of human nature. It's the bad part of human nature that we don't like. It's the bad part. I don't think that's ever going to stop. But I also think it's how parents raise their children too, because you teach your children that, hey, don't be making fun of people that are different, because, you could be like that too, Junior. Keep that in mind. I'm actually having a couple of peanuts here while I'm talking to you now. We talk about all this protein lately, and I'm saying, yeah, I need to up my ante. I need to up my protein before I eat anything. Actually, I'm going to save this because I'm going to I like crunchies in my oatmeal. I'm going to make some oatmeal and put these peanut crunchies in there. I like texture. Yeah. I can't go on the internet without hearing something horribly depressing. That's why some people are better off without a phone. I don't know. I always like to hear these good stories where people rise above it all, whether it's health or whatever it might be. Where people, through trial and error, through terror, rise above it all, whether it's a health condition, they get remission from cancer. And I've also seen some horrible things on here where people were vlogging about their cancer, giving everybody updates and all that stuff. Some people had stage 4 cancers of different sorts, and then they went into remission. Then it came back with a fury, and they wound up dying. I was following this one guy for a while, Patrick Haynes, Haynes. His stuff is still on there, I believe. His girlfriend is continuing it. He was fighting really hard and got overwhelming, and he wound up dying. He was hoping to see his now unborn child. His girlfriend was pregnant with his child. He wanted to live long enough. It's things like that are important. Life stories. I like good life stories. People who have struggled and they come over all the negativity that they had in their life and the challenges they got through and stuff like that. Life is a challenge itself when you get out of bed in the morning. Some people don't wake up. Like I was talking about stories about, and these are important shit too. How not to eat, heavy duty before you go to bed, and most heart attacks happen between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So I like talking about stuff like that, because a lot of the things I talk about do affect you, not just me. And it's information that I like to share, which is a lot better than, getting into all these tug of wars with people on YouTube that some you never met, would never care to meet, and who are just very negative and try to be very controlling. You know, the narcissist and all the shit that's on here, you know. So I'm going to try more often, and I do it anyway, is to talk about things outside of the box. People just don't have an open mind about things. I think out of the box. I've always have. I think of the possibilities. I think of realities. Yeah, I know. I've been accused in my life of seeing things. What did one girlfriend say to me? She said something to the effect of, you see things in black and white rather than shades of gray. I laughed. I said, it's not true, man. I specialized in black and white photography. It all has to do with shades of gray. Variations, gradations, and, you know. So I kind of laughed that one off. I actually did. True story. I only see things in black and white. Or in other words, it's my way or the highway, and I don't see outside of the box. But that was so untrue, because I'm one of these people who does absolutely see things out of the box, which I think everybody really should, really. Imagine the possibilities of opening up your mind to different things other than, you know, who's roaming the streets, chasing their tail in the Philippines, who's using clickbait, who's giving bullshit stories just to get the algorithms going, all this shit. There's not much we haven't talked about here in the Philippines genre. You know, we know people for who they are, and the reason we can make an evaluation on certain people is because, well, truthfully, it's what we hear and see and what we experience with them. So, you know, a lot of us are qualified to say, hey, you know, you're kind of like this, and you're dude, and you're kind of like that. And the reason we know that is because, you know, we see you, we hear you, we hear what you have to say, and we can make our own evaluations on that. The one thing I can say about myself, I present myself as to who I am, and whether you think it's good or whether you think it's bad, everybody has an opinion, and I respect their opinion. To a point, I'm making my matcha this time. I just threw the tea in the hot water. I'm letting it steep in here. Then, of course, I'm going to strain it. You know the routine. So I ran out of my little Lipton green tea. I'm going to let this puppy just kind of sit there for quite a while. Then I'll add my other ingredients. Little black pepper. You know the routine. And we're going to put a little bit of salt in this puppy. Yes, and tea. You guessed, you heard it. A little bit. You need a little salt in the morning when you get up. But don't listen to me. Because, as you know, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what. A little turmeric, yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I have no fucking clue. Right? Now, I don't know what I'm talking about. But alas, I'm still alive. And I kind of think that must account for something. I think it does. I don't know, try it my way. You may like it. And, you know, I'm going to even offer some apologies, too. I apologize if I've been kind of over hypercritical, you know, about people on here. Because that's kind of like saying, well, you know, they're different than me. I mean, I don't want to be that kind of person. Pardon me for a second. Oh, God, I don't need a bowl that big. Jesus Christ. Hold on, boys. I think we all get kind of carried away with this shit on here, and I'm certainly one of them. I'll take responsibility when it's due. Okay, pardon Cordone for a second here. Okay, I'm going to start my morning here. Yeah, so contrary to what you might believe, I'm not always watching everything in the genre here. And most of the time I'm on my phone, it's really not particularly listening to all the troll activity on here and all the, not so nice people. I do, but not as much as you think. But I kind of keep abreast of what's going on here, if it may affect me in some form or way or whatever. I'm always out looking for that. And I'll document it. I mean, a boy's got to protect himself, Just give the boy a hand. And I go on burnout stages sometimes. And that's truthful. You know when I was off for 3 months? Not too long ago. Remember that? I was on burnout like you wouldn't believe. Total burnout with YouTube. I needed that break. It was overdue. Way overdue. Way overdue, actually. And I'll tell you what, it felt good. It's like putting down a pack of cigarettes and being proud of yourself. That's what it's like. Doesn't mean you didn't listen in, but you just didn't participate. It's kind of interesting being a fly on the wall as compared to like doing shows every day like I do. And then inadvertently or whatever, you just wind up, getting involved with all the crazy shit. And I try to do a good job of trying to point out to probably viewers that, hey, look, it's not that bad. Just chill out. Stop arguing with the other party. That's what they want and all that. So, but anyway, let's kind of mix it up a little bit here, Mix it up a bit. Yeah, there's a lot of weather changes going on. And if you can't see it, then I don't know, maybe you never leave your house at all and you don't watch the news and you don't keep track of stuff like that. There are a lot of changes going on. Places that are getting extraordinary rainfall. Look what happened in the United States, extraordinary snowfalls and freezing temperatures they haven't seen for decades and, and maybe even unprecedented. And I just have a feeling, and not being a scientist and, by a degree, but a scientist by mind. Somebody likes to explore things and understand things. Just a greenhorn with that kind of stuff. I get fascinated by it. And I grew up on the East Coast. I grew up with some pretty bad snowstorms, but a lot of the shit that's been going on has been pretty incredible. Imagine the whole East Coast and all the way to the Midwest, would have becoming like a blast freezer. Killing animals, even people dying and stuff. Okay, pardon me a second again here. Oh, geez, where's... Okay, that's what I'm looking for. My butter. Let me just bring this whole thing over to the table. And, I'm going to put the dash of some Himalayan salt here in there. It's really strong stuff. It's coarse. Now, maybe you've never seen this before, but I like some crunchies in my oatmeal. So, it's also adding protein. There you go. Huh? And we're going to take out this Himalayan salt. It's strong, so I just need the dash, actually. Maybe more than enough, actually. And, of course, I'm going to take my butter. I do use butter.
And to make this oatmeal tasty, I gotta use butter. Meanwhile, my tea is kind of steeping here. It's gonna lay in there for quite a while before I actually strain the puppy out. And we have 3 small, big size pads, that's not enough, of butter. That might be a little bit of overkill on this meal this morning, but the oatmeal seems to be too dry. So now I got peanuts for more protein and special kind of fats, which are actually usable fats, mixed in here with some dairy, which is butter, which also contains protein and calcium. So it's not just fiber. Now you got a meal here that has, number one, some minerals from the Himalayan pink salt. It has the fiber and somewhat from the oatmeal and protein from the peanuts. What could be better than that? That's a breakfast part anyway. Okay, very good. So, upon my reading, and kind of looking into what was going on in Hawaii, we have these koki frogs out there. They're about the size of a quarter. Millions of them. Now, when they go quiet, there's something wrong. Temperature gets a little bit too cool. All of a sudden, the chorus is gone. When it's raining a lot, they all come out. They're amphibious creatures, right? Okay, let me see. How does this taste? All right, not too bad. I don't put milk. I don't put milk in my oatmeal. When I have almond milk, well, I'm tasting the salt now. When I have almond milk, I put almond milk in there. Okay. Enough about my food. Mike and Sabu, welcome. I think not enough about the protein. I think not enough. I mean, we do eat a lot of chicken around here. I hit the peanut butter almost every day for protein too. When I have nuts, I try to pick on that during the day. The only being dag, there is some, it's highly caloric, but it is protein. I would say not enough. We eat a lot of chicken around here. Oh, by the way, come to my mind. This is really interesting. I've been reading about this. And I wish I had the figures in front of me right now. I read something for the second time. And you're going to hear, having to do with McDonald's, where are we getting all this beef? There are only so much cattle out there. And if you know how much McDonald's uses every single day in their restaurants to make hamburgers, there's a lot of math to do on this. Where is all this beef coming from on a daily basis? Even a cow has to grow to adult size before they're going to slaughter it. And there are massive cattle ranches, especially in Texas and other places. But are there enough cattle to meet the demand of places like McDonald's and Burger King and all that shit? Where is this coming from? Good article I read on that. Forget about the shit about human meat. Okay, come on. But I think you're only getting
a little bit strips of beef in there, real beef, and the rest has to be byproducts. It has to be. Well, we know there is. Try, put one in your pocket for several months. It's probably gonna look as good as the first day, right? Can't be all meat. There's only so many cattle, and there's so many McDonald's and hamburger places and all that. The daily consumption of beef is phenomenal. It doesn't match with the amount of cattle that are presently available. Let's just talk about United States, The math is not adding up on this. I think there's no way they can use pure beef. That's why a lot of your hamburgers probably made of soy, maybe even sawdust, which has been mentioned, by the way. Yeah, I know. What's that? Whey protein powder is the best. 25 grams of protein for 120 calories, and they have so many different flavors. They taste great. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that instead of talking about it, really. Start now. I mean, I know I have a need for protein because if in the morning time, if you just have cereal, oatmeal, it's not enough, and that's why I usually have to have eggs or something. Because I think for my energy level, I actually need protein because I don't feel real energetic if I don't have some protein in me. I noticed that. We were talking about that. You're probably the same guy I was talking to the other day under a different name. I think I don't know, we're talking about all the protein needs. No, I wouldn't like coffee flavor. I've tried that shit. I had it in Hawaii. I gave it away when I was moving. I didn't get charged a few bucks for a big container. They got a deal, believe me. Oh, man. I just didn't like the taste. I think it was vanilla. And I don't know. I didn't like the taste. So I didn't use it. Hardly. Yeah, but isn't there a fact that if you're going to be using protein powder, you take all this protein in, you got to work some of it off because protein is just going to break down into fat, right? If you're sedentary in your life. Definitely not an expert on protein. Yeah. Well, I know it's important. If you're not getting enough protein, especially as a man, you can kiss your muscles and strength goodbye. Now, only calories equal fat gain. Simple thermodynamics. Okay. Well, I know something about that, but not everything. I have my limitations in knowledge, believe it or not, with stuff like that. But I'm always learning. Nothing wrong with that. But yes, I am realizing. I believe I'm realizing a lot of things as I'm getting older. A lot of things. Getting old is not for pussies, okay? Let's call it what it is. Getting old is not for pussies. You gotta be strong as you age. But like I said, I don't want to be an invalid. I don't want to be, or I don't, have muscles. So I can get up off the chair. I can move around and be mobile and not be dependent on like a walker or some shit like that. But there's other things that determine that too, because I've definitely got skeletal problems for sure. I know that. I mean, like a lot of people wind up getting, disc space, spondylolisthesis, a little bit of scoliosis, add that in for flavor, So they're all concerns as I'm getting older. Oh, absolutely. They're definite concerns. Think about it all the time. Okay, found my strainer. Okay, hold on, folks. I know, everybody should be thinking about that. No doubt. You're right. Oh, that could be a good cup. Let's see what I could do here. Oh, perfect. I'm just trying to straighten this shit out. That's a good color on the tea, which means I got enough actual tea in there that's been strained out of this raw matcha green. I'm gonna let it kind of sit there. It's not the way to do it, but gotta improvise sometimes. Yeah, that's the word. Word of the day, improvise. Make do with what you got and get her done. Get her done. Any way you can. It's very hard to naturally increase testosterone. Yeah, I know. It's been a topic lately with the testosterone. I gotta give it some time. I'll look into it. I gotta research things before I do it. That's just me. I gotta research things. I'm making a mess here. Jeez. With this tea on the table here. Let's hear it for the boys. All right, let's let it steep there a little bit. It's better you get those little metal strainers. You put your tea in. It's like a metal thing with holes in it. Put your tea for teetotaling, I'm gonna pick up one of those since I do drink tea every day. Only one cup. I'm not like a tea fanatic in a way. I'm drinking tea all day. You can't do that. You should have at least 2 cups of good, strong green tea a day. That's it. And anything beyond 12 noon, don't. And look at like Scotty, for example. I hate to mention YouTubers, but Scotty drinks so much fucking coffee and he wonders why he can't sleep at night. The answer is so fucking simple. It's like plain as the nose on your face, but some people just don't get it, Caffeine is gonna charge you up all the time, man. It's a stimulant. Pardon me, I'm just walking back and forth here. I'm just trying to move my blood. Look at that beautiful face in the morning. You're a goddess, sweetheart. Isn't she lovely? You don't think you're lovely in the morning? You're lovely to me. Don't hide your face with the sheet. No, not on camera. Don't worry about it. I don't do that to you. Isn't she lovely? Lovely as a rose. Lovely as a rose. Such a beautiful, gorgeous specimen of a woman that I've ever seen. Lovely Filipina with that nice colored skin, No prejudice with this guy. She's not considered Caucasian, so I must be a racist? No, I'm not no racist if I'm with somebody who's technically, not Caucasian. That means I'm not a racist or prejudiced, after all.
But she is quite lovely, though. Did I say she was lovely? Okay. Let's see. Okay. I know. To natural, you have some precursors to testosterone, though. I mean, you could take like, well, what's wrong with DHEA? Have you checked into DHEA? I used to have a ball of that a long time ago. DHEA. Isn't that kind of a precursor to it? That it kind of helps with the testosterone? It's like a hormone, right? DHEA. I used to know this guy I used to work with in the Pox department. Jim was his name, and we used to talk about this shit. And he was taking DHEA. I think he's long dead now. I hate to say it. Jim was a good guy. He was a painter for the Pox department. And he was getting into DHEA. But he was kind of a real conspiracy theorist. But he went way off the end. One flew over the cuckoo's nest type. But he talked about aliens. He talked about all that stuff. It was cool. But he went way over though. All of those supplements may increase testosterone a little bit, but not significantly. Well, as I said, I got a lot of things I'm handling right now. Allergies, this, that, legal shit. I got a lot of things on my mind now. But the next time I will see a GP for any reason at all, I'll just inquire into it. I'll ask about the availability of testosterone. But unfortunately, you're going to have to go for some tests to test your testosterone levels. And I don't know, they have something called free levels of free testosterone. Or is that just referring to when you're doing your cholesterol test, how much free cholesterol, total free cholesterol compared to like your triglycerides, But anyway, the bottom line is you got to have your testosterone level. Yeah, I think it is right. How much free testosterone, I think they call it. Is that correct? Because energy is important to me. I mean, you got to see me. Well, I know about free radicals, yeah. I talk about that all the time. That's why I take it. And the reason that, see, you live and learn. The reason, in the past, you used to see me a whole table full of supplements I was taking every day. And most of them were basically, the kind of supplements that dealt with, free radicals and all that shit, for your immune system. But the problem is, you can go overboard with that, and you could actually challenge your immune system. Okay, if you take too many antioxidants. That's why I got it down to not a science, but I got it down to there's only certain things I'm actually taking. But it doesn't mean I won't take the other stuff. I'll just do it periodically. Okay, I've learned a lot. So when I used to take like 13 different antioxidants per day, and that was a little bit overkill. Actually, it was overkill, actually. And it could have been challenging my system. You're thinking that, well, these are antioxidants, get rid of free radicals. Yeah. But as I discovered, I don't need all of them. I just chose certain things I take, and some of them are now periodical. And of course, keep it in mind, that I had a radical adventure with a kidney stone, the size of fucking Pluto. Made me think that some of this stuff is contributing to the formation of kidney stones because they have something called oxalates in it. Even spinach, even certain vegetables. I love spinach, but, seriously, eat too much of stuff like that. And the last thing I need and the last thing I want is another goddamn kidney stone. Trust me on that. I almost won't wish it on my worst enemy. That's saying a lot. Let's see. Free testosterone is the maximum amount. That's what's over free. The maximum amount of testosterone your body can produce, but your real testosterone level is usually lower. Yeah, maybe it's time that we power up here. The new me, perhaps. The new me with testosterone. Well, thank you for the 100% little stickers going by here. Perhaps it's time. I mean, I'm certainly willing to try it out. Sorry, I haven't got around to it. You're going to get different opinions from local doctors here in the province, of course. And you could order this shit. You could order the gel, but the gel is not as good as the injections, I heard, you know. Your skin is an organ. It absorbs everything. Everything you put on your skin, detergents, dishwasher, everything you handle goes in your skin. Chlorine, all that crap. So watch it, boy. Your skin absorbs everything. So they have the gel. They come in like these, sachets of some sort, right? Well, you know, Mark, there's a lot of things I got to do. I can't do everything at once, you know. And mostly I have to go to Cebu for that. I don't live in Cebu. On an average, I don't go there maybe once every 2 months these days. Unless I got something particular going on with my attorney or something. And periodically I do. And I'll go there, but I'll just go there too to shop and also I'll take care of business and then, you know, do some other things I need to do, shopping for food or other stuff. I'm not in Cebu all the time, rarely actually. But when I do go, you know, I will try to utilize the services they have in Cebu. And the labs over here don't do certain tests. And I like to do a little maintenance lab test now and then. Keep monitor of certain things that I need to monitor. I mean, you have to do it. You have a car, right? You spend a lot of money on a car, right? You got to maintain it. You spent a fortune on it. If you don't maintain it, then it breaks down. Same with the body. So yes, periodically, it's not that I'm a hypochondriac or anything like that. It's just normal stuff that everybody should be doing that they don't, but they don't really think about it. Let's see, once you get the first hit of testosterone, you would be willing to move to the moon to getting it. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Hey, look at Jim. Jimbo, he had his wife, he gave her some testosterone. She was on top of the sink, cleaning the ceiling and the walls, and oh, I'm not going to sleep tonight, I'm going to be working. She had this big surge of energy. I know even women have testosterone, but I don't know. I'd kind of be a little leery about giving his wife testosterone, you know, just because he takes it. Oh, I know I'm pretty sure I got low T. I don't have any doubt about it, even without a test. I told you, like I'm telling you, man, if I'm not stimulated, you know, if I'm laying on a chair watching TV, especially if the movie's boring, or if I'm surfing the internet on my phone, many times I have like phone would drop out of my hand and I'd go into a mini sleep, which I talked about many times, a couple of seconds, and my snoring would wake me up. And what's really happening there is your muscles are relaxed. And the snoring is a result of you're not getting enough oxygen in for that moment. It has to do with your airways and stuff too. Don't forget, I'm on a medicine I take at night to help with sleep, but that still remains in your system the next day. Like it took me that long to figure that out, right? It did, actually. So if I get you these tired spells during the day, and sometimes when as long as my mind is occupied, no, that doesn't happen to me. But when my mind is not challenged in some way, if I'm getting an external stimulus, I will find myself just nodding out. I'm just laying there, and my girlfriend will come in or whatever.
Oh, you're sleeping. I said, no, I wasn't sleeping. I just nodded out. Always make an excuse. Oh, I just nodded out. She's figured, look at this old man falling asleep in a chair. Isn't it so atypical? An old man just nodding out in the chair. And it's not necessarily everything about age in particular, although it has to play a factor in it. I don't get an 8-hour sleep at night. And the particular, Benny the Benzo, my good friend, I take at night, stays in my system all day. Now, God forbid you took an antihistamine with that at some point. Fuck, it's going to knock you out. It stays in your system, has a certain half-life, and it still remains in your system. So that's actually what's doing it, really. I mean, I'm convinced of it from all the research I've done. So you've got to remain stimulated. Because I've noticed if I'm not stimulated by something, that's when it'll happen. But when I'm occupied doing something, my mind gets off it, and I've got all the energy in the world. Shit, I can lift up a building, But when you're stagnant and your mind is not stimulated by something, and I don't mean stimulated by listening to the fucking trolls and shit on here, but some kind of cerebral stimulation of some sort, which we all need. Be willing to move to the moon to get it again, huh? Really? Wow. Sounds encouraging, but yeah, I will research it. The minute I see a doctor for some reason, I don't need to see doctors all the time. I may need them to go, get a referral to get a, particular type of testing done that I want to check out or something. A lot of times you don't. A lot of times you need a referral. Like if you want to go to what is it called? High Precision. I used to go there all the time. High Precision Diagnostics in Cebu. Yeah, you get complete tests, all kinds of shit there, man. They're pretty reasonable too, actually. And they're always crowded. Always crowded. It's like a franchise. They have numerous clinics or labs throughout the Philippines area. So if you want to go anywhere in Cebu, I suggest High Precision Diagnostics. I have a lab over here in Bantayan town nearby that does a lot of different tests, but they don't do half the shit that High Precision and big time labs would do. Yeah. So you can't get all the answers you need. It's just called maintenance, that's all. It's not an obsession about your health. I mean, it's nothing like that. It's not being a hypochondriac. It's just maintenance, that's all. If you don't feel something is right with you, you got to look into it. Simple as that. Or you could just ignore it and hope for the best. You know your body better than anybody else in the world. You know if there's some change going on. Of course you're going to know this. Okay, I got to pour this back into my cup. My cup done run it over, as they say. My cup done run it over. Hold on. There we go. I kind of lost some water in the process. This was filled up. The tea absorbed a lot of that moisture. This cup was up to here. See? Has a nice golden color, which means it's ready. So what did I have so far? I've had oatmeal, very controversial here on YouTube. I didn't have my blueberries left. That'll come later. Don't worry, boys. So I had oatmeal, full of fiber. Makes you a regular guy. No, it doesn't make you Scotty. You don't want to be Scotty, but it makes you a regular guy. And you know what I mean by regular? Need I have to get graphic. Plenty of fiber, a little bit of protein too in there. Okay. Then, of course, you add the peanuts to that. I like texture. The peanuts contain certain kind of fats you need. Unfortunately, a lot of calories if you're watching your weight, but it has protein. So normally, I haven't for a while. I always have a little container. Usually I have some planters when I go to S&R or something, but there's local stores. They want about fucking 80 pesos for this shit. Can you believe that? I'll buy these little containers, and during the day, I'll take a little handful of it, Now, if you're watching your weight, okay, you better be careful of this because it is highly, the fats, it's highly caloric actually. So you gotta watch it with that. Amongst anything else you might be consuming that might be highly caloric. That's nice to do a show where we ain't concentrating on those fucking morons on here. Narcissist and all that shit. That's what I like on a show. Talk about life. Talk about reality. Talk about things other than the obvious shit that's talked about on YouTube all the time. It's refreshing. You just got to train yourselves to listen to the right shows like mine, that we're not concentrated on all the trolls. We mention it, we talk about it, but even I have limitations on that. And that's why, the truth, why I got off for 3 months. That's why I was burned out. Same old clickbait you hear on here, the same old made-up stories just to kind of make a show that people were putting on, all the players. The same arguments, the same losers like Popeye and these other people trying to, get out all their bitterness and all that crap. And it's just, every now and then it really takes a big toll on me. And it has been taking a toll on me. But at that point in time, when I was off for 3 months, I meant it. Oh, I absolutely meant it. I was not coming on YouTube. No. I was not planning on coming on. No, I wasn't. But I gave in after about approximately 3 months. I still don't know how long I've been off. I don't even think it's been 3 months. Maybe it was. I don't know. I didn't count. Sometimes you need a break. Sometimes you need a break. Just like sometimes you have to leave your island and go somewhere else because some people get island fever. And it's a real thing, too. You got to see in a big island, Hawaii. They had motorcycle clubs and everything on there, too. They couldn't go anywhere except around the island. That's all they did. There's no way of leaving the island. There's no ferry system. No, there's no ferry system in Hawaii. Only way you're going to get off the island if you can find a boat or something that'll take you. They don't really have any. You have to fly. You have no other choice unless you want to swim, which I don't recommend. Do you realize a big island of Hawaii is like something like, what is it? Almost 2,000 or 2,400 miles from the continent. It is the most isolated, I guess it's the top, most isolated islands on the planet. Yeah, talk about isolation, but it didn't seem that way because, well, there were buildings, there were stores, there were people, and if you didn't look out at the ocean, you wouldn't know where the fuck you were. Except you knew you were in the subtropics. There's palm trees, all that shit, the weather and temperature and blah, blah, blah. But if you woke up out of a daze in the winter and you look up at Mauna Kea, you see snow on there in the distance. It's very beautiful on a clear day, by the way. You say, where the fuck am I? Hawaii? There was snow in Hawaii. Yes, it does. Maybe not at sea level, but in the mountains it does, Mauna Kea. It's the only place in the world, I think, where you could go snowboarding or something during the day, during the morning, come back in the afternoon and go surfing. Well, certain times of year, of course, when it gets cold up in the mountains in the winter. Pretty unique, huh? Pretty unique. Well, since I'm not talking about a lot of drama, my numbers are down on here in the viewers. I kind of figured that, but hey, deal with it, man. Deal with it. Ain't it kind of refreshing to not have to be talking about all these low lifes on here? To me, it is. But you get used to it after a while. You got to acclimate yourself to that there are other things to talk about on here. And I know I'm never going to get an audience on here unless there's something dramatic going on. I put some dramatic title on my show that'll get everybody listening because they want to know what's going on. What is he talking about today? Put the little clickbait up there or something. They'll come. Remember, build it and they shall come. We should be talking about things that are more important in life than who's doing what on YouTube. When the whole world is falling apart, climatically, socially, politically, the world is falling apart. And you know why it is. You know who's doing it. I'm still laughing. You're going to have to retire those MAGA hats. They might be worth something in 50 years. I don't know.
Maybe you get $1 for it. It's falling apart. You voted. That's all I can tell you, man. I got to throw that dig in every now and then. You voted for the guy. Although some people are rejoicing, well, since he's been in office, my portfolio has grown. Oh, please, man. All right, we don't want to get deep into that because we've already discussed that. It's not about the president's character, be it an actual child predator, trafficker, and all the horrible things he's done with young girls and kids, even boys. Oh, no, that's not important. That's not important. You voted for him because you're a staunch Republican. And I'm going to vote Republican all the time because, you know, my daddy was Republican. I want to be Republican. Like my mommy's religious. I'm going to be religious too. Come on, think independently from your parents or, you know. It's either the party is working or it's not. It's downhill. It's crashing. It's crashing, and for good reason. The guy's not doing good, healthy things in the world, politically, morally, and every other fucking way, physically. And you voted for him. Oh, well. You noticed, I will say this about, it does have to do with people on here, but I say you noticed one thing. That they're not arguing with me over that. Oh no, they're avoiding that like the plague. I don't hear people on here supporting the Republican Party, the staunch ones on here, Trump all the way and all that shit. No, I'm not seeing that because they're embarrassed the fact that they voted for him. I took notice of that. Normally they come back with me and say something, just really promoting Trump and their devotion to him and all that shit, right? I don't see it. See? They won't talk about things that are true that, will make them look like a fool. Too busy dishing it out on everybody else. But they know that their hero is a very sick man mentally. The guy should be in an institution. But he's having his own medical problems, so rejoice. There is hope in the world. There's something that evil needs to be removed. It's like a cancerous growth that needs to be removed. And Trump is a cancerous growth. Mike in Cebu says, your quality of life, it's more important than politics. Oh, absolutely. Frank, at your age, please don't waste your precious time. I like when people say at my age, like I'm really in part of the over the hill gang. I don't know, maybe I am. I just don't see my way as such. I know what the chronological age is. I know. Believe me, I know every day. I'm officially over 71. In a matter of months, coming in May, I'll be 72. Damn, right? Damn, right? Is that what you're saying? Damn. I suppose you're younger than me, so. Believe me, it's not that bad, okay? I don't feel too much different than I do at a younger age, except, of course, you get little aches and pains here and there, that kind of stuff. I don't feel that radically different. Maybe my energy level, because you were talking about the testosterone, sure. That kind of goes with the territory. Instead of having sex 3 times a day, I may have it twice a week or something, or whatever it might be. I'm not going to give out personal details, but I'm not that vigor and stamina that I used to have, and that goes along with getting age and your testosterone levels, all that shit. I'm not a monster anymore, I'm not a monster. Shit, when I first meet a woman, I'm like, several times a day at least. No, that ain't the case. That I could admit. Hell no. Hell no. What's stopping you from going to Cebu right now for a few nights to get all this sorted? I'm not in a rush. If I have business to go to Cebu, I could do that. I may have to go there this month anyway because, 24th? I don't know when it was. It's her mom's 90th birthday, so I would imagine we have to make a trip to Cebu at some point there. that would be pretty important. It is her mom, and I like her mom too. So, I'm amazed that she's making it to 90 years old. I mean, I'm super, super, super amazed. Got to be some good genetics on that side of the family. There must be. 90 is that's a very prominent age. That's quite a feat. But then if you think about the quality of life, though, that's another story. I mean, she's laying in bed for 4 years. I don't know how she's doing it, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how she's doing it. If she was to try to walk around, that would be an impossible thing. She can't get up, like she's paralyzed on one side of the body and all that. And her muscles have atrophied totally, so there's no way in the world she would ever walk or have the energy to walk or have a heart that's strong enough to allow her to walk. So that's all she can do. But she hangs in there, though. But she always got her saint, Saint Nino, always has her saint there. She prays to the saint. She'll hold rosary beads sometimes. And, Filipinos are very religious and very atypical, I see that all the time. We got her a brand new, we picked up the one that she had in Leyte, I think, or we bought her a brand new Santo Nino statue, Yeah, me and Gilda did. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, we did, actually. We did. She's a lovely woman. She loved gardening and planting things at her place in Leyte. Gave her a lot of joy. You need something, right? Yeah. So she loved, planting and playing with the flowers and stuff like that. She can no longer do that. There's a TV she could watch there when she has the energy, just for kind of some stimulation of some sort. You need some kind of stimulation. And she does have the TV right there to listen to. Sometimes she's not always coherent, but she's mostly is coherent. There were times that she didn't even know who her daughter was, but yet she'd remember me. I guess I'm worth remembering or something. I don't know. Yes, she'd always remember me. Well, because I stood out, my white face, I'm Caucasian, and maybe it, brain stimulation, associative factors that have features that would probably stimulate your memory a little bit. My big European nose and my white skin and all that. I mean, yeah, I stand out. Yeah, I stand out. That's for sure. I stand out. Bless her soul, though, really. You got to have something to adhere to. As I said, remember I always said, I'm really not knocking if you're religious. It's just that it's really not my belief. But in all honesty, I truly support, actually, somebody having a belief in something, anything. I don't care what it is. Worship a rock if you have to. But it brings importance to your life. And some kind of, solace or whatever. I think having a belief in something, yes, I think that's really important. Okay, look at what I'm taking, except I'm missing maybe one or two things. That's all. We got a D3 with K2, got an L-citrulline for blood circulation. Let me see, D3, K2, there's lycopene. What was the other one? I'm going to get a vitamin C. I might actually put some resveratrol in there too. See, I'm not, in the past you saw a whole circle like this, but it's living and learning. I had a shitload I used to take every morning. I don't do that anymore. Only because what happened with my kidney stones, and I think there were certain supplements that were contributing, but also, I was on overkill with the antioxidants because, you could be challenging your immune system by taking too many antioxidants. So I wised up. As I said, you live and you learn. Sometimes I think that, Mike. Sometimes. Because, what was I talking about earlier? You need, not just me, A lot of foreigners, they need some stimulation. And that's why they do YouTube channels, where they go on people's live streams, or they listen to them. You need different form, not just that, but you need some forms of stimulation. You'd be correct on that. Absolutely. My life is not fun and games every fucking day. I have limitations of what I can do physically as far as to run a marathon. I'm not going to dare to go in a plane and go skydiving. We have that here. It's the only place in I was going to say Hawaii. I'm still stuck on that. Oh, this is such a nice bowl. I didn't know we had this one. Beautiful coating. Look at this. Yeah. We do have a few really good pieces of pot. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Even got a lid for that, too. I don't remember seeing that one. Pardon me. No, you need stimulation. That's why I feel sorry for my dog. Their stimulation is barking at people outside. Or dogs going by. Right now, look at them. They're just laying together, a little carpet for them in the hallway. They're relaxed. They're feeling warm and comfortable and safe with their daddy and family here. Trusting in their environment. They're very close to each other. They don't fight with each other. I only seen one time when Ginger had growled over some food. This was years ago. I never seen that before. Never seen that before. They get along really well. Here's another angle. Hey, girls. Good morning, girls. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, girls. She'll take the dominance, the position of, she'll even lay in her, expose her belly. And they are overweight. They need to lose, because they're not active. It's not that we don't try to get them active. They just don't, they become house dogs. As they're getting older, I'm not going to force them. Hey, let's go on a fucking big run or something. I'm not going to do that to them. To give them a heart attack, for God's sakes. Who says that? See, now you're turning on me. I thought you were being cool talking about testosterone, but you're turning on me now. Don't tell me I have no one to talk to here. What are you talking about? I got my girlfriend. I got 2 kids over here. How do you make a blanket statement like that I have nobody to talk to? I got my neighbor if I want. I got other people I communicate on Messenger that are actually friends, and they just happen to be foreigners I don't normally associate with all the time. It doesn't mean I go over and visit them all the time. I got plenty of people. When I go out, I know half the people in the town in these stores. They always acknowledge me. Hello, Sir Frank. Hello, Sir Frank. They all know me. Well, most of them do anyway, not all of them. I don't know how you can make such a blanket statement like that. Well, you did. I take it personally. I got plenty of people to talk to. It's up to me. It's up to me whether I want to go out and socialize with these people. And a lot of times I don't. Because I'm happy with the status quo. I got my partner. She's my lover, she's my friend, she's my caretaker, she's my rock. That's all I need. To be honest, if everything else disappeared, I'd be happy with just her and I'd be complete. I would be a complete person with just her. Sure, most of my relatives are dead. I have a daughter I don't talk to, but, life goes on. Oh, well. It's kind of one of those situations, it is what it is, but I make the best of it. We all have challenges, man. You just got to meet your challenges. And as far as socially, every time I'm in town, me and Gilda, we come across all kinds of people that know us, and we do talk to them. We do spend time talking to them. I could be a chatterbox. You should see me. You should see me in the hair with June. And he had a customer in there waiting for his kid to get his hair cut. I had the best conversation in the world for well over a half an hour or more with this guy. Very friendly, smiling, understood English very well, spoke English very good well. I could have talked to this guy for hours about a lot of shit. I'm very social. And so are Filipinos. that's why I enjoy it here, because what you all heard about Filipinos, that they're friendly people, that's true. I don't feel uncomfortable around Filipinos out here. I almost feel like I'm part of them and their culture. I almost feel like I could sit and talk to any Filipino I don't know, and after 5 minutes, it's like you've known them for years. You know, their output. You can see their friendliness. You can feel it. When I walk around, they don't stare at me. Oh, that's a foreigner. That's a foreigner. No, no. I'm a local now. I'm a local. Just like when I was in Hawaii, I was a local. I wasn't really Kamaaina. Kamaaina means in Hawaii that you were born here, you're actually a real local. I was a local in the sense that I've earned my keep. I was there for 15 years. You know, you've been there that long. You're actually known as a local at that point. You're not Kamaaina. It means you weren't born in that land. But I was a local. It didn't make me Hawaiian. I didn't have Hawaiian blood. Couldn't pull that off. Too white. But people will accept you. If you've been here a while, they know. They know you didn't just come off the fucking boat. Well, you couldn't get a boat there anyway. You know, flown here, not grown here, what they say. But they know from seeing you that you've been here quite a while. They've seen you in stores, smoke shops, they've seen you all these different places. They know this guy didn't just fly off the plane. This guy's been here a long time. So you are recognized, quote, as a local. I was a local in Hawaii because of the time I spent. If you want to talk about Washington State, you know, I lived there longer than most people were. Some people were alive that were born there. I consider myself a Washingtonian too. After all, 25, 26 years, I think that qualifies, even though I wasn't born there. Even though I wasn't born there. I'm a New Yorker because I was actually born and raised in New York. So, a true New Yorker by birth. And I was a Washingtonian because of the time. And I was a local in Hawaii because, well, again, I've spent enough time there to qualify. Never going to have Hawaiian blood. Never pretend. I'm not going to start speaking pigeon talk like they do because it's an embarrassment. I mean, one of the biggest embarrassments I experience out there, not with me, but with others that try to fit in. All these white-skinned mainlanders that would move out to Hawaii were trying to fit in. They were trying to put their little pigeon accent on. And I always thought that was funny and it was embarrassing as hell. And they would laugh about it too. The locals out there, the real Hawaiians or locals actually born there, don't have to be Hawaiian. They would laugh at that. And I didn't blame them. I laughed about it too. It's like when you're trying to fit in, just like here on YouTube. You're going to do shitty things to people on here because you want to fit in and get attention. It was the same thing, you know, geographically, where you live. You're going to put on this little accent sometimes too. And sometimes, you know, the funny thing is, I can't help it. I admit it. When I'm talking to Filipinos downtown or anywhere I go, sometimes I have kind of a little, it almost sounds like a little Filipino accent. And you don't realize you're doing it. But sometimes they can't figure out where I come from, America, or where they think I have an accent of some sort. They can't really kind of mesh it with being American. It's just something that happens. When you're around them, you do pick up a little bit of the accent, a little bit how you talk. And I do that. It's not even on a conscious level that I'm doing it, actually. But I've also noticed YouTubers that, you know, talking to people on the street, sometimes they're going to sound a little bit like, you know, and sometimes you think in your mind, which is crazy, you know, that maybe they understand me better if I put like kind of a Filipino accent in there. And sometimes that does work, actually. It does. It does actually work. Believe it or not, it does. But I do it subconsciously. I don't do it on a conscious level of doing that, but it's automatic, you know. And I noticed that when I would talk to, Italian New Yorker or something, or anybody, and I always remember that too. I would always develop a little bit of an accent, when I was talking to him. Well, for example, get me back in my home grounds, which is New York. You made sense a little bit of New Yorker in me, but if I'm in New York grounds, I let my hair down. It's something automatic that happens that, you're back among other New Yorkers, even if you're just around them and not in New York, but especially if you're back in New York, and I haven't been there in centuries. I would blend in, boom, right, boom, boom, all come back to me. I would have a heavier New York accent. Frank, there seems to be a lot of foreigners in the Philippines found dead recently under suspicious circumstances. Just watching it. Yeah, you get a lot of that out there. Okay, I didn't read everything on here. I'm sorry about that. You even speaking, yeah, I only know a few phrases and words and stuff like that. I utilize them. You probably don't listen to me enough when Gil is in the room. You might hear a word or two that I throw in that you don't normally hear me say, but it comes out sometimes. Yeah, I do use certain words, around her sometimes too. But you have to listen to me sometimes. If she's in a room and I'm talking to her, you might hear me say something. Yeah, well, I don't follow the Super Bowl, but yeah, I guess Seattle did win that, as I understand. Seattle's a big sports town. You'd have to live there to know that. It's a huge sports town. They love the Mariners. They even call the Mariners anymore. I've been gone a long time, bro. But anyway. Oh yeah, they're major. And if you're not into sports in Seattle and you don't follow that, oh my God, it's like you just don't fit in. Like if you don't eat salmon in Washington State, I mean, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You don't fit in. You're not eating salmon? What's wrong with you, boy? No, I didn't eat salmon. I've been at streams. I've watched salmon going upstream. I've been up close and personal to that in Washington State. It's rather fascinating. But yeah, you have to fit into a certain niche. That's what it is, no matter where you live. If you lived in Dakota, you might be talking with an accent for people in Dakota. You don't even realize you're doing it sometimes. But yeah, my New York will come out of me. You put me around New Yorkers, or if I was to go to New York right now, okay, and I have no reason to, probably never will. I know I never will. Couldn't afford that if I even wanted to. Too much a long trip anyway. I'd be in my natural element. I'm born and raised. I'd be talking a lot stronger New York accent. It'll just come naturally. And I kind of fit into the situation when I'm talking to somebody from the East Coast. They know the lingo. They know, and it just comes out. But yeah, if you implanted me back in New York right now, oh man, you'd hear my accent changing quite a bit. My accent right now is quite kind of generic, really. It's not a terribly strong kind of New York accent. But putting me in that situation, you'd see a huge difference. I was talking to the last person I really talked to in New York was my Uncle Tony's daughter, Doris. And this is around the time that my uncle died. And we were on the phone for quite a while. And boy, did our New York come out. She used every expletive she could, talking about certain stuff. But boy, her accent, I mean, there's no way in the world you couldn't tell she was born and raised in New York, even though she was living in Pennsylvania, but still, there's no way in the world you couldn't tell. She was an East Coaster. She was definitely a New Yorker, born and bred. Yeah, we're very expletive when we talk. We don't hold back anything. Fuck this, fuck that, or, we're not afraid to say things, which I'm proud of. It's been my mantra, really. I'm not being afraid to say things. Not being afraid to use the four-letter words to express yourself. Like the song, express yourself. And I do, quite adequately. I don't mind. I gotta be me. Sammy Davis. What else can I be? I've got to be me. Whether you like it or not. You can't take the New York out of me. That's impossible. It's just impossible. It's not a bad thing to be from New York. We were looked down on by the world. Oh, yeah, you New Yorkers think you know everything. You think you're smarter than everybody else. No, we never claimed that. We were labeled a lot of things. Because New York was a melting pot of society. You had every ethnic possibility, was living in. It was a melting, call it the melting pot, New York. The melting pot. We lived side by side with people of all kinds of ethnicities. And for the most part, we got along marvelously. Because we were all of one party. We were New Yorkers. Born and raised. No matter what color your skin was, whatever. Born and raised. We all had that in common. And even if you were a racist or something, in New York, and there was a lot of racists that didn't like blacks or didn't like Jews or didn't like whatever, they all coexisted with each other quite nicely, though, actually. For the most part, yes. And yeah, New York is a creative place for the arts, for industry. A lot of famous people came out of New York for good reason. Great universities, great colleges, a lot of creative thinking people that think out of the box. New Yorkers are not afraid to say what's on their mind, which I think is absolutely healthy. Some things you could say could get you killed, don't get me wrong. I'm saying within reason, okay? We were always outspoken people. I'm very proud of that because you need to be sometimes. Don't keep it in. You get a fucking ulcer. We used to joke around about that. Let it all out. If you don't like somebody, let them know it. Doesn't mean you got to beat them up or kill them or something. I mean, if you don't like the companionship of somebody, get the fuck away. We'll just be blunt. Hey, you're too negative. Get the fuck away from me. Or I don't agree with your politics or whatever. We were open enough and strong enough to do it and say that. I have no problem with that at all. Because you have to be. Why pretend that you like somebody when you really don't? Just tell them, I don't like you. I don't want to be your friend, Breavis, or anybody else that came up. I don't want to be your friend, Barry or Breavis or whatever. Or Mick or whatever. Because we're not alike. We're too different. Our values are too different. That can apply to anyone. Don't have to give particulars on it, but just to say a few. There are certain people I could not mesh with as a friend. If you want to talk about like YouTubers, I could probably get along with Amazing Philippines. There's a few people. But a lot of them I just could not. It would never mesh. There's too many two-faced people out there, and I don't want to be around two-faced people. I would not feel comfortable. I wouldn't feel comfortable at all. I got to be true to myself, as well as everybody else should be true to themselves. Don't hang around somebody, even on YouTube, because you think, oh, I want to join the big boys club with the big boys pants and all that shit. What are you getting out of that? Why can't you be yourself and have your own independent thinking and don't try to fit in somewhere in a club that you're never going to fit in. You just make a fool of yourself. That's why I always joke around. I never join a club that would have me as a member. And I realize that sounds like a self-destruction kind of a destructing kind of thought, putting myself down, but it's the truth. Why would somebody want to have me be a member of their organization? There must be something wrong with that organization to have me as a member. You know why? Because I have faults. And I'm not pretentious. That's why. Although it sounds like a personal put down, it is, but it's not in some respect. I don't just fit in everywhere. In Seattle, You know, you got your Starbucks crowd, the yuppie crowd. I didn't fit into that. Had a girlfriend at the time that invited me to Capitol Hill, and they're all fucking yuppies and shit, you know? The same thing. What do you do? Meaning, what do you do for a living? They're trying to find out. I say, what do I do about what? That's the New Yorker in me. What do I do about what? They wanted to test you. They wanted to see if you fit into that crowd. Now, the girl I was with, this was a test for her. I'm not stupid. If I could fit in with her crowd and they could accept me, it's all good. I'll go forward with this guy. But apparently that wasn't the case. I didn't fit in. I was the black sheep. But I remained myself. I still conversed with some people, but then after a while I said, I gotta get out of here. It wasn't a place for me, and I will not stay in a place where I'm not welcome or I don't feel comfortable in. I'm not going to try to pretend to be somebody I'm not. I'm not part of the Starbucks crowd with my very endearing, stainless steel Starbucks coffee mug. And people of that nature wanted to display that, hey, this is who I am. This is the niche, that I'm coming from. This is what I represent. I'm kind of a uppity, kind of a Starbucky type of person. And of course, if they're going to do jogging, they're not going to jog around or on their biking. They're not going to carry a bottle of just generic water. It's going to have to be, guess what? Evian or Evian, however you pronounce it. They wouldn't dare do that. And they're going to wear their spandex outfits, the whole headgear, to stand out and show, I'm in a different class. Look at me. I got the whole uniform on. This is for real shit. This is a cultural thing. I experienced that for all those years I lived there. There's certain groups I did not fit in at all, and I'll admit it. I didn't want to pretend to be somebody I wasn't, so therefore I did not bother with those type of people. It was my choice. At Pike Place Market, they throw the fish at the customer. Yeah. It's like clickbait on YouTube. Yeah. And they got the big brass pig out there, and all that stuff, I know. It was just a thing that, they made the public market known for that. Sometimes a fish would hit him in the face. That would be funny. I've seen it. They'd throw the fish at you and all that stuff. It was just a tradition that they did in Seattle. And please don't get me wrong. Seattle is it was anyway. Beautiful city, my God. Till everybody was pissing all over the place and everything was happening. The drugs took over. What a shame. I boasted about living in the Seattle area. I definitely used to boast about it. It got so bad, it changed so much. A lot of prominent people moved out of there too. Prominent type of, retail stores like the Bon Marché. I think they've been gone a long time. And some other stores, they bailed out of there. But yeah, I've always enjoyed going down to the Pike Place Market. If you remember, it was elevated from there were stairs that could take you down to sea level where they had the waterfront. And I used to love going down there I used to go to the Ye Curiosity Shop, which is probably still there. A very interesting shop if you really want to get Seattle trinkets, Great place, but they also had some odd things. They had a mummified remains. I forgot what they called her. Somebody actually had a bullet wound in the belly, and you could see it there. Had it in a glass case. I forgot what they named the mummy, the mummification. You could get replicas of shrunken heads there and some oddities. They had one of these machines in there, old-fashioned, fortune teller machines in there. That was pretty cool. Things like, it was a curiosity shop. And I used to enjoy going there. There's so many wonderful trinkets you can get in Seattle if you just want to collect anything from mundane little, keychains, or whatever, statues of the little statuettes of the Space Needle and whatever, postcards of all different types. I used to enjoy going there, but I used to enjoy just going to the waterfront and looking out at the ocean, looking out at the mountains, and over in Puget Sound. I used to love that. Sometimes you look in the water, you see some fish, or you went to the aquarium. It was always interesting to go to the aquarium. I used to love going there, get my interest in the ocean. Go over to the aquarium. I enjoyed that, you know, very much so. They also have at the aquarium, they also had other things too, other exhibits in there too. They had the hissing cockroaches, these big old, let me see, where did they come from? Amazon or something. They had these big old hissing cockroaches. Psst, they hiss at you. They had some oddities, you know, as far as animals or insects. Yeah, Seattle's a cool place. It was anyway. And I'd boast about it for a long time before it went through changes. I'm very proud to say I've lived there because it's a beautiful state. There's no question about it. If you don't like the city and you think it's that bad, just take a road trip to the mountains, man. Which I used to do quite often, actually, when I could. And, you know, I enjoyed it. Yeah, it's gone through a lot of changes like anywhere else. But yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, the Kingdom. Yeah. We used to joke around. We called it the Kingdom of the Spiders. You remember that movie or documentary? The Kingdom of the Spiders. I haven't kept up with that. Has it been really? That's how I'm out of the loop for the most part. They tore it down. And I think they rebuilt. That was pretty old. I actually been in there. I've actually, believe it or not, I went to a baseball event there once. Believe it or not. My friend Terry said, come on. In his Pennsylvania accent. Come on, you enjoy it. You enjoy it. I went there and, you know, it was okay. But I really wasn't into that kind of sports. But see, the thing is, you have to be proud of your town. And people were sports fanatics in Seattle and Washington State. Oh, my shoes, yeah. They were sports fanatics. Man, if you didn't like the Mariners, there's something wrong with you. You know? And I knew this woman, she was older than me. She used to come to the clubs with us, you know, Lynn. Boy, she was like a stone hard sports fan of any team in Seattle, big time. Lived and breathed it. She'd go to all the events, all the series, playoffs, all that shit. I was just never into that. So I couldn't really relate to jocks. I just never related to jocks. I was never really a jock. Kingdom of the Spiders, I used to call it, yeah. Shit, speaking of that, I got fired one time. I had this casual labor job. It was after a big event at the Kingdom. And what happened was, we had to clean up off the refuse and stuff. Sometimes people would leave things behind, like a jacket or something. And I made the mistake. I figured I think it was a big deal. But it was wrong at the same time. I saw a jacket there to somebody, nothing special. It was a nice jacket, whatever. So I kept it. But they seen that I took it. And they let me go because of that. Of course, it was returned, but that was my bad. I didn't think there was anything to it, really. Probably was never going to find the owner of it. But I went to take this jacket that was left on the bleachers, whatever, you know. And it was a casual labor job. It wasn't a big deal. So they let me go for that day because they thought that was wrong. And by rule, it's fair. It's fair because anything, it's not property. It's not your property inside the Kingdom. It's not your property. Anything that's found over there has to return to the office. So, yeah. Now that I look back at it, it was wrong. It was greedy. But there's a lot of times, even the Parks Department workers, they find things after a big event like the fireworks over at, we had two different areas that had fireworks, Gasworks Park I used to go to. And sometimes people leave things behind, even jewelry and stuff. They're not going to tell you. There's people that find money that come out of people's pockets, change, actual paper bills, watches, jewelry, and they ain't going to tell anybody. They ain't going. That's why the crew would volunteer to want to be on that duty to get the extra time in to clean up after the fireworks display. So there's thousands of people there for New Year's, for 4th of July. Oh, they'd be finding trash and treasures there. They would. Everybody wanted to be on that crew. And they weren't telling anybody about it. Hell no. Hell no. What, turn it into your supervisor and she brings it home and cashes it in or something? That's the way it was. I'm sorry, but that's the way it was. Okay, I gotta go. And also Mother Nature's saying hello. And I gotta answer to Mother Nature. And I will then do a little bit of my exercise, I think. And I'm gonna move on from there for today's agenda, which I haven't figured it out yet. But of course, it's been wonderful talking to you. And it's really nice not to have to concentrate on all the buffoonery on YouTube. Try it. You may like it. There's lots of topic matters that we can talk about on this show. It could be memorabilia. Go back to some movies you watched. Talk about a recent movie you watched. Everybody loves movies. They like certain TV shows. Go back in time a little bit. Talk about your family, how you grew up. There's lots of things to talk about. And I know a channel doesn't become that successful when you're talking about mundane things because everybody wants drama. But stand out from the rest of the crowd is what I say. Stand out. And have the balls and the audacity to dare talk about anything other than the troll activities. They don't like when you don't talk about them. Understand that. They hate it. They absolutely hate it. So don't talk about them. Try not to anyway. I know it's hard. It's even hard for me. But you might like it. I'm going to try to incorporate my shows into the kind of a new direction into talking about what's going on in life. It could be some of the politics going on with Trump, sure. It could be that too. It could be climatic things going on. Strange, different kinds of phenomena, It could be conspiracy theories. It could be stuff like that. Twilight Zone stuff. The bizarro world. There's lots to talk about. So try doing it sometime. I don't mind. Try me out for size, which I do anyway. It's been part of my little repertoire on here anyway. Nothing new, but I'm just saying, try it, you may like it. Maybe it's because you think I have an expectation that if I talk about somebody on here, that if you talk about them, well, did you hear what, so-and-so did or what Big E said? I don't give a fuck what Big E says or anybody else. Let's make that abundantly clear. I don't. I take care of my own business these days, and I will continue to do so. And I'm not going to give them all these accolades and all that shit by talking about them and promoting them. I think those days are over. Sure, we always have a lot to say about these creeps, but why give them that credit? Why give them that kind of, PR? Yeah, why give them that PR? That's what they're looking for. They live off that stuff. Popeye, all the people, they live off that. If you don't give them what they want, they're gonna have a tantrum, a genuine tantrum. All right, guys, it's been real. It's been good. Hey, don't forget, we do got a Gcash here, buddy, and I am going to push it. It will be on the description box after I get off. Okay? We had one other donation, very low, but we're still very well welcome. Join, the righteous people on here. Do good for the righteous people on here. Not for its negative content, but for the fact that somebody actually has a variety show they can talk about anything. Okay? No, I'm going to try to get that too. But right now, Ken, I do have the I do have the Gcash. It's all I can offer you. 73217. But I will, after I use the facilities, I will come back on here and I'll put that number in my description box. And if you dare to care and dare to donate, sure, it's appreciated. We'll try to incorporate, well, I know, Whistler. I know that's the best, but, Gcash is available internationally, really. You could manage to do that if you were to make a donation. No, unfortunately, that's all I got. And we'll try down the line somewhere to get PayPal. Okay, it's all appreciated. How about a little horror scene here? Are you ready? This could be your refrigerator. This is where the vegetable box is we took out. There's drippings of fruit and all kinds of different stuff in here. It is nasty. Now, it's not like this all the time, but this has gone unchecked. That's nasty, it's gross. Remember, you got food in the vegetable drawer, which, I did clean out the drawer this morning, and I'm now going to attempt to clean that area out. And this is what happens with neglect. And I can't venture to say what your refrigerator looks like, but this is business that has to be. Look at Sister Sludge. Look at this. There is no excuse for this at all. It's a horror story is what it is. It's a fucking horror story. You will have foods that will drip down outside of the vegetable bin. Now, you gotta admit, this is butt-ass nasty, okay? Butt-ass nasty. And this, my friends, have to be remedied. No, it's not like this all the time here, but this shit happens if you don't check. If you don't check, you're not going to know. And that is a result of some neglect. Not on my part, it ain't. But that's why I checked it. That's why I knew I had to go under there. Okay, now some people keep their house, so I will be cleaning all the glass and everything in the refrigerator. Getting rid of old, condiments and stuff that's been there seemingly forever. That's how you get sick. I got some old horseradish here, which I haven't been using. That's gone. Gone. Bye. Things like that. If you don't do that, you're putting your health at maximum risk. And I don't think you want to do that. That's just the bottom, but we have to go over this all the time. It's imperative. Go check your own refrigerator. Tell me what you think. Is that what's going on? Go take a look today, now. Little things that you should not neglect can add up to what you just saw. It's a it's a horror story. Absolute horror. Don't let this happen to you, to your refrigerator. Just a little ditty here to know that hygiene and everything else begins at home. And when you see something like this, that's a horror story in the making. You get sick, you wonder why you get sick. Well, I'm going to be honest, we don't let anything get to that point. This time it did. Within the past week, that's already been there for probably about a week. We've had certain things we put in the vegetable drawer, but things on the upper tray that might leak over the sides. I know you don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. But that's reality. Your vegetable box should be clean. If you're going to put any fruit or vegetables in it. That's all I have to say. Hope you enjoyed.
That's it. The minute is up. Work, work.
Shit, speaking of that, I got fired one time. I had this casual labor job. It was after a big event at the Kingdom. And what happened was we had to clean up off the refuse and stuff. Sometimes people would leave things behind, like a jacket or something. And I made the mistake. I figured I think it was a big deal. But it was wrong at the same time. I saw a jacket there to somebody, nothing special. It was a nice jacket, whatever. So I kept it. But they seen that I took it. And they let me go because of that. Of course, it was returned, but that was my bad. I didn't think there was anything to it, really. Probably was never going to find the owner of it. But I went to take this jacket that was left on the bleachers, whatever, you know. And it was a casual labor job. It wasn't a big deal. So they let me go for that day because they thought that was wrong. And by rule, it's fair. It's fair because, oh, right, all right, all right. What time we got here? 12:55, 1 in the afternoon here in the Philippines. This is called facing reality, folks. Now you don't want to face it, but there's certain realities you're going to have to face in life. We'll make this as short as I can, actually. Do. She's lovely. Oh, she's so lovely. Anyway, anybody for any manicurists out there? Pedicurists? I need one. Oh, we get it done all the time. It's all in the feet. Everything's in the feet. But don't be defeated. Oh, maybe we'll do this show later on. I gotta probably head downtown anyway here. Gotta pick up something here, but I'm gonna see who was on here. Had a little time here. Talk about an interesting perspective of looking at things, you know. All right, we'll wait a couple of minutes here. I may want to go downtown anyway, dearest.
Hmm?
I may want to go downtown area and maybe get some supply of NAC from but you get a better price at Watson's, but Watson's, don't they always want a prescription at Watson's? Or are they lesser to ask for a prescription for something very basic? No, I don't take a lot of prescription drugs, actually. There's some things you get over the counter out here, but there's some larger chains that will say, no, man, you gotta have a prescription. We're talking about NAC. You gotta look it up. Well, I can tell you, you have to look it up. This little miracle, it can be over the counter, yeah. Not actually on display in the shelves, but yeah. Over the counter on the other side of the counter. But it may not require a prescription. I've gotten it without. I can get it without it. NAC, you got to look it up. I'm not going to spell out the whole name. Just look up NAC. That's all. And just read, what can NAC do for you? It's worthwhile to look it up. I like to offer some helpful suggestions every now and again. Actually, I do it quite a lot, but you got to look up NAC. So many things this miracle stuff actually does. How are you going to call? Oh, I'll do it in a minute. I'm not going to do it long. There's not many people on here, so I can save this information for later, and I can actually do a show later when I come back. This is the time of day now. Well, I get a couple of people on here anyway. You know, one of the things I find out on here, if you go to your camera on your phone, and you take a photograph of yourself. It's very high resolution. I remember I was back I was back in Hawaii in one of these stores that sell, computers and all kinds of stuff, And I go to hit a button on one of the laptops, and it put the camera on. Very high resolution. I said, whoa, please tell me I don't look like that. Whoa, and that was a lot of years ago. Imagine now. So earlier, there's a big difference, really, I'm telling you, between just turning your camera on your phone on your face and seeing yourself on video. There's a world of difference, because the camera, when you got it on camera function, I mean, it just shows up every little tiny pore and wrinkle and everything on your face. I said, please tell me I don't look like that. I said, is this what I look like? Seriously? I said, why are you even with me? What? Oh, seriously, man. So, every little red mark on the face, every little pore, I said, damn. I said, damn, I'm getting old, brother. I look in the mirror, I don't see all that shit. But turn the just turn your phone on camera and put it towards your face, and it's different than what people see and what I see on video. It's a lot different. I said, please tell me I don't look like that. Well, don't go by the trolls who put these edited versions of my face on here and exaggerate it by about 30 years. Well, okay, I understand that. That I do. But I said, holy crap. This boy has some room for improvement. There used to be the days when, years ago, when as I was getting older, I say, man, I've always looked about 10 years younger than my age. Man, I always look good. They never guessed my age. And this is only going back less than 10 years ago, really. I was on a ferry out and back. I was talking to a foreigner passenger. We were just talking about, I don't know, whatever we were talking about. He asked how old I was, and I told him my age. He goes, look, I'm not trying to, whatever you look damn good for your age. And that was about 4 years ago. Oh, I said, thank you. I always take a compliment. Love the compliments. Especially when it comes to my outside appearance. But I don't know, these days it seems to be, it's kind of catching up with me. Well, I know. It's like, what do you want, dude? You're not getting younger. But then again, in all fairness too, I've seen some people on here, right here on YouTube land, that look far beyond their age. That I would never guess that they were actually younger than me. And, there's a lot of characters that are. I don't have to name the names. I think you know who they are. But so I say, Gilda, you photograph so well. She's very photogenic. I'm not. Maybe that's why I don't come on camera a lot. I'm just not photogenic, and I'm not a narcissist. I'm not in love with myself. I'm really not. I'm not. I live in a real world. I don't know what world you guys live in, but I live in a real world. It is what it is, and it's not what it's not, I could pretend to be 35 years old, but that ain't going to happen, brother. That's not going to happen at all. But I see some people on here, and I say, holy shit, okay, all right, makes me feel better about myself. No, there's no miracle cures for, getting younger and having your facelift. You want to have a fucking facelift, and I ain't going to do that. No need. Have a nose job, bags under the eyes, whatever. It's called, life, getting older. Things change, you change. You don't fuck 10 times a day anymore. All that kind of good stuff. But reality is reality. But is it reality? when you hit the camera button on your phone, just to have a live or take a shot of yourself. Since you did that earlier, you said, "What's this on your face? Your face looks kind of red today." I said, "What are you talking about?" "Hey, I'll show you." Well, she said, "Yeah, your eyes are tearing. They're kind of red." "Yeah," I said, "I think I got infection in my eye, and it could be from when I'm taking care of my dog, who had an infection in her eye. At least she's doing pretty good right now, and it could have touched my eyes. It's that easy to happen. It's conjunctivitis. It's that easy." Unless you wash your hands afterwards. It's that easy to catch it. So my eyes have been a little blurry. They've been tearing a bit. She knows it's a little bit red. So I took the same medicine I'm giving her, gentamicin. Threw a few drops in my eye. I guess I'm going to have to continue with that too. One thing or another. And it usually is one thing or another. Welcome to being alive. Welcome to aging. We all going through it. It's one thing we all have in common on here. Now, I may not have a lot of things in common with a lot of people on here, and thank goodness I don't, but the one thing we all got in common is that we're all getting older, and you ain't going to change that no matter how much you try. That's one thing you can't do. Hello, Stephen Cornish. Weirdo. No, that's not weird. It's life, brother. It's life. You're getting older too. Did you know that Stefan? Should I call you Stefan? Just call yourself Steven, you moron. Stefan. Spell it right. Steven. You want to be called Steven, right? Well, spell your name right. You're sorry. Okay. You calling me a fucking weirdo. Why are you calling me a weirdo? Are you not getting old? That's what the discussion is. We're getting older. It's something that we can't control. Unless you have a miracle cure, please share it with all of us. I kind of get a kick out of some younger people look at older people. And they think that we seniors were never young before. We want good-looking, swarthy younger people, more active, more virile, more strength, more energy. Well, guess what? Younger folk, you'll be there too if you live that long. And that's the reality. That's the reality. Laugh all you want about people getting older, but you will be there yourself, and you may not be as lucky as some of us to look as good as we do at our age, man. You may not be able to walk. You might need a cane or a walker. You might be in a fucking wheelchair. Think about that. That sucks, don't it? Well, I'm not there yet. I don't have a plan to be there, hopefully. I said, damn. So you get old, brother. I don't see all of that in the mirror. Actually, I was getting a haircut yesterday. And here's another strange thing. Jesus Christ, he just cut my hair like yesterday. Yesterday. And I look at the top part of my head. I said, it don't even look like he cut my hair. My hair grows so fast. One day. One day. One day. Now be nice, Stefan, okay? Be nice, man. One day. I said, Gilda, does this look like he did anything to me at all? Well, I'm going to have the top cut shorter. Why don't I just cut it? Why don't I just get a buzz cut, Here I am, I always brush my hair back. That's why I like to leave enough hair to brush back, because I'm used to having hair to brush back. As compared to being fucking bald like half of the people on YouTube, losing their hair, besides losing their fucking mind. That don't work with me. One fucking day. Now I see what I looked like as I left the place. And today, I'm looking at my hair, brushing it back like I normally do. I said, why am I all poofy up here? Why am I... It's only one fucking day. Hair does not grow that fast. But he's always marveled with me. He says, man, you were just in here a couple of weeks ago. Must be the vitamins you take or something. Must be something, I'll tell you that, because Hair growth is not a problem that I have. My hair growth has never been a problem. Amazing. I haven't even been taking any collagen. I ran out of collagen. Damn. Everybody has room for improvement. Oh, I see that. I think Ricky had actually fixed that space between his teeth. Bravo, Licky. Bravo. How many times I said it? Once you get that space, you got all this money you say you make per month. How about you, Snicko? You ever get your snaggle tooth fixed? Come on, dude. Seriously. You spend all that money on all this shit? Riding a pseudo, look up pseudo, Nico, you probably don't know what it means. Riding around a pseudo girlfriend on your little motor scooter pie motor. It's not your girlfriend, dude. But I know you're killing it. Okay, you're killing it. I get it. You're killing it. Okay, good for you. We'll go along with that. Okay, moving on. That's one reason you'll know I'm not a narcissist in any form or way. That's how you know.
Wait, I just called you.
Oh, you gotta do the, hold on, folks. Okay, sorry, I had to mute something here. Take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. Kind of seems that way sometimes, huh? Man, I look back, I won the Presidential Physical Fitness Award. I had the whole thing sews on my shirt. It's a label thing. Had to go through all these tests in high school. I can't even believe that. Here I was climbing up ropes all the way to the ceiling. At one point, I was running for a short time. I didn't stay because my feet were going. Cross-country running. Can you believe that shit, man? Cross-country running. Yeah, I'm not shitting you. I did win the Presidential Physical Fitness Award, though. Man, I had that patch for years. I don't know what happened with it. I had it when I was in Hawaii. I don't know what happened to it. No, for real. You had to pass all these different physical tests for your age group and your grade group. And I aced it. I aced it. So yes, I was a lot more active when I was young, but then duh, you usually are. Now maybe age is not something people like to talk about on here because they have to look in the mirror every day too. And sometimes you'll see subtle changes, sometimes you'll see grandiose changes. But welcome to reality, folks. You see, my brain's a little bit different. In a positive way, though, not a negative way. I'm not brain dead, that's for sure, but maybe I see myself the way I want to see myself. I don't know. Maybe it's psychology. But there's a reality. You can't be young all your life. And although I think I've taken pretty good care of myself, and I actually think I do look a lot better than some of the people I've seen in this community here, in this genre in the Philippines, the vloggers, and those who've gotten on camera. Yeah, I do believe that. But as I said, I'm very self-critical. I said, damn, tell me I don't look like that. She took a picture of me. Because there was like a little, I don't know, discrepancy in my face. Something was red on my cheek or something. Here, what is that red? I said, I don't know. Maybe I had my hands against my cheek or sitting down. I don't know what the fuck it was. Oh, here, take a look at it, you know. Okay. I go, damn, tell me that ain't me. I said, what the fuck you with me for? For me to say that. But it was a camera. It was a high resolution image, and it's going to show up every pore in your face. It's going to show up everything. I said, well, thank goodness I don't look that in real life. And I ask her honest questions too. I say, tell me, do I look anything like that photograph you just snapped of me on the high resolution site? You know, she says, no. I said, come on, be real. Don't be nice to her. She says, no, you don't. I said, well, thank you. I just had to be sure. It's like I said, this was years ago too, when I was a lot better looking than I am now. And I was in Hawaii. I'm not a narcissist. No, but okay. And I swear, I was just checking out these laptops, you know. And what store was that? It was Office Depot. Oh, it was Office Depot, something like that. And they got all these, you know, laptops open. I go to hit a button. It just happened to be the camera came on. And they have all these fluorescent lights in there. You never look good under fluorescent lights. Holy cow. Nobody does. It's like on the Seinfeld show. Of course, Seinfeld. You remember when he had that date? And she was like really good looking. He was attracted to her. But when they went like at this table, a certain lighting, and there was shadow on her face, he thought she was absolutely horrific looking. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, I'm finished lunch, and you know. Then he sees her in a better light, and it's like, oh, wow, she's hot. He didn't want to be seen with this woman. But they were in, you know, they were in bad lighting, okay? Always reverting back to Seinfeld, of course, but, and why not? Good show. But yeah, you can't, you know, that's why lighting directors, you know, people in the movies, that's why they get paid so much money. They can make anybody look practically worth looking at. Proper lighting, proper makeup, all that shit. It's not reality. And even the biggest women stars today, all the ones you know of that, you know, Brooke Shields and all these people, who's actually going natural. I got to give her credit for that. But a lot of other people that are really trying to hide who they are, to get facelifts, or they just have a ton of makeup on. And you say, man, she got old. Well, yeah. I mean, you used to be watching her in the movies 50 years ago. I mean, you expecting somebody to look the same way 50, 40 years ago? They're not going to look that way. So that's why if you haven't seen a person for a while, you just remember them from the movies. I mean, look at Clint Eastwood, how old he's. Like, I was 90 now, whatever the hell he is. You know, I mean, people do get old. Even a lot of the rock stars you grew up with. Look how straggly and horrible some of them are looking, the ones that are still alive. They actually look like they're walking dead. But that's a reality. What do you expect them? It's not like that movie with Mel Gibson, Forever Young, okay? Instead of growing older, this guy was growing younger until he became an infant again. And the very girlfriend or wife or whatever it was he had wind up being the mother of him. He was turned into an infant. But what I don't get in that movie, and I don't remember, if you're getting young all the time and you turn into an infant, does that mean you disappear after a while into an embryo? I mean, I don't think they really played that part on the movie, did they? That was a good movie, though, Forever Young. As well as that song, you always hear it on here, too. But Forever Young, in fact, I wouldn't mind seeing that again, actually. Anyway, I don't really feel like rapping that much on here right now. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, she already went downtown. I should have just went with her. Fucking school shit she has to do. You get stuck over there, you're stuck for a long time, and I ain't got no patience. Had to do with their report for their grades. One of the kids got grades, all 90-something grades, you know, not 100%, but all I seen was 90s in there. They're doing really good. They're doing really good. I'm proud of them. I like to see that. They're going to go somewhere in life, you know. Look at me. How wonderful I turned out to be. Oh, sure. I'm a gentleman and a scholar. Absolutely. And you know it. Gentleman and a scholar. Right, Biggie? Would you agree I'm a gentleman and a scholar? You won't admit it. You know I am. I'm certainly a gentleman, that's for sure. A scholar? Yeah, I don't know about that. Went to college, all that shit, but I'm not like a big uppity scholar. I'm not a genius or genii in any respect. But, I'm pretty knowledgeable about a lot of stuff. Gotta give myself credit when due. And I will, and I am. I know when to say stop. And I know when to say go, too. All right, having a little fun here, but I gotta go. Hey, go look in the mirror, my friends. Go look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Tell me what you see. Do a comparison. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, what do you think? Do you looking good for your age? Do you notice more wrinkles? Drier skin? You don't got good elasticity? Well, I could help you with that. Take collagen and vitamin C every day. That'll help you. Shh, free information. No Gcash for that. But alas, I gotta go. People to see, places to go, things to do. Hope you enjoyed. Hey, we're all getting old, folks. That's the reality. I'll bottom line this whole show. Y'all getting old, too. Contrary to popular belief. But, and we even talk about the SNR, Franks. Okay, so let's get ready here. As soon as a few more people show up, I guess, just to kind of show we've done the homework, okay? And we're giving you the answers. We all love to eat. Hello. Yeah, we'll see if a few people show up on here. Valuable information if you're in the Cebu general area or Mandawi area. And you just happen to be a person who really, really, really likes Italian sausage, but you can't really seem to find it. Very hard. Very hard. And I'll also tell you about what, SNR sells and their version of Italian sausage. But why it's not what you really want, because they don't put the fennel in it. But we're going to give you some hints here. That's right, we're going to give you some hints on where to find just seemingly genuine Italian sausage that you love so much, New York style, and how to do a lot of research on this, and all for free, Yeah. Why don't we begin with this, since we've got a few people here now? Oh, those wonderful Italian sausage you used to have, going to the deli or getting a nice Italian sausage sandwich, and, well, the key ingredients are things like fennel, of course. And, of course, you could create it yourself by getting Italian sausage ground or something, or take some of the stuff from SNR, which don't have the fennel in it, and, add your own fennel. Of course, it's not going to be shaped like a sausage, but, it all goes down the same way. But, okay. Cannolis, oh, forget about that. I don't think you're going to find cannolis out here. Okay, here's what I got for you. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've tasted Hungarian. Ricky loves them. He ate all of ours. Okay, so we don't have a lot of people here, but I'm going to extend this information anyway. Okay. Let me give you a few hints and tips. Okay. Now, there is one place. First of all, let me start with the malls, because supposedly, and I haven't seen it, though, and maybe some of you who have been out here have seen it, but some major malls, they have a store called Earl's Deli, all right? A retail store. Now, they have German-style deli. It's basically a German-style deli, but they carry an Italian sausage with distinct fennel flavor. So if you could find an Earl's Deli, which is basically German style, all right? And they're supposed to be in the major malls, but I haven't, I don't recall ever seeing that in any major malls. Earl's Deli. Okay. Yeah. You have to look around for that. And we're going to go to number 2. Again, if you're just coming in, where do you find, real Italian sausage? Certainly with that flavor anyway. And we did the research. We already talked about Earl's Deli. It's supposed to be in, you know, let's see. They say in major malls. That's what they claim anyway. I haven't seen it. Now you have another place called the Tinder Box, okay? I don't know. Rising Contributor Badge. Ooh, like that Facebook Rising Contributor Badge. Where the hell did that come from? Reconnecting. Okay. Another tip is the Tinder Box. It's kind of an upscale deli and wine shop, okay? It often carries imported European-style meat. So if you could find a place called the Tinder Box. Now, I don't know the address on that. Now, another one we'll give you here is going to be Luca, Luca, Italian Corner. Now, it's kind of hard to find. Now, it's in Unit 5, and it's in the Green Hills.
Sinisa extension.
Yeah, have you heard of that? Have you heard of Luca Italian Corner? No. In the Green Hills Products Building. That's on Ceniza, Ceniza, on M. Ceniza, Ceniza extension. Now, it's tucked away in an industrial area. It's tricky to spot as it's tucked away off the main road. So from Cebu City, you want to head towards Mandawi City. The best spots in the province to find these New York style sausage flavor with fennel seed flavor, and that's a spot that you could actually look in to find that, okay? German. Vienna is more like a German type. Okay, now, about S&R. Now, you've been to the frozen section. You can see those plastic packed, different sausages. They got the German, occasionally you find the Italian. And here's the thing, and it's kind of not a visual turnoff because, you want to see a red color to a meat. Well, here's the deal, and I'm teaching you this stuff too, and it's also information for me. A lot of times you find this grayish looking meat in these frozen plastics in the freezer section S&I. That's normal. Okay, the reason is they don't put all these nitrites in there. Now, when you see hot dogs in the frozen section in like major companies, I don't know, Johnsonville, those are actually pork, it's more of a sausage than a hot dog. But, okay, here's the deal. You notice that, the most popular sausage in the Philippines is that really red-looking sausage you have. That's loaded with nitrates. It's terrible for you, actually. And, it's rubbery. It doesn't have that feel of a real sausage, which has texture. And we're going to tell you some surprising thing, too, about the so-called pink slime stuff. But let me go kind of piece by piece here, Oh, yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Filipinos eat the worst sausage, worst hot dogs in the world. It's just a horrible shit. It's horrible tasting and very spices. It's all made of spices and coloration and food coloring and, oh my God. Okay. Now let me talk about a few things here because I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. But if you're looking for a hot dog that really does not have all the shit in it, you're talking about beaks and all that crap. It's going to be definitely, it's going to be Hebrew National. Hebrew National is not as tasty as Nathan's and stuff, but Nathan's is really not a bad hot dog either because they do use all beef as well as what, other brands such as Hebrew National, which uses all beef, and they use cuts off the bone. They don't. They're using good meat in there actually, and it's not a combination of pork and all that other shit you're gonna find. Hebrew National, it's kind of expensive. It's your best bet, but tell you the truth, Nathan's hot dogs are actually all beef, and they really don't have all the nasty stuff in there that you would imagine. It's a really good flavor, and you could go for Nathan's, and it would actually be pretty good. Now for Johnsonville, they're basically sausage, and they're pretty tasty, but unfortunately, Johnsonville is known for, well, they have dyes in there, but they have a lot of other shit in there. It's loaded with nitrates, it's loaded with fat and cholesterol, and not really good parts. And it's really, really tasty, as you will agree. It's some really tasty stuff, but it's high in cholesterol, high in nitrates, and one Nathan's, excuse me, not Nathan's, but Johnsonville, you want to call it, could contain up to 500 to 850 milligrams of salt in one. And that's just giving it all this crazy taste. It has all these spices. Now, it's okay to have that now and then, but you'd get really ill if you had to go eat that all the time. I will tell you that right now. All the nitrates and everything they put in there. So this is some valuable information. I hope you can use, yeah, well, I do research on stuff, and I plan to stop at one of these places. Now, here's what you can do. If you are an S&R, okay, and you go to that open frozen section, the horizontal ones, without the glass doors, okay, you know what I'm talking about. You will see a selection, what looks like mostly like German sausage type stuff in there, right? And if you look around, they generally do, if you look through it, carry what they call Italian sausage. Now, I had bought this years ago, and I wasn't real thrilled with it, because it didn't have. Now, if you want to get the real Italian sausage, it's going to have not only the fennel, but it's going to have garlic and spices in it too. Okay, the real ones contain garlic and fennel, and that's where you're getting your flavor from, okay? And, don't mind, here's the thing too, it's a visual thing. Don't mind, that used to turn me off, to be honest with you, like how old are these sausages? And they all freezer burn. Well, some of them are freezer burn, you gotta look at them. But you're used to having dyes, or a lot of the coloration comes from nitrites and nitrates, both. Now, when you see that in S&R, it's going to have that grayish brownish color, And you're going to say, man, that just doesn't look very appetizing to me. But no, when you cook it up, it's going to get that brown coating to it that you're used to on an Italian sausage. But I know that visibly it doesn't look real well. But the problem is that the S&R is basically Italian sausage, but it's unfortunately, I don't want to even call it Italian. I don't know. They don't have any fennel in it. They may have some with the garlic in it, but not fennel, or maybe just plain what they call Italian sausage. Now, if you need to have something that has form to it, well, that's if you really want to turn that into Italian sausage. Of course, you could defrost it, and you could add your own fennel, and you could add your own garlic or other spices. And voila, you're going to have Italian sausage. But, of course, it's not going to be formed, shaped into a sausage. That's where you lose out. However, like I said, if you want to go to places, you got to go to these delis. And they are separated all around Cebu and other places. You find it in Manila, too. But the places I suggested, I'm going to go over it again. And these are just a few. Now, you could go to Earl's Deli if you could find that somewhere. And, it's supposed to be in major malls. It's a retail store. And they specialize in, they carry a lot of, they're still carrying a bunch of wines, but They do carry Italian sausage. It has that distinct fennel flavor. They're basically German style, gonna have German sausage and all that stuff. But they usually will carry that. And you may, if you find out who they are, you may want to call ahead to see if they have it. There's another place, it's called the Tinderbox, of course. It's kind of an upscale deli. And it's a wine shop, really, but it's an upscale kind of a deli. I'm sure it's very expensive, too. And it often carries imported European style meats. But, you may want to call ahead or find out if they have any Italian sausage in stock. All right. And again, I talked about earlier, you've got Luca, Luca, Italian Corner. Okay. And of course, that's over in toward the Mandawi area. So if you're in Cebu, you're going to have to go in the direction of Cebu, and you're going to go to an industrial area. It's kind of tucked away. It's tricky to spot. It's off the main road. So from Cebu City, you want to head towards Mandawi City. It's probably the best stop in the province to really find New York style sausage flavor, with fennel seed. It's kind of hard to get to in a way or find because it's in an area called the Green Hills Products Building. That's on M. Ceniza extension, Ceniza. I'll repeat that extension. It's tucked away in that industrial area. It's the kind of spot because it's kind of like off the main road. So you'll head towards from Cebu City to Mandawi to find that, okay? Yeah. Otherwise, you got other places too. I don't know all of them, but Earl's Deli, I don't know, supposed to be in major malls, and they generally will carry some Italian sausage with the fennel flavor that you want. Because quite frankly, you could go to S&R and, you could go to that frozen section. Yeah, you're going to see they usually have a pretty good supply of frozen sausage, but it's that gray alien looking stuff, and you're probably thinking it just doesn't look tempting at all, because you're used to having things with red color and all that. But you see, like for example, a lot of the hot dogs you buy, oh my God, they got a horrible selection in Cebu and all around. You see those, blood red looking sausages, or actually they're hot dogs. They're not even close to a hot dog, and they will use that pink slime and all. Okay, about the pink slime now. This used to be an additive to hot dogs and other stuff and hamburgers. They got rid of that shit during 2011 for the hamburgers and stuff. But still, they will use that. It's really basically a slime that is just a lot of, byproducts of an animal, and they make it into a slurry, and it's just horrible to look at. Now, for your information, believe it or not, McDonald's is not using that. They might have used something like that far back as 2011, but they stopped doing that. And believe it or not, I still don't buy it. They're saying that no, the burgers are really not made with any of that pink slime, and that you don't have sawdust in there and cardboard and all that shit. Supposedly, McDonald's burgers are supposedly real beef, and it's not made from one animal. It's actually made from a lot of different cattle. It's not from one specific animal, but it's from cows, or cattle rather, but it's not particularly come from one. And by the way, you can get from one cow. And there's a very good. The people were thinking that, come on, look how many McDonald's stores there are. Look how many other places to get hamburgers. That they have to be adding something in there. Where are they getting all that beef? How many cows are on the planet? Well, there's like 1 billion of them. Okay, and what McDonald's is doing, which you don't know, and how do they get all that beef? Because they are getting the trimmings, even from the bone, and they're using a lot of muscle and tendons. That's what you're eating. It's not bad. You're eating a lot of muscles and tendons. They're not wasting that. What they do with a cow or whatever is to get your regular cuts of beef, like you're going to get the sirloin, you're going to get the, whatever cut of beef that you want. That is the initial products they're getting out of them, okay? Okay? You know, you have a certain cut of steak you like, ribeye, and all that stuff. Interesting stuff. They go for that stuff first. They get the prime parts, very sellable parts of the animal, and what's left over basically, and that concludes beef that comes from the trimming off the bones. And what you're getting is a lot of muscle and tendons and stuff like that. So that's what you're getting in your burger. And that's the answer as to how is it possible that we're producing enough cows, you know, enough cattle to produce the needs of all the beef industry. And how many people are selling hamburgers all over the place? How could they possibly do that? How could they possibly do that? And there are, you know, a billion cattle at any given time around the world. The Philippines, you're going to get mostly from New Zealand and Australia, is where we're going to get our beef from, okay? But you can get, you know, 20,000, what is it, 2,000 hamburger patties from one cow. And you're wondering, you know, how many cows does it take? But as I said, not only can you get 2,000 hamburger patties from one cow, but you're also getting all these different cuts of steaks, as you know, as ribeye and sirloin and so forth and so on. So there you go. So now you got a little knowledge. Is McDonald's hamburgers? Well, there's still a big problem with that I see, because why do these hamburgers last so long? And they almost look like new after a year in somebody's coat pocket. Well, that's something that I still concerned about, and why I just choose not to go to McDonald's. Now that you know what their burgers are made of, and no, they don't have the pink slurry. At one time they used that because that kind of extended the meat and it did different shit, and I don't know the whole story behind that. I do have access to the knowledge of that. Written down some facts here where you could find certain things and what's in them, but certainly wouldn't advise eating all that blood red looking hot dogs you find in just about every supermarket in the Philippines. It's pretty yucky. It's like it doesn't have the structure of a real hot dog made with real beef, because what they got in there, it's all entrails, all end parts. It's made of chicken beaks. It's made of all this horrible stuff, which is basically throwaway stuff. That's what you're eating. If you want to get a good hot dog, and by the way, S&R, by the way, S&R actually makes a pretty healthy hot dog. It is made with all beef. And again, though, it did not. You don't have all the beaks and junk in there. No, buy an S&R hot dog. I don't mean in the frozen section. From their store, the New York style deli store that they have in there. The hot dogs there are pretty tasty, and they are all beef. I don't think they mix pork in there or anything in there. It is all beef. So that's a little hint. You could probably go for the S&R, the New York style section, where they're selling these cooked hot dogs and pizza and things like that. A little suggestion. You could go from that. You'd probably be okay. Yeah. Get mainly interested in breakfast sauces. I used to love to buy like Jimmy Dine sausage or Johnsonville breakfast sausage, but I'm not big into pork. I used to eat all that shit, pork sausages. I used to love them for breakfast. Oh yeah, I absolutely did. Jimmy Dine, they're very expensive these days. They're very, but the problem is all the nitrites and nitrates in them. That's the problem, which causes cancer. And this is the problem why, for example, Johnsonville sausages, very tasty. But unfortunately, it's okay. Listen, it's okay to eat them if it's an occasional thing. But unfortunately, the Johnsonville, they basically have so much nitrites and nitrates in them that it's very cancerous if you eat that on a regular basis. You probably will develop cancer at some point in time. If you're really old and you don't give a fuck, eat them all. But they also contain from 500 to 850 milligrams of sodium, which makes it very unhealthy. Anyway, I hope that kind of helps you a little bit. Ketchup or mustard? Me? My hot dogs? Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'm not a real ketchup person on my hot dogs. I haven't eaten hot dogs in a long time. If you could find, Hebrew National, I mean, it tastes good. It's not really the best tasting hot dog, but Nathan's, all the way. I'd eat a Nathan's hot dog. No problem with that. Nathan's. And it's all beef, like I said. Nathan's is fine. They're plumpy and all that. Of course, the kosher hot dogs, and we know that as that one brand, Hebrew National, is more pure. They don't got all the shit parts and beaks and all that shit in there. Not as tasty as Nathan's, though, but they're good. But they're pretty expensive, though. If you buy Nathan's, too, they're pretty expensive. So pick them up. If you see Nathan's in SNR or some store, buy some Nathan's. If you see Hebrew National, buy some Hebrew National. And I'm not saying that you can't buy Johnsonville. It's just that if you're really health conscious. Now, look, you're never going to eat just one, right? It's like a Lay's potato chip. The problem is that each individual Johnsonville sausage contains 600 or more milligrams of salt in each freaking link. And it contains all those nitrates and nitrites, which is not healthy. And it does have a lot of cholesterol. I forgot how many milligrams of cholesterol and fat. Oh, please don't get me wrong. They have the ones with the cheddar butter, they have cheddar. Man, they are tasty as shit. But if you don't care about all that stuff in there, that's okay. But as long as you don't have it on a regular basis, you should be okay. You should be okay. Just don't eat a lot of it, like anything else, moderation. But yeah, I like more pure products that I know is beef. And don't mind, the beef off the bone is still good. That's strips of beef that they'll make these hot dogs out of, like Nathan's and places like that, even Hebrew National, okay? Might be some other brands, but, all beef franks. When you're in a store, you want to buy anything with the label of all beef franks. And if it says, in particular, no fillers, you'll want to buy that, and that'll be perfectly fine. I really wish a lot more people were listening to this show, instead of 5 fucking people. I don't know why I'm even on here. But that's the information I could give you. Where to find some of the Italian sausage, or get that Italian sausage flavor with basic pork, ground pork. You could buy ground pork anytime you want from any store out here. But if you want to make it interesting, you're going to add garlic and you're going to add fennel to it. And although it's not going to be shaped like a sausage, it's going to taste like a sausage, okay? Whatever spices you want to put in there. The best thing I could help you with that. Mike, talking about him again, Mix. See, the big man is running down Europe now. I don't care. I really don't care about Big E. You got to get over him, dude, okay? I'm talking about a topic that nobody talks about on here. Where to find real Italian sausage in Cebu area. We're talking about what to look for at SNR to find the best quality hot dogs without all the shit in it. You're coming on. This is not a troll show. Okay? Mixed. And I'm going to end the show right here. I'm sure you're going to find this show invaluable to find what you want, where you can find retail stores that would sell real Italian sausage. Okay? I got that information. I'm giving you information about valuable information as to where or actually what to find in the best hot dogs, what brands, what's in it, and why not to buy Philippine-style hot dogs. Even tell you where a lot of the beef comes from on this particular show. Okay? Thank you. What the fuck, you guys? What the fuck? Fuck Big E. Fuck. Guys. Enough. I'm parting you guys off my channel. That means nobody's on this. I'm tired of it, Mick. Here, Big E, I'm doing you a fucking favor. Okay? Okay? I'm hiding him on my channel. If that means no fucking viewers, I don't fucking give a shit. God damn it. Big E. I try to do shows on here. You gotta talk about fucking trolls. I just gave you some really valuable information where to find Italian sausage, what to look for in hot dogs, the best kinds, the healthiest, and everything else. And you feel like I want to hear this shit. You want to talk about Big E. I don't give a rat's twinkle ass about Big E or his family or his clan or what he does behind his bedroom doors or where he's at or what he's doing with his life. I just don't care. I don't care what his women look like. I don't care what you think they look like, Mix, okay? Whether you think his girlfriend has choppers that could chop through a stained link fence. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know it, okay? I'm just tired of talking about the trolls on here, man. I'm just getting turned off, man. I'm just getting turned off on this shit. I'm kind of, continue with some quality topic on it, some interesting stuff to learn. Where the fine stuff out here. God, I just want to get off right now. I'll keep this show on. But Jesus Christ, man, enough is enough. Fuck Big E. Fuck Popeye. Fuck Big Kevin. Fuck Mick Fisher. Fuck all these jerk-offs. They're not in my life. They're never going to be in my life. I don't care what their beliefs are. I don't care about their lies. I don't care what they think about me. I just don't care. Okay? I just don't care. Live your life, Mix, for God's sakes. Everybody, live your life. Fuck the trolls, man. Fuck the trolls. Whew, man, try to do a quality show. No wonder I don't have a lot of fucking viewers, because all they want is fucking drama. I'm sorry, man, I just don't want to provide you with that. We could talk about things now and then, but Jesus Christ, Joseph and Mary and Joseph the carpenter, I just don't give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. Don't you get it? I don't give a fuck about what Popeye says about me or my girlfriend, or what Big E or Mick Fisher thinks of me, or lies they tell. I don't care. I don't care that Big Kevin is going to die of his fucking weight and heart. I don't care. Nor did I care about Fazio. I don't care about these trolls. I don't care what happens to them. I'm living my own life, as everybody should. Let's make this change on here, okay? Who cares what Scotty is doing? Who cares what Jimbo is doing? All these morons, these idiots, these clueless bastards. Who cares? Who cares about how many subscribers or how much money they're making? It's your money, it's not mine. If you like drama, if you like watching clueless idiots, then continue to do so. I'm not going down that route. Okay? Seriously. And by the way, folks, in regarding my well water, finally got back my certificate on analysis of drinking water. They call it drinking water, but we don't drink from the well. But here's the report. Total amount of chloroform in there. It's absent of any chloroform bacteria. Passed. Thermotolerant coliform. Absent. Passed. E. coli. Absent. Passed. Heterophobic plate count
Well, hold on while I attend to something else for the moment here. Okay. Let's go back to this. 500, which is good. Below 500. Passed. So that's the analysis, basically, of my well water. No, I'm not going to say I'm going to drink that kind of shit. But showering, dishes, all that stuff, excellent. So for those saying that, well, you know, Frank's showering in his septic water. Oh, boy. Look, I've only got so much crow to serve out. Sorry. But there you go. Signed, sealed, delivered.
Filipinos eat the worst sausage, worst hot dogs in the world. It's just a horrible shit. It's horrible tasting and very spices. It's all made of spices and coloration and food coloring and, oh my God. Okay. Now the higher point over in San Ramios, well, they can't get the gangplank down. I'm not sure how they're going to get the people off. They're really going to get their mechanics and engineers going because cars and trucks and people are probably frustrated as all hell are trapped on that ferry in Hagnaya. And I guess this is still going on. Can you imagine the frustration? You're traveling somewhere and you got to get there. You got a car, you got a truck, you got a delivery, and you can't get off the goddamn ferry. Wow. That's a nightmare situation. Well, it could be worse than that. Well, if your ferry kind of tips over because the weight ain't balanced in it, and well, you know, that'd be more of a nightmare. But me, oh boy, I don't think I could handle a situation like that very well. Let's see. And what are you looking at on there? Some crazy guy?
No, it's not crazy. Just
It looks like a native.
pretended crazy.
What is he doing? Oh, stupid. Let's see. What is it? Okay. That must be Vitali with a wig on. That's got to be Vitali. Did he get out? Only Vitali would do something like that. Oh my God. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of frustrated people. My gosh, I hope that wasn't a crowded ferry. That would be even worse. And then, you know, they might run their little commissary, a little food stand. What if they run out of water? What if they run out of little cups of soup and things like that they usually carry on a ferry, which is not very much? Crying kids that are getting very upset with the situation. They just want to go home. Uncomfortable seats. You can't really lay down and be comfortable. Unless you're on one of the ferries that you're lucky to have a bunk bed. Some of the ferries, it's according, actually have those nice bunk beds. In a situation like that, at least you could go lay down. And hopefully you got a load on your phone because, well, you're going to need it to communicate with family or what have you, or just entertain yourself. And meanwhile, man, that's an uncomfortable situation, I would say. Boy, it's bad enough that in Hagnaya, they got the whole tide that comes in to the port. I mean, you know, from that earthquake situation, they never remedied that. So when the tide is high, usually at the end of the day, I guess, the whole area in the port is underwater. And I don't know if they have the budget to remedy this or they even know how to do it, really. Created a bad situation for the port. In fact, a lot of businesses had to fold. The ones that were closer to the water, there was numerous businesses there in San Ramios and Hagnaya Port, where they had little little shit stores and all that. And a bunch of them actually right along the edge. Well, they lost business there too. Because, well, when the water comes up, it kind of inundates that whole area. Yeah. It doesn't sound like a pleasant situation to me. And not to mention, there were stores in the area that closed down too, that are right in that way. It's like the parking lot. Well, it's actually where you're going to load onto the ferry. There's a big area outside there, concrete, that cracked, and, you know, it did a lot of messy things under the ground with the earthquake, and they haven't found a way to remedy that yet, or got around to it, or even have the budget to do it. So basically, you got to get used to getting your feet wet and walking in water that could be up to 8 inches or more, 12 inches of water, or from when you get off the ferry, or you're going to get on the ferry when it's high tide. So plan on getting your feet wet. So yeah, there you go. News flash. If you're going to be taking the ferry, well, the others are working just at the ramp. Well, it kind of didn't want to go down. That created a little kind of a uncomfortable situation for those that just want to go home.
Extend vacation.
They got trucks for delivery. They got, you know, I don't know what the hell is going on. What is going on, man? Jeez. Well, these ferries are pretty old. They wear them out. And, oh, there we go. We got a thumbs up on there anyway. Yeah, so that's the Santa Fe ferry that was going to Hydrate. At what time did this happen today, dear? Did they remedy it yet? Any updates on that? Huh? Is it still going on? Hello?
Yes, lagi
I'm
watching.
going to do a Frank the Gilda thing again.
I watching.
Okay.
I use my headset.
Oh, you got your headset on. What are you watching now? Okay, so let me talk louder. Gilda, is it still going on?
No more na. It's okay na.
They got the gate down?
Yeah.
Thank you, Gilda. Get your fucking headphones off. Jesus Christ, man. Ugh. Okay, well, apparently the situation is remedied. And how long did that go on? How long were they stuck on there? Gilda, how long
Yes,
were they
lagi.
stuck on there?
I don't know, Gandhi, oy.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay, back. Okay, situation remedied, apparently. But I wouldn't handle that situation pretty well. I'm pretty damn sure of it. Oh, well, shit happens, then you die, you know. Okay, sorry to a couple of posters on here that I got on Block. It's just that, and Micko and somebody else. Understand something again, if you allow me to repeat myself on this. I'm just getting tired of hearing about Big E and anybody else on here. Did a perfectly good show on something I think that was rather important. Something to learn. Where you could obtain a certain type of food. I kind of went out of my way to do that, but no. You come on. Oh, and Big E said this and Big E said that. And I said, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Stop being so obsessed, people, with other people on here. Who cares? That's my point. Who cares? You're too involved in other people's lives, and why don't you just kind of continue your own? And Micko, here's the deal, man. You're not even in the Philippines, so what the fuck do you care? Are you living in the Philippines? Well, Big E's not even living in the Philippines. Why do you care? Get my point? That's what I'm trying to say. It don't matter what he does. Let him live his life the way he wants to. You don't have to approve of it. I don't have to approve of it. It's really none of my business. But, you kind of antagonize him too. I mean, you all antagonize each other. I understand that. But calling his wife a C word, nah. Look, I've been down that road. I understand your anger. Shit happens. But I think you really should think about what you say. And I'm not saying that they love these people at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying I respect these people at all. But you really shouldn't be calling his wife, a C word. I don't think that's cool. Like I said, I've been down that road before. And you got to recognize wrong from right, right from wrong. That's all I've been trying to tell you. You say, oh, you're right, you're right, you're right. But then you should continue. And I'm doing a show. It's like you don't listen to my shows. I talk about some pretty cool shit. And all you want to hear is about the drama. I talk about this person and that person. Hey, I admit I talk about some YouTubers on here. Some funny things and observations I make and all that stuff. But I do predominantly talk about other shit. Shit that you could learn from. Good advice and stories. Appreciate that. Maybe you think you need to satisfy me that I want to hear this shit. Maybe you think I care. You're obsessed with Big E. I'm not. I don't care either way. Whether the guy lives, croaks, whatever. Who he's fucking, man or woman. How many people he has in his harem. I don't care. He can be as kinky as he wants. I don't care. I'm not doing it. What he does in his bedroom or whatever he does is up to him, man. I don't have to approve of it. He doesn't need my approval. I'm not giving him my approval, but he doesn't need my approval. He doesn't need anybody else's. Come on, let's be fair about it. There's a lot of kinky people on here. There's a lot of people does a lot of weird shit on here, man. You know that. That's why you're not popular, Micko. You will not leave E.T. Freely alone. You will not leave Big E alone and his wife and his other wives or girlfriends or mistresses, whatever he has going on there. What he does in the confines of his home, you may not have to approve it. You may not have to approve of his lifestyle. But after all, it is his lifestyle. It's not yours particularly. So I have to reiterate this. It doesn't get to your head, Micko. Okay? Now his fighting between him and his wife, fighting against Princess Anne and all that, that's kind of between them too, man. Whatever they got going on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Let it be, man. Just let it be. Unless you just live for drama. And you must, because for some reason you think that I want to hear about all this shit. Just because I have talked about some of the crazy goings on with YouTubers on here, it doesn't mean I'm running a show specifically to talk about that all the time, which I don't. I'll make a mention here and there about something, but, a little commentary or an observation about something, but, it's not what I concentrate on my show, okay? Unless I'm trying to give a little feedback to somebody else who is trying to say a few unniceties about me. I would remind them of something that they did, perhaps, that, probably wasn't cool, or it might embarrass them a little bit, but, a little poetic license here and there is okay. But just I don't know what you do with your life, Micko. I really don't know. They have rumors about you, too. I mean, a lot of rumors about you. But, don't use my channel as a platform for your dislike for Big E and his wife and his girlfriend and his kids and whatever he's got going there. I don't fucking know. As I told you, I really don't care, Everybody's made mention about it before. It's not like nobody knows anything and, you make your own judgments. But sometimes you got to keep it to yourself. And I'm trying to do more of that. Live and let live, and you don't have to do the things other people do. I don't have to do it either. But you're not solving any problems at all. You're just making it worse between you and him. Did he go to Dublin sometime or somewhere? Why did you meet up with the guy? If you got a gripe with the old Big E, why didn't you meet up with him in your country when he was there? I mean, what's the beef with that? You got a lot to say about him, man. Don't be a hypocrite. It's not like I'm sticking up for Big E and all that stuff, but I'm just talking some logic here, and it's an endless fight. I've had shit going on with people for 10 years. But, you know, I could tolerate it a lot better than you could. We're talking a decade, man. I let it slide because I know they're going to say things about me. I just let it slide. I love to counteract Popeye, though, I must admit that. Because he's fun to talk about. But other than that, I mean, you know, I'll put a comment in here and there about this and about that, but I'm not going to spend a whole show on somebody, and only when I think maybe it's worth talking about for one reason or another. But do you think I'm going to resolve any of my issues I have with people on here, or vice versa? No, man. That's just not going to happen. Okay, that's all I had to say. I'm winding down for the night. I got to watch some other shit on here, and I'm not talking about the Philippines genre, actually.
Yeah, I don't think Stank's ever been here to Manila. He couldn't afford it out here.
I'm at a lab today, and let me tell you how they mop the floor. The worker comes out with a dirty mop, and he soaks it in the toilet, and that's where he brings out the mop in the toilet bowl. I wish I could have just had it to show you this here. Hey, it's more fun in the Philippines. There's more. The consult room at the lab. All this time, there's a doctor in Bantayan that can prescribe certain medicine that I need. And I never knew that. Didn't have to go all the way to Cebu, but we'll just see what happens here. Oh boy. One consult to another, and oh, okay. Next thing you know, I had no idea. I said, thank you. Didn't even charge me for the consult. You know, they give you a generic prescription for something, and it's the same medicine, but they have generic names. Now, you have to go by what's on a prescription, the particular name they use. If you don't have that, they can't give you it. That's just the way it is out here. And you gotta go through all this rigmarole. So here we go. And we're gonna go to another doctoro. Oh, nothing like threatening, nothing like that. But, lo and behold. But let's see what happens with this. I can't put it on camera, of course, but you gotta shop around, which is true. You gotta shop around. Right under your nose. Right under your nose, there's somebody that has a special licensing to give certain prescriptions. Well, one medicine don't give to another. We'll explain in a minute. Oh my goodness, I might even get a flu vaccination. They have a flu vaccination here. Oh God, right near the water too. Imagine that. So while I'm waiting, go check it out. Bantayan, my friends, Bantayan. Bantayan. Wow. Never been to this particular area here. My goodness. Let's check it out. A little bit muddy. All right. Good location. All right, what's going on is that, this works. I get a prescription for something, but they don't have that particular generic in, so they can't take it. I mean, it's the same product, you know, But this particular, as the doctor wrote it down, has to be that particular generic or whatever. Or else I can't do it. So I go to my lab and I see the doctor. I sometimes go there, sometimes. Well, you know, he doesn't have the authority for that prescription. So lo and behold, they tell me, guess what? Somebody has a certification here, right here in good old Bantayan. I said, all this time, I had no idea. It means I don't have to travel to Cebu just for a particular medication, which is fucking ridiculous. So let's see what happens with that. I see no reason she can't rewrite. So, gotta get a prescription rewritten, is what it is. But it's a particular one. They have the medicine at Mercury, but they won't have that in for 2 weeks. And that's okay. I can wait 2 weeks, but I'm here now, and the good thing is, I can save a lot of money. And when I go to Cebu, I don't just go there to get a prescription. I go there for other reasons too, shopping and all that other good stuff. But, oh, those are like little crab or lobster. What is that? Traps. Wow, cool. Yeah, but I've never been to this little part of Bantayan right here. You see the little islands out there? They're pretty cool. There's people living on those things, too. They just take a little bunker ride into town. They get all their supplies. They go back on there. They probably have generators or solar or whatever. See, it's dotted. Oh, that's the first I can see. Islands out there. Islands, islands, islands. Okay, I guess I better make my way back. Wish me luck. Yeah. See, you gotta shop around, and you'll find what you want. You may not even know it exists. Okay, cool. And just got my blood pressure. Excellent. 110/75, and that's with walking around. And that's even after, well, unfortunately, having a cigarette. That is not bad at all. As you can see, I've been working my legs. Working my way back to you, babe. With a burning passion inside. Look at those legs. She's got legs. Knows how to use it. Damn, I can knock a kangaroo down with these legs. Well, I doubt it. Okay, got a current upload on there, my friends. Check it out. Check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. A famous line in New York City, Times Square, when it had all those porno theaters and all that guys, and all these little crazy places to go to, which of course I didn't frequent. Giving you a little flyer. Check it out, check it out. Naked ladies, check it out, check it out. Check it out. Nah. Okay. I'm going to be eating lunch, but I thought I'd do a little quickie on here, even though nobody's on at this hour, but it's okay, it's okay. I'm going to do a little quickie because I got to eat, and the phone is actually charging. I was down to 1% a little while ago. Go check out my upload anyway. I did an upload. No, for the guy that was saying, oh, you know, show me what you're buying in the store. I didn't do that. I did something different. I was over at the lab and a couple other places and so forth and so on and all that good stuff. Oh, in regards, boy, I could almost set my clock to the copycat channel. It's funny. Let me explain something, copycat, so that you fully understand. The guild is not ignoring me. This is atypical around here. Everybody's got their headphones in. She kind of assumed that I was doing a show. Didn't know I was talking to her, but she had her headphone in anyway. Happens with the kids. Sometimes she tries to talk to the kids. They got their headphones in and doing some gaming, or they're listening to music or something like that. No, guild is not trying to avoid me. But does that piss me off? Oh, fuck yeah. It wouldn't be the first. It wouldn't be the last time. Well, it's kind of a lack of communication in the sense that she's thinking, because we're laying on the bed together, she's thinking that I'm doing, because I do so many goddamn shows. She thinks I'm doing a show, assuming. Okay, and then she's also got a head plug in, so she don't know who I'm talking to. First of all, you know, her headphones in, she's not hearing me clearly. She thinks I'm talking to you wonderful people out here. But it's still irritating. I mean, I admit it's still irritating. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last time. I just hate when that happens. I understand she thinks I'm doing a show at the time, and I'm talking to you guys. She didn't realize I wasn't doing a show. Well, I was doing a show, but she assumed that I was talking to my audience. And I could set my clock to it, man, that I knew 300% that the copy channel would find that particular little time stamp on there. See, they're getting tired of, trying to copy my shows now because, well, they don't have to anymore. Because I'm not taking them off. That's probably why. But they had to come up with a little ditty. And I knew it. I even said to Gilda, I'll bet you anything. I'll bet you anything. Give it a couple of hours or something or whatever. And that little timestamp there where I'm irritated with her headphones on, her assuming that I'm talking to you guys, it's still irritating no matter what. I mean, I understand, but it doesn't mean it doesn't irritate. It does irritate me. It'll continue to irritate me. It's not just words, it's anybody. I see the kids doing it with each other. I see my girlfriend doing it with the kids. She's trying to tell them something or call them in for dinner or lunch or something, and they don't hear a goddamn word she says. They're too busy playing their games or talking to their girlfriends or listening to music or something on there. Oh yeah, it's irritating no matter what. I don't care what the situation is. It's an innocent situation where, she assumed I'm talking to somebody on here and she got her headphones in, but still, it's irritating. And I get aggravated with that kind of shit. I'm not going to hide it. I get aggravated for that. Don't assume. Don't ever assume. You may get an ass out of you and me. You can't assume that I'm talking to somebody on YouTube. Because maybe I'm talking to you, my lovely. Anyway, no need to explain that, but I told you I can set my clock to certain things on here, and I know copycat or somebody's going to run with the ball with that one. And they did. Very predictable. Okay, moving on. I'm just waiting to have a lunch here, actually. I'm actually charging the phone. I think it was a productive day today, actually. Very productive. Found the new fucking Del Ductetto right there in Bantayan, man. Got the job done. Got the job done. Don't have to travel to Cebu for that purpose alone. Very good. Nice lady. Nice lady. And no, she's not a psychiatrist. She's an internist. She got the certifications for certain types of medicine. Perfectamundo. Perfectamundo. I don't need no fucking counseling. I'm probably the most sane person on this damn Philippines genre. Remember, genre, not genre, Micko. John or Popeye. They can't even pronounce the word. Okay. But got the job done. Let's see, what else? Back and forth. Pedal bike, trike, jeepney, some shopping at Prince. So we got a few meats. Yes, we did. I could have, my battery was running low at the time, what is right now. I could have done, someone was requesting that I show some shopping and stuff. They love that. They just seem to love that. No, I couldn't do that. But I have an upload on there you might want to look at. Check it out when I sign off of here. It's not that long. I don't know how long it is. All right, so what am I missing? I certainly don't want to miss anything out on here. I can't miss something on here. It'd be like sacrilegious or something, But never make assumptions, my friends. Never make assumptions. Hey, I speak out. Even in my relationship, I speak out. That's who I am. If they're not listening, I'm going to get you to listen. And say, oh, is that why? Oh, okay. Now I understand. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to be reactive to such. Because to me, it's irritating. You think you're talking to somebody, you think they're listening, but they're assuming something else. And right away, set your clock, set your clock. The copycat channel runs in there. Oh, I gotta get this. I even made a bet with her. I'll bet you're gonna put that clip on there. And sure enough, it wasn't too much longer that there it was. Do I know these people really well? You think? Yeah, you thought right. Anyway, I'm waiting here to, I haven't eaten really for lunch. So I'm going to have myself a little bit of a lunch here. Maybe chicken katsu or some other spicy type of deal. Oh, compliments too from yet another doctor. Telling my age, and she's like, you look pretty youngish for your age, right? Right. Yeah, I'm coming, baby. I'm coming, sweetheart. Lovely, lovely woman. Gilda's lovely woman. Yeah, she's a nice girl too. Internal medicine, this and that, certification for this and that. Right there in Bantayan. Right under my nose, and I never knew it was there. And I had to plan my trips to Cebu around that, do that, and do that to get that med and do that. And I don't have to do that no more. Isn't that cool? Cool beans, as you guys say. Cool beans. Cool beans, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. I don't eat cool beans. I heat up my beans. Oh, in regards to the protein, I forgot who I was talking to about that. The protein situation, she doesn't suggest at my age because kidney, because too much protein is not at my age good for the kidneys. If you want to buy the whey protein, it's not good. The whey protein is not good. If you want to do it every other day,
It's good protein, but it's depend for like you got problem for the kidneys.
well, I don't have problems with the kidney, but because I had, and I'm 71, so she doesn't think an overabundance of the whey protein would benefit my kidneys. Now, my kidneys are fine, but has to do with the age and how much protein you're putting through it.
Yeah.
It has to process it, all that stuff, and
So just eat eggs, protein, meat.
oh yes, eggs. Get your protein from the beans. Get your protein from the eggs. Get it, a little bit from cheese. Get it, the calcium, other stuff you need to get. But yeah, you could take whey protein, but it's not suggested really in large amounts. No. So she said, why take the chance and all that stuff? So I'm going to do what I normally do. And she didn't exactly think I was frail. My physique. She said I looked good for my age and my shape. She understands about maintaining muscle. She suggests, get out there and walk more. Of course, I told her what I do at home a little bit. I said, that's good. That's good. But she did say, what was the word she said about my age? What did she say, Gilda?
You're younger looking for your age.
Ah, yeah. I'm younger looking for my age. That's what I like to hear. That's the old pepper. Younger looking for my age. It means that what I do to a certain degree is working. And by the way, I went around to all these pharmacies. Nobody carries whey protein anyway. You have to order it from Lazada or Shopee or something like that. But I'm not in a big hurry for that. I could get that from Lazada. But she said you could have a scoop here and there every couple of days or something. That's fine. You want to add some extra protein for that day. But to use it every single day and get the remainder of the protein that you supposedly need, no, she didn't suggest that. So the guy I was talking to on here about, oh, you need this protein, testosterone tests have to be done in Cebu. I figured that much. She's a good go-to doctor because she does certain things. She's very knowledgeable. Yeah. My third one, actually, as far as for a certain medication anyway, my third one. The other one I just got, well, anyway, kind of a hassle. Again, I'd have to go to Cebu. They're not going to come to me. That's just the way it works. Anyway, I'm gonna get off here. I want to say hi to my friends out there. Oh, by the way, I made another $10. I made another 10. Grand total is what is it? 185, 195. 195. 100. What is it? $195 is what it comes down to. Okay, that's a good thing, right? Yeah. Okay. Expected. I don't know what I expect. I didn't expect anything. But folks, you want to support the channel? The Gcash is in the description. Make me proud. Make me proud. Anyway, we'll catch you on later on. I'm going to get myself some nutrition, if you don't mind. I think I'd say it was a pretty productive day. All in all, I picked up a few meats, some chicken, some ground beef for them. I got some pork, and we got chicken leg quarters. We got all kinds of stuff. You know, you can't get much in Prince, understand that, you know. But it's the only place we could really get some meats these days. One place in town closed down. They have another place that sells meats, but they're yucky. I don't know, even the refrigeration units are kind of yucky. So we'd have to go to Bantayan to get our meats, which is okay. No problem. I realize I blocked a couple of people on here. Oh, well. Well, like I said, I'm not going to go into that speech again. Let's try to behave on here. We'll get along just fine. With everyone. Everyone. Everybody is friends on here, right? I love everybody on here. I love everybody. No matter who you are, you have to have some good in you somewhere. It might be buried quite deep, and it doesn't come out to the surface very often, but I know deep inside, you believe me, you love my shows, you love my topics, you love listening to me, and you think I'm an ace reporter, ace, not an ass, an ace, vlogger. Okay, so I'm going to eat, catch a show maybe later on or something. And yeah, I do got an upload on there now. You might want to check it out. See if you can't get enough of me. There's an upload. I think it's on there about right now. With that being said, what's for din? All right. As I don't drop this, hold on to it. Oh my goodness. Oh, roasted chicken and roasted potatoes and some cream corn. That's for din. Okay. What do I need? Oh, I hear the cats meowing away out there. They smell chicken and they want part of this. But unfortunately, well, I sort of kind of can't feed them the bones and stuff because, well, like I promised myself, I was not going to feed them because these feral cats need to hunt on their own. There's Gators Rock. What's up? So, good old cream corn, roasted potatoes, and looks like something out of Kenny Rogers Roasters, huh? Yeah. Haven't had cream corn for a while. Goes really well with potatoes and Dem's hot, man. Dem's hot. What is this on? Why? What is this on? Okay. Well, this is what's for din tonight. Well, yeah. I'm kind of waiting for it to cool off. I just heated the, God, hear those cats in the background? They're fighting with each other, and they're not, I'm not even feeding them anything. But they got a good sense of smell, and they know what chicken smells like. Hey, 20 people here. What's up, guys? Oh, maybe I could get a little piece of potato here. Oh, I love when you dip it in the corn. Oh, yeah. That's what I like. It's a man's meal. Hey, you girls ate already. Don't look at me. The dogs, All right, guys, what's going on here? I was watching a movie, actually. It was not a real exciting movie, but yeah, Dem's good eating. I get my protein in. Yeah. Of course, potatoes are carbs, but with the skin on, it actually makes it healthy as far as the carbs. The idea is to keep the skin on. Yeah, a little secret. Oh yeah, dip it in the cream corn. You've done that before, I know you have. Right? Especially when you had mashed potatoes and corn. Didn't you always put your cream corn in your mashed potatoes? Well, I don't know, I did that growing up, but everybody might be doing something different than I did, but I think that's pretty standard issue stuff. Okay. Yeah, did a little tiny bit of shopping today. Well, Prince doesn't offer very much. We all. Yep, dip it good. Dip it in that cream corn. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of another semi-wet day. What else is new, Only show I checked out today was, Mad Matthew. Oh, Mad Matthew. Yeah, Mad Matthew. He's steaming mad. I didn't know his history, but apparently he bought this land. Really sight unseen. And according to his story, the pictures looked fairly good. And he even paid, I don't know, 12 months payment, or I don't know what he did. He bought it on payment, I don't know what he did. Paid 12 months in advance or something, I don't know. But when he gets to finally see the land, well, it's not exactly what it looked like in the pictures. Mm-hmm. Should have heard that story before. Girls, come on, man. Go in the other room. Go. You ate already. Go inside. Well, she's on a prednisone. That's why she's extra hungry. Especially her, Ginger. And there's Mark Coy. Hello. I always microwave my chicken and applesauce, too. No, this was oven roasted chicken. Oven roasted. So were the potatoes. The cream corn, well, I just out of the can in the microwave, 2 minutes. Haven't had this for a while. Well, I mean the cream corn. I like cream corn. I like niblet corn too, as long as it's butter. But roasted potatoes, yeah, they're better with the skin. They're healthier. All right, I'll try not to point except the food. Might be a little bit rude. And I got the cream corn too, my dear. Got the cream corn out. Here's the skin. I'm tempted to eat it, but I kind of try not to. So you dip your chicken in the cream corn. You know you do that, right? Of course you do. Hate to waste the bones and stuff, but I mean, cats, they don't mind. Well, they think they are. I started feeding them a couple of years ago. That was the problem. No, not on this meal. No greens on this meal. Usually I do. I could have cooked up fucking ants. Tiny little ants come on this table. Hate them motherfuckers. Or some broccoli or Brussels sprouts or something like that. Usually. You don't get a lot of chicken off these chicken quarters, you know. My goodness. Really? Actually not. Yeah, I don't want to be too rude and well, I mean, you'll hear me chewing, but you want to see eating food, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, they're always going to prepare rice.
Of course.
Of course.
Rice.
Rice is life.
Dali na, te. Dali na. So how's the chicken?
That's good. Not much meat on one leg, a quarter leg, but yeah. I got this skin, and I'm kind of reluctant to eat it.
Oh.
Roasted, baby, roasted.
Roasted chicken.
Roasted. Like Kenny Roach Roasters. Oh, it's not my favorite restaurant. I assure you that. No.
Same. Kini? Kani? Ay, cream corn. Nice ba?
Oh,
Need, right?
I don't like chooks to go at all. Why does this potato look that way?
That one?
Yeah.
Because when I flip the potato.
Look kind of rotted or something.
No, I flip the flipper.
Okay. No, Ginger, no, you ate. No, inside.
Hanggang niya siya. Walay kwan, walay subak. Look, ito subak.
I guess just 1/4 lay for me. It's a quick dinner, actually. Usually we buy a whole chicken, a big one.
No big bird.
No big bird today, though. Mad Matt.
Ang manok to, kuhan ka, gagma kayo.
Oh yeah, he said there was all kinds of bugs in there, and his shack he bought mold, and why did he do that? I don't know. Tell you what, I'm going to finish up here. Take about 2 minutes, and then I'll get on. Kind of rude to do this in front of the other people at the table here too. So hang in there a couple of minutes. Few more minutes. Question is, what I do with these bones or their bones? Promise was going to give it to the cats. If those dogs next door, but I don't like to give chicken bones to a dog. They choke on them. I'd rather not. I'd rather give them some regular kibble. Was that it? One of those dogs out there one day a while back was almost choking on a bone. It was kind of like horizontal in his mouth. Until he found a way to manipulate it out. He was okay, but I got to worry. Want skin? They like the skin. I don't eat. I'm not pigging out. Just had what I had on the plate. Except, I'm always going for these.
You always say,
They're potatoes. I always say, yeah, I'm done.
"Last
I'm
done,
done. I'm
you're
done. I'm
done,"
done.
and then you still picking.
I know. Okay. I have to know when to say enough. Oh, hell, I'll just give the bones to the cats. Said I wasn't going to feed them anything. Yeah. I know one of them's pregnant again, just what I need around here.
Huh?
This all done? Yeah, throw them like this. Cat's gonna do a mad rush for this. There's meat on there, so, the cats can more readily eat the bones than the dogs could. So watch this. You ready for this, folks? They smell me already. With the light on in the yard.
Paid their visa fee, they'd be sitting there right now doing whatever they were doing before. It's not because of any other reason other than not paying their visa that they ended up getting picked up. So just
Very strange. I got a thumbs up. There we go. But it doesn't, it's very slow. It doesn't show anybody's on there, but now it did. So the thumbs up came before the viewer came. So his phone has been pretty weird lately. Oi. Okay. It's like the night wind up tonight, actually. I'm going to shut the TV and just kind of relax in bed with my honey. Oh, I hear some cats screaming somewhere. Fighting. One of the cats had kittens again, but fortunately only had two. And it was in a very obvious, listen. Outside on the road somewhere. You hear that? Damn. Excuse Ginger, get your ass in here. I was wondering where you were. Get in here. Get in here. I thought you were up to no good. I have to watch you when you're outside. I'm glad that cat had took her two new kittens away. She gave birth to them in this little spot on the side of the house, and I went to look and they're not there, so the mother probably took them up in the attic somewhere. Of course, Ginger went there to go investigate. Of course. And sometimes she'll go in the garbage. And there may be something in that garbage that she just cannot eat. Okay, so that kind of pisses me off. Yeah. I gotta guide them every time they're out, because I never know, I never really know if the cats are around, or hopefully the mother is gonna be a good mother this time and not abandon the kittens like she just loves to do. So, looks like she took the kittens away. one by one. They'll grab them by the nape of the neck, whatever, and do their thing, which is good. I encourage that. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna get myself all relaxed here in a minute. Ginger, you're always guilty. What were you doing outside? Yeah. Ginger was outside exploring, and I don't know if she went in the garbage or not, but you know her. All right, girls, you're out of the room. Go. Bye-bye. I'll say goodnight to my girls. Say goodnight, Ginger. Good night. You get some sleep, girl. You get some sleep. And you get some sleep, okay? Got my little back scratcher thing here, too. Spoiled goddamn dogs. All right, girls. And Ginger, you better stay out of the garbage. It's like we don't feed her. Well, she's coming off the prednisone. They gotta... Here's your back scratcher, dear. Right here. Me? No, we got a back... They're waiting for me to argue with you or something, I think. Wasn't that like clockwork when the thing over the headphones and you didn't hear me? I know what it was. You see me on the phone all the time. You probably figured I was talking on the live show and you had your headphone in. But right away, almost like clockwork, you could figure the copycat channel. Right away, they found that timestamp. Frank is upset. Big news, Frank's upset with Gilda. The lovely Gilda, by the way. Frank's upset. Well, they're kind of desperate these days. One of the reasons is because, I really haven't been taking any shows down. So, what the hell is there to copy if everybody else sees it? You got my point? Yeah. No, I do get upset if I think she doesn't hear me, because usually the circumstances are such that she has her earplugs in and she's listening to something on there. And I'll be on my phone and she'll assume that I'm not talking to her, I'm talking to somebody on a live show, which I do a lot, obviously. And that's all it was. But of course the copycat, oh, we got some dirt. We got some dirt. Frank's upset. Well, I do get, as I said on another show, I do get upset. But I didn't know the situation. I didn't know the circumstances. But yeah, certainly I don't like being ignored, but under the circumstances, well, that explains it all. But right away, they had to run out. Oh, we got something we could print up. Roll the press, roll the presses, Just really ridiculous.
Just make a story.
Oh yeah, she'll make up
stories.
making up their stories, and Well, that's what they do, right? Oh, that's what they do very well. Make up stories. There you go. Whatever makes you happy, Pappy. Oh, then Breavis was going at it again. Oh, Breavy boy. I don't know what to say about you there, Breve. You're kind of like Scotty. I don't know, man. You're kind of like all over the planet. Going from brewery to brewery and... not knowing what the fuck you're doing, right? Oh, and Frank could never afford to live in Manila. Well, number one, son, I wouldn't want you to be my son, believe me. I wouldn't move to Manila if you paid me to move to Manila. It's not my kind of place. Definitely not. Okay, secondly, you think you know everything about me. Frank, I know. Frank is broke. He's actually able to look into our bank accounts, and he knows exactly how much we have in our savings. How would you do that, Breve? I would think that's impossible. So you really don't know, do you? Oh, okay, then Big E comes on, and you saw my short that I did on there. where, oh no, he doesn't give me credit for putting Barry away. Oh, no, he says. It's because he didn't pay his visa fees. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's right. But, who got the agents after him? I did. Frank had nothing to do with it. Then, he's also a felon. That might be another reason he's still in there, because, all included, the whole package deal, where he pleaded guilty to 5 charges of, cyber libel. But you notice that Big E never talks about that. Nope. The only thing Big E does, he mentions Barry's immigration overstay. He doesn't want to give me the credit, okay, for making Barry a fucking felon. Well, excuse me. I need to rephrase that. Making himself a felon. Yes, he's now a felon. For he's a jolly good felon. For he's a jolly good felon. For he's a jolly good felon that nobody can deny. Neither could you, Biggie. He always cuts that out. Anytime I ever heard about people talking about Barry being incarcerated, the same thing comes out of Big E's mouth. Same shit. Only reason Barry ain't been deported, or the only reason he's there in jail, is because of his visa. He said, well, that happened with Kevin, and Kevin didn't want to pay his visas. Well, why did you help out Kevin then? You gave him a fucking ticket to go to fucking Vietnam, but you didn't want to help him out with his Philippine situation on his visa. Oh, no, he didn't want to do that. So he can't really afford to talk about Kevin. Instead, he buys him a ticket to Thailand. Doesn't take care. Well, then again, to be fair, Kevin was a little bit too afraid to come to the Philippines. Well, in light of the fact that the guy had a bolo knife in his head, might have something to do with that. No, he didn't want to go back in the Philippines. But Big E did not encourage him as much as he should have to go back in the Philippines. No. Instead, he gave him money, right? Oh, if you lose some weight, I'll buy you a ticket to anywhere you want to go, son. Anywhere you want to go. My pockets are full, and it's not lint. Lose a certain amount of weight. Okay. So Kevin goes on this Ozempic shit, whatever, very dangerous shit, right? And he does lose enough weight to satisfy the Big E, okay? You got to satisfy the Big E, okay? And Kevin loses some weight, so he buys him a ticket over to, Thailand. So Kevin goes to Thailand and doesn't accomplish anything. I mean, nothing. Buying girls drinks, he's going broke all the time. Doesn't even visit his kids. Send money to his kids, doesn't visit his kids. Instead, he's buying new phones. For what? Now, he had to go back to the United States because it just really wasn't happening. But of course, Big E and his Bobo friends, well, that's right. Kevin was only on vacation. No, yes. Kevin was not on vacation. Kevin was looking to live there, but it didn't work out. Right, Kev? Hankinson? It didn't work out, Bubba. Of course, Big E had to smooth things out. No, well, you did what you had to do, you went to vacation, it wasn't a vacation.
Only your boys.
Not a vacation, it wasn't a vacation. Although Kevin, in his embarrassment, says a vacation. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that, Kevin. We'll go with that. We'll go with that, okay? Shh. So what does he do? He goes back to his aunt's basement again. He's now over 300 pounds, where he had lost quite a bit of weight for a while. I kind of knew that was going to happen. He walks outside, even though he had some knee work done, walks outside and you could hear him panting because his heart is just, unfortunately, not very healthy for carrying all that weight around for so long. So instead of continuing in a positive direction and losing some weight, he gains weight. In other words, back to the chalkboard. At this rate, because unfortunately for him, and I don't wish that on him, but unfortunately for Kevin and people in his situation, heart's been stressed, probably at least pre-diabetic, if not completely diabetic. Okay? Stress on the heart, the weight is doing it. He's known to be a drinker, so through all the years, from Alaska to everything he was always drinking. His liver's enzymes are probably really high. His liver's falling apart, and he has so much visceral fat underneath the belly, inside, and that's the bad fat that affects the liver. So Kevin's kind of on a real bad journey right now. But what does he go and do? You remember how he used to buy all these toys that make little sounds and light up? I mean, the guy's like 60 something, 62, 63. And he goes out and buys another expensive phone. And I'm thinking, how many phones does this guy have? You mean they can't do the job that the new phone does? It ain't good resolution. I mean, it allows you to get on, YouTube, do what you need to do. But no, he had to go out. Well, that's his business, but he spends it on. But I'm just making a point. They're toys. He's like an adult baby. And he's eating more. And he's spending his money because he don't know what to do with himself. Well, he's like one of those shoppers. I got to buy things. Oh, I got to have a new phone. How many phones does this guy have besides laptops and screens? And remember in the past, he bought a big green screen. You don't need them anymore. He bought lighting equipment. It's like as if he has like a fucking studio there or something, For what? To come on, be an antagonist and, yeah, I know, but Frank, I got my little horse here. See, I got my little pogo stick horse here. Oh my God, the guy's like in his 60s. He's in his fucking 60s. That bolo knife must have went really deep. Really deep. But, Kevin is, Kevin is Kevin, okay? And, I mean, I wish the guy well. I actually do. He's not a friend of mine, nothing like that. He's very two-faced when it comes to me, Well, that's always been the case, but, whatever happens to Kevin is going to happen, like it did to Ed Lippitt, like it did to Fazio and all the other people that followed him. Hey, look, let's be honest. It's inevitable, right? It's not wishful thinking. No, it's inevitable. Just like it's inevitable that good old Breavis is going to get into more trouble all the time because he's kind of like Barry, and maybe that's why he's friendly with Barry. They're alike in a way that they don't shut their mouth and they don't mind their business. And he's not a friend to Barry. He's just grandstanding. That's why he went to try to visit him. All the horrible things he said about Barry in the past. He's just grandstanding. He's like, I went to visit Barry to have something to talk about. The dude's not even with his woman. Yeah, I gotta go head back and see my girlfriend for Valentine's Day. Oh, that's nice of you. Wow, you've been away from her for how long? Hitting all the bars in Manila and the girly places while your girlfriend sits home taking care of the baby on her own. That's sick. It's so kind of like how he, a matter-of-factly, says this. Yeah, I gotta go visit the girlfriend for Valentine's Day. I gotta go visit the girlfriend for that. We mean, you're not living with her? Did you screw that up too? Drew? Did you screw that up too? Well, let me ask you, what happened you screwed up? You ran away from California because you'd be killed. And all the shit you did, you had gang members after you. You had to get a fucking protective order for your whole family. True. Come on, man. Man, I remember one time he had a nice shiner around his eye. He got into trouble, and he continually does. Because he can't shut his mouth because, I don't know, Drew seems to think that he's on this higher level than everybody. Wine tasting festivals, beer tasting festivals, going to the brewery, 6 o'clock in the morning. He's sitting there at the brewery drinking beer. That's so fucking. He hangs around these seedy, fucking smelly bars around whores all day. Well, I don't know about the day. He probably does it too, but that's what he does. That's his life in the Philippines is to, what? Go from bar to bar and kind of try to, you know, get some Filipinos interested in him when he's got this, like, as he says, his girlfriend who has a child from her sitting alone at home. Well, he's out partying. No respect. That guy has no respect to anyone, but he certainly doesn't have any respect for himself. It's his daughter. He should be spending time with her, not going from place to place in Manila, Bacati, and da-da-da-da-da, and I'm over here now near this beach, or I'm in Boracay, or how about your kid? How about your kid? Moron? How about your kid? The kid needs her daddy. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that. Because you're not a responsible person, Drew. You just really are not. You have no sense of responsibility whatsoever. You tell everybody, oh, you're a millionaire or something. You're not a fucking millionaire. We think we know you got the money from that, and it originally kind of has something to do with, you know, why these gangsters were after your ass. It kind of sort of has something to do with that, doesn't it, Drew? Yeah, well, I know that. You know that. And you've been living off that money, and that's why you ran away from California, isn't that? You're not a Bitcoin millionaire after all. And I don't know. Maybe his daddy left him a little money or something. Because his dad did pass away. Yeah. Guy taught at a school. He was a teacher. And, well, you know, California, yeah, I'm sure his parents probably had a few bucks. Okay? So he probably got a little bit of something from there. Or not. Because I don't know how he treated his father, and I don't know what their relationship was, but he may not have had shit from him. I mean, he was getting his own family into trouble. He had to get a protective order for himself and his family. He had to put his family in fear. What kind of a person is he, man? Anyway, that's about the, you know, it's getting close to bedtime. I don't want to get all riled up. Don't get me riled up. But, again, Big E, Eric, you always have something to say about me, don't you? Don't you? You know, if you can't say something nice about me, how about not say anything at all? But, you know what? I sort of defended you. I didn't have to when it came to Micko. Didn't I say? See, I'm a fair guy. I'm not like you. I said, don't be calling Big E's wives, whatever, a C word. Didn't I? I didn't have to do that, right? I said it wasn't right. Didn't I do that? See, I could be righteous, but Big E can't be righteous. His head is so far in the clouds with his narcissistic behavior. Is better than thou, and I'm better than you because I got more money than you. I could travel. I could go to 5-star dinners. Well, you know, hold that carrot out there, Eric. Hold that carrot out. And you'll have people around you. That's for sure. Nah, I couldn't be in a relationship like that, man. That wouldn't work for me. No. I gotta know that there's fucking love and caring. You know? I couldn't do that. Just to have women around you to make it look like a big man on campus or something. I'm sorry, man. I just can't. Hey, I'm just being honest. I'm expressing my opinion. Nothing illegal about that. I'm just expressing my opinion that I could not do that. And some of the things you did, Eric, in the bar, you know what you did. Yeah, it was so fucking disrespectful. You ain't gonna live that one down, ever. I'll make sure of that. You don't show no respect to them. And you didn't. on those events. And I'm sure it's not the first time. But anyway, I don't want to give you all this clout tonight and talk about you a lot. Because you need that attention. You need it from Micko. Now, Micko, I think, shut up for a little while, didn't he? For a few days. But then you still had to mention Micko. You were in some mall in Malaysia. And you had to bring up Micko, right? You see, because he wants a response from Micko. He likes the back and forth. And then he jumps on Micko's ass for this and that. But, you know, he's being an antagonist. He didn't have to say anything more about Micko. He could have shut his mouth. But no, he wants a response from Micko. I understand your position, Micko. Believe me, I do. I know. I had to take you off because, well, that show, I was trying to talk about anything but your adversaries, okay? And you just continued to do it, and you disrespected me. And I know that the Big E was very happy about that. I know he's ecstatic about it that I took you off my show. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Probably jumped up and down. Well, don't jump too hard, because, you know, the bigger you are, harder you fall. Be careful, dude. Break your hip or something. Put you out for a long time, you know? Watch out for sharp objects, too. You know, you can take your eye out, you know? Anyway, I'm not going to talk too much tonight. I'm going to do a wind down on here. Maybe I'll listen to a few news shows, which is probably a horrible thing to do before bed. There's nothing much on there on the local genre anyway. Just the same old shit, same old people saying the same old shit, and nothing new about that. That's why it gets so boring on it. If it wasn't for me, I don't know what people would listen to. I really don't know, because there's really not much out there. Oh, let me see. What was Breavis also doing? Okay. Oh, yeah. Breavis is over throwing digs at me, but that's kind of the way Breavis is. That's why he's so unliked on here. There is nobody out there that likes Breavis. There's not one person that likes Breavis that I know of. Well, fictitious or kind of quasi, you know, kind of a, you know, admiration if he's trolling against me, and you might get Piggy and people like that. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, you're right about Frank, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, keep up the good work, you know. Keep up the good work, you know. Come on, you guys, grown-ass fucking adults, man. Grown-ass fucking adults acting that way. Any people like that that's in any kind of relationship, one way or another, it's going not to go to work sometime. Because even though the money might be good to somebody out there, there's always going to be something, a fly in the ointment. Then, you know what? When you're dealing with not just one woman, but you're in a relationship, folks, you know, with more than one woman, they're in the same fucking condo. Same fucking bed. What the fuck's with that? Swingers. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. What they do in their bedroom is their business. That's the truth. It is the truth. It is the truth. I don't even want to think about it. Too gross. I'm a one-woman man. That's all I need. I don't need more than one woman. I don't have this ego that I have to, you know, contemplate my ego like contemplating my navel. I don't need more than one. Why do I need more than one woman? That's a danger zone. It's just, you know, stroking his, that's what I call him, big ego. Stroking his ego. Why do you think a man does it? Stroking his ego. He thinks he's got the money, put the carrot out and watch them come, stroke his ego to make him sound like, I'm a real man. I'm a real woman's man, you know. Yeah, take them nice dinners, take them on some trips. I'm a real man. Well, I don't know, for a guy your age, dude, I don't know. Some of the antics that you're involved with is kind of freaky, dude. I mean, seriously. That's how trouble starts. And listen, there's always jealousy. Women are women, and Filipino women are Filipino women, and they are jealous. There's always going to be some situation where there's going to be trouble in paradise. Anyway, that's my word for tonight, unless I could think of something else to cover. Oh, what could I cover before I hit the sackaroonie with my babe-a-rooney? Oh, man. Just, you know what I really love? They just can't win against me. They try and they try and they try, but I've always got a good comeback, but an honest comeback, you see. See, I'm not living this life of debauchery shit, you know? Fuck, who needs that kind of shit? These are fucking, teenagers do that shit, mid-teens, How many chicks can I get, How many notches on my belt? Oh, yeah. That makes me a real man. Now, let me tell you what makes you a real man. Anyone on here. To love somebody, not to use them. To, treat them with respect, and, devote yourself to one wonderful woman. Give yourself to that woman, heart and soul. Not because, you want to be surrounded and get your ego stroked. Not just one woman, but two women. And I don't know how many more than that, to be honest with you. I don't know what he does. Or people like that, I don't know what they do. Operate a swingers club or something where anything goes, maybe even men. That kind of came to my head after a while. Because what did they say? He was on a dating site flirting with men? I've heard this. I think he's still on there too. This guy I heard. Yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's actually on these sites. And it's kind of like an anything goes situation. Invite him into the spider web. Male, female, don't matter. Come join the fun. Hell no. Hell no. I ain't that fucking freaky. A grown-ass man. Why does somebody want to complicate their life that much to do that kind of shit? There's STDs involved. It's just, just low-life type of shit, man. But the mighty dollar speaks very loud. The eagle screams. You too can have a harem, folks. Just put that carrot out there with dollar signs on it, and they will come. As they said in that movie, build it, and they... Oh, Breavis, come on. Oh, I stood up long enough to hear Breavis's live broadcast. He's a funny dude. Yeah, he's gonna beat everybody's ass. Dude, you're a little fucking breadstick, man. And boy, you really knocked Big Fisher, but let me tell you, man. Yeah, everybody remembers that night. You were locked and loaded, yeah, after Big Fisher left. Everybody saw that, man. You ain't gonna live that one down. Yeah, look, you want to come over here and kick my ass? Respect your elders. Come over here to Bantayan, okay? I triple dog dare you. Breavis, listen. You got that beer muscle. That's all you have. You're a breadstick, man. Nothing but a breadstick. And you think you could kick Mick Fisher's ass? Dude, when he came over that time with Ricky, you were in the sidelines. But it wasn't until Mick left. Oh man, I was locked and loaded, just ready to go. No man, you were fucking drunk as usual. With your beer muscle, and that's why you had to shine at that time. You get into trouble all the time, Breavis. You got into trouble in California and had to ran away with all the money from the pissed off Mexican gangsters that you took the money from. Basically getting your family into trouble. You had to get a restraining order against a guy to protect your own family. Breavis, you really cannot afford to talk about anybody. You're just a laughing stock on here. You always have. Oh, Mr. Merlot expert. This is a low-class fucking punk who's trying to be this. He should be on the Fraser show, been part of it when it was, he's thinks he's Fraser or something, with his Merlot, and I'm investing tens of thousands of dollars in Merlot, and that's like Barry saying that, he's a classy guy, Brevis, you always had a big mouth. And Brevis, man, listen, you're not built to fight. That's why you had that shiner on your eye that time. Who knows how many fights you got into and had your ass kicked. You know why, Brevis? Because you can't shut your mouth. You're like Barry. And maybe that's why you relate with Barry. I don't know, man. You're just a punk from California, man. You mishandled somebody's money, didn't you? That's what you're living on. Oh, yeah, he's even got a wine cellar safe somewhere in California. I'm going to collect all this Merlot and all this. Look, you're not that classy of a guy, dude. You just don't have it in you. Either do or you don't. You're a punk, no matter how you look at you, man. You're a punk. You're a punk. And you talk from your alcohol, You're not going to confront anybody. Oh, let's see, what's the age difference between us? What are you, like 40-something now or something? I don't know what you are. By the way, you're not looking good these days. You got the most horrible complexion I've seen you have in a long, long time, brother. I mean, horrible. All that money you claim you have, I'll give you 1,000,000 pesos, Frank. I don't think you have 1,000,000 pesos to rub together, dude. Okay? You gotta be careful that gangster's money. Everything has an end to it, You're gonna run out sooner or later. Speaking of running out, you ran out on your girlfriend? Oh, I love that state. I gotta say it again. Oh, yeah, thinking about going to visit my girlfriend on Valentine's. You're thinking about going to visit your girlfriend on Valentine's Day. Hello? Mother of your child? You mean you're not there raising your child? Brevis, you're just a laughing stock on here. You're a laughing stock. If Mick Fisher, as an example, because you were talking about Mick Fisher, I met Mick. He's a good-sized guy. You met Mick, despite his age. This is a guy, I'll give him that credit. Mick works out. Okay, you don't work out. And tell you what, you certainly don't look like you work out. You are a breadstick. Mick Fisher could pound you into the ground like a railroad stake. But see, that's what gets you in trouble in the bars all the time and shit. You're getting your ass kicked all the time, as that shiner you got into with somebody else. And who knows how many people you got your ass kicked from. But what I don't understand is, you run away from California from your responsibilities in the legal system, and you come to, of all places, the Philippines. Because you ran away. You did not face the problem you had there. You ran to the Philippines. Your poor family had to be put under protective order because of you. That's why I doubt your father left you any fucking thing. You got this Mexican gangster's money is what you did. You got the gangster's money. And you ran like a little pussy. You ran like a little pussy to the Philippines to get away because you knew these gangsters were going to fucking kill you, man. You remember what you said to me the last time I seen you before you left the gate? Yeah, I've repeated this before. I've said this story before. It's not the first time. Moving to the Philippines really saved my ass. Really saved my life. I bet it did. Oh, I bet it did. I don't got too much more to say. I'm going to wind down for the night, get myself a little shut-eye. Brevis, one day you're going to come into a situation, man. I'm sure you have already. Your attitude, you see, is what gets you in trouble all the time because you're a little too cocky for your own good. But, it's that beer muscle you have, Jay has it. A lot of people have it like that. They're going to kick everybody's ass. And you're going to tell me, you're going to tell us like you did on your live show that you could kick Mick Fisher's ass? Dude, look, I met the guy too. He's a big guy. And he's not stringy like you. He's got bulk. He works out all the time. I'll give him that credit. Me and Mick don't see eye to eye. But I've met the guy. I sized him out. There's no fucking way in the world. Really, I could handle Mick Fisher. And I'll tell you something. I'm not a little breadstick like you. I may not have your height, but fuck height. That don't mean shit. You know that. You probably got your ass kicked by little Mexicans, probably, many times over in California. You know. But you're one of these guys that seem to have to prove himself all the time. Why do you have to always prove yourself? You're always talking about, I'll meet anybody anywhere, I'll meet anybody anywhere. Well, you're calling Mick out, right? Why don't you call Mick out? Well, you are. You said you could kick his ass, so you're calling Mick out. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. I'd pay to see that. Oh, man. I'd pay to get your ass kicked by Mick Fisher. Mick Fisher, as I said, would pound you down like a railroad stake. Let me tell you something. I remember very vividly the time at Bamboozers when you were Ricky and Barry and all that. Dude, you went to the sidelines when Mick was... You didn't say one fucking word to Mick. One fucking word, even to defend Licky. You didn't say one fucking word. Barry ran to the side because he was smarter than you. But no, you were also to the sidelines. You weren't stepping up to the plate with Mick. You didn't say shit to Mick Fisher, did you? You didn't say shit. You didn't, and Barry could kick my ass? That would never happen. And you keep on trying to change the story around. Always TGIF, always TGIF. Look, everybody's video. You can't deny it. You know the way things went down, but you always change the scenario on that. Always. I'm the one that get off my table and approach Barry, motherfucker. Barry had to choose a weapon. He had to have that liquor glass in his hand, and he had his hand in the other pocket with his knife that he normally carries. You know the situation. You can't change history. You can't change what people seen on the video. Bottom line. Hello, Dennis. I remember when Micko was in the Philippines. Where did 3 hours in a bar? And where did 3 hours in a bar for Breavis to show up? Breavis never showed up. I think I actually remember that. Where were you showing up, Breavis? You know, seriously, man, it's inevitable because of your character and your cockiness. Somebody someday is not just going to give you a shiner. They're going to beat the living shit out of you. You're going to get broken bones. You'll be in a fucking hospital or worse. You know why? Because you got that beer muscle. And you remember Pinoy Troll? Oh, he was absolutely all beer muscle. You're like that. Barry's like that too, extremely like that. When he's drinking, he's got all that bear muscle. But Barry even admitted himself. He said it. I'm not in shape to fight anybody. I'd have to have a weapon. I remember, look, there's nothing wrong with my long-term memory, I'll tell you that. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Breavis, everything you ever say I recorded. Okay? If I have to play it back, I'll even do that on the show. You embarrass yourself all the time. You know, you're taller than me, but like I said, you don't know my capabilities. You could say, well, Frank's this, his age and all that. That Frank can't protect himself at all. Well, you know what? Unlike you, I don't make guarantees in a confrontation with nobody. But I really don't think I'd have a problem with you. I don't think so. And we have like, my God, what is it? Jesus Christ. 30 years between? Oh, that's another thing too. What do we have, 30 years between us? And let me ask you a hypothetical question, whatever, You really think you'd get pleasure? Say it wasn't me, anybody at my age. Okay, it doesn't have to be me. You think you're a tough guy if you could kick the ass of a 71-year-old man. Okay? Maybe some other 71-year-old man. But you see, you've never had a fight with me. You don't know my capabilities. I'm not a cripple, by the way. I'm far from being a cripple. I do work out a little bit. I do have some muscle. Certainly enough muscle to use for its intended purpose. Nothing wrong with my arms, nothing wrong with my legs. You're a breadstick. You're a breadstick, Breavis. And tell you what, it's inevitable that someday somebody's going to meet up with you, and maybe it's not a scheduled meeting because you would never show up. Historically, you never showed up with other people too. You never have. Who have you actually showed up with to face? Tell me somebody on here. Come on, tell all of us. Do a show on it. Tell all of us who'd you ever showed up in a confrontation. Nobody. Let's repeat that. Nobody. You have no history to prove what a tough guy you are. Apparently you ain't that tough, because I always remember that shiner you had. You got into a fight with somebody. I don't think you won that fight. One of these days you're going to meet up with Mick Fisher. He's going to decide, he's not going to tell you. He's going to be in Cebu sometime, and you may just run into him. And I'd pay to see that. I'd like to see you get into a match with Mick Fisher. He'd destroy you. He'd destroy you. I wouldn't try anything with Mick Fisher. I'm not trying to. I have no beer muscle, buddy. I'm not flexing any beer muscle because I don't drink. Therefore, I don't get cocky. Now, can I say for 125% certainty that I could kick your ass all over the street? I can't say that with 125% certainty. I know one thing for sure. I think it's possible I could. I know that you would get damage in the process no matter what my age is, because you don't know me in a fight. You never see me fight. You don't know what I'm capable of. Okay? I can move around. I can move around. I'm not that agile. If I had to confront you sometime, man, you'd be sweating your balls because you don't know what I'm capable of. You just figure Frank's just this older dude. He can't take care of himself. Well, a lot of people in life have been wrong with older dudes. You don't know their capability. You just assume that they are older and that they have no capability of defending themselves. But you see, that's not true. That's like a blanket statement. You can't make a blanket statement with somebody like that, Breavis. You just can't do that, True. Because you don't know. Just like I can meet anybody in the street, some trouble would happen or something. I'm not going to assume that I could kick somebody's ass. I don't know their capability. Could even be shorter than me. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I could kick anybody's ass in the street. But I'll tell you one thing. I'd give you a run for your money, that's for sure. I honestly don't know where it would wind up. I don't know where it would wind up. You are younger than me, but that does not mean that I can't defend myself, and that does not mean, and I got stronger arms than you. I'd have you in a fucking neck lock, in no time at fuck at all, and you won't be able to get up. I do have some strength, believe it or not, Breavis. I do have some strength. You don't work out. You don't do shit. All you do, I'm gonna show my savoir-faire. I gotta drink my Merlot, or I gotta go to some openings of a fine beer establishment. You're not a classy dude. You're just not a classy dude. You pretend to be. Wine tasting festivals, talking about having a wine cellar. Yeah, you talked about having millions from Bitcoin too. You never had. Look, you ran away with a gang's money, okay? That's what you're living on. Maybe your father left you a little something, but you're not self-efficient and proficient. You're just really not. Dude, I sized you up the couple of times I've seen you. I sized you up. I size people up all the time. You don't realize I'm doing that because you not realize I'm actually doing that. I sized you up. I don't care what size you are. You're about, 6 foot tall or something. I'm not even 5'7". I don't look at it that way, though. Because to tell you the truth, I don't know. But I know one thing, that you don't have strong arms. You don't have strong legs. I saw you. You are literally what people have called you. You're a breadstick waiting to be broken. And I'll tell you what, if it's not me, somebody else is going to break you in half. Maybe you got lucky since you've been out here. Well, you did get into fights, or one of them at least. But when have you ever met up with Micko or anybody that challenged you. Remember, I got viewers here. Even Dennis Albright said that he remembers when Nico was in the Philippines. Where did 3 hours in a bar for Brevis waiting for 3 hours in a bar for you to show up, Brevis, and you never showed up. You're all mouth. I tell you what, my predictions are pretty accurate sometimes. I think I've been right about a lot of things on here, about a lot of things. But the one thing I know about you is you're just too cocky for your own good. And historically, you have never met up with anybody for the purpose of getting into a fight, kicking their ass. You can't hold on to anything. You can't even hold on to your girlfriend. You got a young girl there, a baby there. You're not even in her life. You're too busy running around, going at the bars, seedy, crappy places where seedy, crappy people hang around in. And you're trying to be a classy guy with all the dives you hang in. But wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I go to these fancy breweries, I'm like the upper chalant. I'm the upper class. I'm a yuppie type of person. I've got fucking wine cellars with thousands of bottles of Merlot and beers. You are so full of yourself. But you know what? Everybody already, I don't have to say that because everybody already knows that. And the thing is, you've been to my house. Have the balls to come down here. And you keep on telling people all the time that when you showed up here, it took me 30 minutes to come out. Brevis, I was right out the door once I knew you were there. And the first thing I said, who the fuck are you? Remember my words? I said, who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm your biggest fan. I've been following you since you've been on YouTube. You're a creep. You're a stalker. The only thing I'm afraid of with you is your psychology. That's the only thing I'm afraid of. I don't know what you're capable of. You try to pull this little shit with the rice gate and all that shit. That was cowardly. It was lowly. It showed that you disrespected the Filipino people out here. And if it ain't going to be a Filipino, it'll be a foreigner. It's going to kick your ass so bad that you're going to be in bed for a long time trying to heal. But you see, wounds heal. That's the problem. Wounds do heal. But at least somebody would take you down a few notches and you won't be as cocky as you are. Anyway, I need to go sleep. I couldn't help but making a commentary on you because you're so fucking full of shit. You know where I live. If you got the gunyos to actually show up at my door this time and you want to come here for physical confrontation, I will be ready for you. Please do. Please do. You won't leave this island, I'll tell you that. One or two ways. You're not going to leave the island. Because if you think I'm going to stand there to you, the breadstick and all the shit you said about Gilda, and you will never, never say anything to Gilda's face either, because she'd probably tear you apart. You know that? Both of us. I'll do one round, she'll do another. You talked a lot of shit about her. I don't appreciate it, and she is a Filipina. She's got that upon you, buddy. You're messing with the wrong people. You've been too cocky all the time about me, but I don't want to hear any excuses. If you think you're that tough and you want to confront me, then that was your gig. That means you have to come here. I don't have to go anywhere to meet you. You keep on saying you're tough and you can kick my ass and you can kick me. Well, when Mick Fisher's in Cebu again, why don't you put an open invitation for Mick Fish? I dare you. I triple dog dare you. Meet up with Mick Fisher. Man, I'd pay good money to see that fight. I'd pay good money to see that fight. And watch how Mick Fisher would pound you in the ground. Man, I'd pay good money for that. But you know where I live. You've been here several times. Okay? You know exactly where I live. If you're that tough and bad and you got a bone to pick with me, for whatever reason you got a bone to pick with me, run your mouth to me and run it to Gilda, and let's see how far that gets you. I guarantee you never leave the island. Not without being hurt, not without being in jail, one or the other or both. That's a guarantee I can make to you. I can't guarantee I could kick everybody's ass, because I'm not cocky like you. But I tell you what, I'd give you a run for your money, buddy, because you are a breadstick. You are a breadstick. Barry probably has more power than you. Barry could probably kick your ass, and that's saying a lot. Anyway, nighty-night, Drew. You are really a creep. You're a lowlife. You're a wannabe connoisseur of wines and a good life. And oh, look at this place I'm walking into. Is it a nice hotel? But you can't afford to stay in a nice hotel. Why don't you just do something good in your life? Instead of avoiding your responsibility to your little girl, why don't you spend some time with her, you creep? Anyway, I'm going to bed. You're too funny, Breavis. You are going to get your ass kicked one of these days. I'll tell you what. You've been pushing a button with a lot of people. Nobody likes you, Breavis. Nobody likes you. And I'm very surprised that you were really jumping on Mick Fisher tonight. Of all people, all right, Mick Fisher's in his, what, 60s? Still a big guy. I think you just, you don't see things clearly because you always with that beer muscle type of situation. You let the beer control your mouth, but dude, you're going to come into situations, as long as you're staying in the Philippines, where it's not going to work. Your mouth is not going to get you, well, your mouth is going to get you into trouble. And I'm sure it's happened many times before. And you're going to meet your match. And you're going to run your mouth with somebody, and the wrong person, they're going to wipe the floor with you. But I only wish I was in a situation I could witness that. It would make my whole year, it'd make my whole 10 years of being on YouTube, to see you get the shit beat out of you. And by the way, take care of those ugly fucking moles. You gotta let... Nope. The only thing Big E does, he mentions Barry's immigration overstay. He doesn't want to give me the credit, okay, for making Barry a fucking felon. Well, excuse me. I need to rephrase that. Making himself a felon. Yes, he's now a felon. For he's a jolly good felon. For he's a jolly good felon. For he's a jolly good felon that nobody can deny. Neither could you, Biggie. Sorry about that, Chief. The mute button. So I guess it's double celebration tonight. Oh, about the cat I was saying. Okay. Oh. One piece of good news. I'm not as ugly as I thought I was. If you do it, science of, and I should know this, but digital photography and all that, I'm dead. When somebody takes a little portrait of you, well, to take a snap of you, unless you put it under portrait mode, which is a more realistic mode. Because when you take a straight shot of anybody and it's not set on portrait mode, the camera's resolution goes wild and it exaggerates like 10 times. It'll show your pores out, show every imperfection in your skin. Because she took a picture of me the other day and I said, please tell me I don't look like that. Well, thank goodness I don't look like that. Something as simple, putting it on portrait mode, you get it more realistic, and I saw the difference. I said, oh, thank goodness. For small miracles. I know, I seem very self-conscious. Probably because I am. You can't fight getting old, but it doesn't mean you have to give in to it. And you can't take care of yourself and look good, comb your hair, put a nice shirt on, take care of your body in and out. Doesn't mean you can't do that. And then you got it halfway. I was looking at, me and Gilda were looking at this, that chick Carrie? And she's always, I don't know, she has a thing for the foreigners, to help the homeless foreigners, right? I mean, she's got 1 million Filipinos to help out, but to get more, more pizzazz, views into her show, she's concentrating on, of course, the foreigners. Now, she was interviewing this one guy. That guy was like, shit, man. I don't know, 54 or somewhere. I swear to God, the guy looked older than me. It's amazing how you fall apart when you don't take care of yourself. I'm actually putting on a little bulk right now. I actually have increased the proteins, but I'm watching it. Because there's weight control too. I got a tiny belly. Realistically, I could lose 2 inches on my belly easily. But I'm not worried about 2 inches. It's 2 inches don't bother me at all. No, I'm not perfectly symmetrical. Even one of my eyes is not perfectly symmetrical. It's called astigmatism. Can't be perfect. You can try, but Mother Nature says different sometimes. Just realize who you are, and you're not going to fight and come to the finish line 100% with Mother Nature. Oh, I always get a kick out of these exaggerating, edited photos they put on of me. Hardly reflects what I look like. That's for damn sure. But it is fun to look at now and then. If I look like that at my age, where's the nearest sharpest knife? Cut my throat. But no, it doesn't. It's not a good representation of me, obviously. Oh my. I think there's a lot of vloggers out there that wish they could look at me at my age bracket. Which reminds me, oh shit. Hello, Lasada. Running out of my vitamin D3 K2. That's critical mass. I can't run out of that. I gotta buy some collagen. There are things you can do for yourself, is what I'm saying. That you will notice a difference. With proper nutrition, you'll look good. I've seen horror photos and videos of people, unfortunately, that had cancer, like stage 4. It's very sad. And they was doing videos to document, since they found out that had that diagnosis, terrible. Within a month or so, when it really went bad, they went from having a nice plump face, to having their eyes sunken in. They looked like an Auschwitz victim on steroids. That's how bad. Cellular breakdown. It's horrible, man. If I looked like that and had something like that, I wouldn't want any visitors. I wear a hat and a mask. Yeah, my mom felt that way. She always emphasized her looks and everything. She always took care of herself. When she had that terrible C word, she was a shell of herself. Well, my father certainly was. He certainly was. But my mother, who prided herself on her hair, always had big fluffy hair, always kept herself looking good. I had no control of that anymore. Neither did my dad. But in comparison, foreigners had gone to the point of living on the street no matter what hell got them there, which is still amazing stories to me. And what they look like, and then they show pictures of what they used to look like. I'm saying, what the fuck? And of course, they showed nice pictures, and they were all nicely dressed up, and I gotta sneeze. See, what the fuck happened to them? How do you let yourself go like that? How do you wind up on the street out here? I still don't understand. Oh, okay. I do understand. They got bad circumstances where, some Filipina, hijacked all their money, and all that shit. I understand that. And that does happen out here. And maybe, one guy actually had his little fanny pack or whatever it was that he kept, oh my God, his wallet, his debit cards, and whatever money he had left in there. And he was left, basically without no money. He had no money to buy food. He wound up on the street until he could contact the embassy and all that other shit. Go get his passport back and reinstate a card, and that could take a month or so from your bank. Because every now and then, even my debit card in America, every now and then they change it. Sometimes it could go from a Visa to otherwise. I mean, they may have a new design in their card, and it's basically leaving your card useless. Of course, those are things I like to know in advance. And you could get a brand new card from them. You just call them up and tell them, probably could cost you about $75, but it's worth it. And they will send you express mail your card. That happened to me once. You'll get your card, but don't ever try to get them to send it snail mail, because you're never going to see it. Don't cheap out. Spend the $75, whatever they're charging you for that. But don't cheap out. Now, today I haven't been listening to anything but maybe some news on here and doing some research on stuff. I have not been listening to anybody's videos today. Just laying down like an old fucking man today. You can see how tired I sound. Yeah, low T. Ernest T. Low T. I'd probably zip up if I had some of that shit. I'm considering it. But don't get me wrong, I got energy of King Kong when I'm occupied with something. No problem in the energy department with me. Far from, above somebody my age. But if you don't have stimulation of any sort, it hits me hard. As I said, I'll sit on the chair and get these little mini sleep things going on for 2 seconds. I'm going, what the fuck? But the minute I'm stimulated by walking around, doing something, doing chores, going out, whatever, just turns the other way around. So it shows it does make a difference. You've got to keep your mind active. You've got to keep your body active. And I get a good workout this morning with the weights anyway, and through some resistance exercises. I took care of that this morning and it made me feel energized, actually. It's nice to know you have empowerment over your own body. Well, if you let yourself go, you're in that age bracket, say from 55 upwards, and you don't have any stimulation at all. I don't care what your stimulation is. Play with your fucking, contemplate your navel or something. I don't care. Get stimulation. Or else you will going to fall in that thing where you're going to be very sedentary and you're going to look your age before you know it. You'll get there real quick. I'll guarantee you that. And the UV rays, well, they don't help either. That's one of your biggest culprits. I haven't been worried too much about it. It's been so cloudy lately, but still, there's still a UV coming out of that. You just don't understand it. You don't see it. You think it's all has to be full sun, but that's not true. Shit, I haven't even been using that for a while. No sun protection. Anyway, nothing of importance this afternoon. I had to stimulate myself and get on here, and actually it's more boring than stimulating because I don't exactly have 1,000 people watching me at the time, and there's no dialogue. So actually I'm starting to get very sedentary, just watching the phone and talking to two people. Well, I guess it's better than none, huh? All right. Well, speaking of chores, there is some I do got to do, which is going to give me plenty of stimulation and maybe even titillation. We'll catch you on another show at a better time. I don't have really a lot to say today. I haven't been listening to not much what's going on in our little genre here on the Philippines. Not really. Mostly I'm very energetic when it comes to Trump. I am watching everything that has to do with Trump, his demise, and Pam Bondi, and that Levitt chick and all that. I'm watching them just fold, and it's great. It's just great. Well, there's no. See how I'm chirping up now, right? There's no question that Trump is going down. There's absolutely no question at all. He's going to go down really hard. A lot of people in this Republican Party are quitting or retiring, or Of course, one of the sweet ladies that had to do a lot with child pornography and child pedophilia, all this shit, who was in a prison jail, is taking the Fifth Amendment. She was put into a cushy jail in Texas. From, Florida to Texas, I think it was. Bush gave her a cushy little place to be, but now, if they expect her cooperation to talk about all the famous people that were involved with this child crap that was going on, she wants her freedom, clemency, she wants immunity, she wants out. But don't think the government is going to cooperate with her on this one. Let her serve out her 20 years. That's what I say. Besides that, I have nothing else to say, so I'll catch you guys later at a different time or something.
Are you listening to Frank Battaglia all the time, you idiot, who lives in a third world country, who lives on an anthill and is stuck out in the middle of an island? Why are you so into Princess Anne with all her shows that you pay for? Why were you so desperately into May Sasa and she and everybody else in the Philippines? Third world country, Micko. You are a creepy, disgusting scumbag. You know that? That's why you're not allowed to be around children. That's why you have a record. That's why the police have a restraining order on you. You are a pitiful, disgusting mama's boy who lives in your mama's basement right now. You didn't have the balls the 4 times I showed up. I'll be in Dublin in a couple weeks. You're not going to show up then either because you're a coward.
Accept the pain. Smile at the pain. Embrace the pain. Pain is the gatekeeper of destiny. Pain is there to ask you one simple question. Do you accept the pain? Smile at the pain. Embrace the pain. Pain is the gatekeeper of destiny. Pain is there to ask you one simple question. Do you really want to achieve your goals? Or are you just a talker?